Venerable Spirit Butterfly. 365 Dao names? What kind of joke was that? It wasn't the same as giving random names to pets. From where would he exactly get 365 Dao names? Damn it, who is the villain that badly influenced my daughter? Venerable Spirit Butterfly firmly believed that his beloved daughter would not come up with something like this on her own. She surely received someone's bad influence. Don't let me discover who you are. Otherwise, it does not end here between the two of us. Venerable Spirit Butterfly was like a ferocious tiger and roared toward the sky. With sparkling eyes, Soft Feather said again, "Father? Can I?" Venerable Spirit Butterfly took a deep breath. After a short moment, he revealed a radiant smile and gave her a thumbs up. "It's fine. Regardless of how many Dao names you want, your father will try to deal with it. Something like 365 Dao names cannot stop me. When the time comes, each of the Dao names I'll choose will have a profound meaning, and there won't be repetitions. Father is the best." Soft Feather said happily. Venerable Spirit Butterfly had a gratified expression on his face. Cave Lord Snow Wolf. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon. Great Master Profound Principle. True Monarch White Crane. Aha, is it a new trend to have more than one Dao name? True Monarch Fallout said. From little friend Song Shuhang's 7 Dao names to Soft Feather's 366 Dao names, which fellow Daoist would try to fight for the title of a fellow Daoist with most Dao names next? It would be rather amusing if each member of the 9 provinces number 1 group had more than one Dao name one day and took turns alternating them. True Monarch Fallout was expectantly waiting for it to happen. In the meantime, in the depths of the sea beneath the luxurious cruise ship, a total of 16 sea urchin warriors quickly moved upward, chasing after the cruise ship. All those that have been dyed by the blood of a sea urchin warrior are enemies of all the sea urchin warriors in the world. Don't let them escape, catch up to them and kill them. The valiant sea urchin warriors fear nothing, the leading sea urchin warrior said in a grave tone. His whole body was giving off a metallic luster. He was obviously a sea urchin warrior that had undergone a mutation. We'll use the cruelest methods to kill them to appease the souls of our deceased clansmen in heaven. All the sea urchin warriors growled, their eyes bloodshot. In the rear of this group of 16 sea urchin warriors, a young sea urchin warrior took out his phone. It was obviously a custom-made mobile phone that could get signal in the depths of the sea and resist the water pressure. It was a product born from the fusion of magical techniques and technology. The young sea urchin warrior unlocked the phone and swiped until reaching the window of an instant messaging app. Afterward, he wrote something on the wall of his instant messaging app. "Today, we finally managed to lock onto the prey. There is a cruise ship ahead, and our prey is precisely on that ship. The time to hunt has finally come. This is my first time hunting, I'm so excited." At the same time, the sea urchin warrior used the magically modified phone camera and aimed at the luxurious cruise ship, shooting 2 pictures. After editing the content, he published both the pictures and the attached text on the wall of his instant messaging app. "The valiant sea urchin warriors fear nothing." The young sea urchin warrior put the phone away and rushed toward the cruise ship at full speed. After killing the prey, he would trample its head with his foot and take a picture while assuming a dashing appearance to commemorate his first hunt. At this time, on a small coral island 1,000 meters toward the east of the luxurious cruise ship. On the small coral island, 20 men with strange outfits were standing. They were wearing apricot yellow sleeveless Daoist robes. Moreover, 10 or so long talisman papers were hanging down from the shoulders of their robes. These talisman papers were full of incantations, and each of the talisman papers had from 25 to 30 talisman runes engraved on it. They could release the magical techniques concealed within as long as they tore the talisman papers down and activated them. Not only that, but the naked arms of these men were also full of runic tattoos. Although tattoos were different from talismans, they had almost the same effect. As long as they poured true chi or spiritual energy inside, they could activate them and release the magical techniques sealed within. From their attires, it was possible to make out their identities. They were the same monster hunters that had disappeared from the world of cultivators thousands of years ago. They were different from other cultivators that attached great importance to practicing and becoming immortals. Rather than immortality, they were more interested in vanquishing demons and monsters. According to their obtuse thinking, as long as they saw a monster, regardless if it were a good or a bad one, they would have to seize it. If the monster was evil, they would think of a way to kill it. If it was good, they would still seal it. In other words, things such as monsters and demons were not allowed to exist in this world according to them. Have you discovered the traces of those vicious sea urchin monsters? The person leading the monster hunters was a man from the northeastern provinces. He was tall and strong and had an awe-inspiring expression on his face. They should be around this stretch of sea. But the sea is so big, it's not easy to find them, a young man said as he took out his mobile phone, quickly swiping on it. The account of this youth had the following ID, Mad Mental Hospital's director. Then, there were several other strange and abnormal IDs in his friend list. For example, East China Sea's Scaly Monster, Lake Hua's Crucian Carp Spirit, Northeast Region's Tiger Monster, Changbai Mountain's Flower Monster, Dragon King of the Well, Resentful Soul of the Toilet, and so on. He had all sorts of monsters and spirits as friends. Amongst them, there was also an ID that went by the name of Valiant Sea Urchin Warrior 8th Year, 59th Class, 32nd Number. To add so many strange guys as friends, this young monster hunter had paid a price that others couldn't even begin to imagine. Wait, there is something. A happy expression suddenly appeared on the face of the young monster hunter. The message that Valiant Sea Urchin Warrior 8th Year, 59th Class, 32nd Number published on his wall earlier was now displayed on the screen of his mobile phone. The picture of a luxurious cruise ship was also attached to the message. According to what was written there, the sea urchin warriors were planning to attack the cruise ship and kill one of the passengers on board. This Valiant Sea Urchin Warrior 8th Year, 59th Class, 32nd Number was precisely that young sea urchin warrior we encountered earlier below the surface of the sea. To think that a day would come where a monster hunter had a sea urchin warrior in his friend list. Privacy was rather important nowadays, and one had to be careful about who they were adding as friends. The objective of the opposite party is a cruise ship. We have to move. We can't let these sea urchin monsters harm ordinary people, the tall and strong leader of the monster hunter said in a grave tone. Let's go, and let's pray that monsters would disappear from the world. Let's pray that monsters would disappear from the world, all the monster hunters shouted as they joined their palms together in front of their chests. In the next moment, the 20 monster hunters jumped down from the coral island and stepped on the surface of the sea, rushing toward the luxurious cruise ship that was 1 kilometer away while running on the water. All the 20 monster hunters were at least cultivators of the second stage true master realm. They had been looking for the sea urchin warriors residing in this stretch of the sea for a very long time. Get the monster hunter space ready. As soon as the sea urchin monsters make their appearance, we'll drag them into the monster hunter space, the leader of the monster hunter shouted. Yu Jiaojiao, who was lying face down on the edge of the window, suddenly opened her eyes and said in a soft voice, "Fellow Taoist Shuhang, we have guests." After shrinking up, Yu Jiaojiao still had the body of a fish and the legs of a human. However, she looked as lovely as before. At this time, she looked like one of those cute little fairies. But if she were to assume her true form that was several meters long, things would take a scary turn. We can agree that regardless of what we were talking about, it would be righteous and lovely as long as it was small and exquisite. I know. Song Shuhang gently pushed the door of the room open. He didn't want to disturb the soundly sleeping Guogua. At the same time Yu Jiaojiao induced the approaching sea urchin warriors, Song Shuhang also induced these uninvited guests. It wasn't that Song Shuhang's senses had suddenly become as good as a cultivator's of the fourth stage like Yu Jiaojiao. The reason he induced those sea urchin warriors was the mark of the sea urchin slayer on his body. When the sea urchin warriors used their innate ability to lock onto his coordinates, Song Shuhang was also able to faintly sense them as they were moving closer. Yu Jiaojiao blinked her small eyes and said, "Do you need my help?" "If Miss Jiaojiao wants to lend a hand, it would be truly great," Song Shuhang said with a smile. He wasn't one of those people that would needlessly suffer just to act cool. He didn't know how strong these sea urchin warriors were. If Yu Jiaojiao were to come with him, he would have a strong helper with him. "Just call me Jiaojiao. It feels strange when you add that Miss. Yu Jiaojiao giggled. Afterward, she jumped up from the windowsill and directly landed on Song Shuhang's head. Soon after, she hid her small body within Song Shuhang's long hair. Song Shuhang left the room and climbed up until reaching the sun deck of the cruise ship while evading the surveillance. Afterward, he glanced down toward the boundless sea. Right at this time, a sound was transmitted from the surface of the sea. Soon after, 16 figures jumped up from the depths of the sea and tightly stuck to the cruise ship. "The valiant sea urchin warriors fear nothing," the sea urchin warriors lightly shouted and started to quickly climb toward the top of the cruise ship. The sea urchin warriors had the bloodline of the monster race. Therefore, ordinary people couldn't see them unless they wished to be seen. While climbing up, they induced Song Shuhang's presence. "The target is on the top of the cruise ship, kill them," the leading sea urchin warriors whose body was giving off a metallic luster shouted. Song Shuhang was currently occupying a commanding position and looking downward at the quickly climbing sea urchin warriors. Yu Jiaojiao's voice was transmitted inside his ear. "Except for the strongest one, which is at the third stage realm, the other ones are all sea urchins of the second stage realm." After knowing the strength of these sea urchin warriors, Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. If none of the 16 sea urchin warriors was at the fourth stage, he didn't need to worry. Song Shuhang got a bunch of talismans from Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman earlier. Even if he didn't have Yu Jiaojiao's help, he could use the talismans to take care of these 16 sea urchin warriors. "Can I trouble Miss Jiaojiao to take care of that sea urchin warrior of the third stage? I'll deal with the remaining ones." Song Shuhang took the treasured saber broken tyrant out of his size-reducing purse. "Sure," Yu Jiaojiao said. "Moreover, just call me Jiaojiao." Song Shuhang laughed. Since the sea urchin warriors were still climbing up, he quietly drew the rune of the lightning palm on his left hand. At the same time, he pinched a powerful sword talisman between his fingers. He grabbed the treasured saber broken tyrant with his right hand and gently spun his wrist. True chi poured into the saber, and the flaming saber was ready to slash out at any moment. Now, he only needed to wait for the sea urchin warriors to enter the attack range of the Flaming Saber Technique. Afterward, Song Shuhang would let them have a good taste of roasted sea urchins. Wahaha! The target wants to resist. The sea urchin warriors looked at Song Shuhang and roared, "All the people that have been soaked with the blood of a sea urchin warrior are enemies of our sea urchin race. Fleeing is useless. No matter where you go, we'll still find you and kill you. Not only you, even your family members and the people related to you will be implicated. They'll also die at the hands of the sea urchin warriors. But if you obediently let us cut your head off, we sea urchin warriors will forgive your family members." Song Shuhang. Can't they change their pre-prepared lines a bit? Song Shuhang slightly raised the treasured saber broken tyrant and locked onto a sea urchin warrior of the second stage on the left side that was the second fastest one amongst the bunch. The fastest one was that sea urchin warrior of the third stage, but Yu Jiaojiao would take care of him. "A bit closer," Song Shuhang muttered. His true chi was already in an active state, and the flames of the Flaming Saber Technique were ready to burn up at any moment. Just as Song Shuhang's senses were heightened to the limit and he was ready to get into action, several figures approached at high speed from afar. "Evildoers! Stop in your tracks," the tall and stout leader of the monster hunters roared. In the next moment, the stout man stretched out his hand and tore several talismans from his shoulder. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Afterward, the stout man hurled the various talismans toward the sea urchin warriors. In the blink of an eye, the talismans surrounded the sea urchin warriors and linked together, turning into a golden square-shaped space that only cultivators could see. As a consequence, all the sea urchin warriors were now trapped inside the space. This was the monster hunter space. With the usage of a formation, it was possible to turn the space within the square into a battlefield. It was something monster hunters had devised to prevent ordinary people from getting hurt while they were hunting monsters. After trapping the sea urchin warriors inside the space, the 20 monster hunters cried out and barged into the golden space as well. Song Shuhang. What's happening? Are they trying to kill Steel? Those are monster hunters. Those guys are really troublesome to deal with, Yu Jiaojiao said. At the same time, she further reduced the size of her body, completely hiding within Song Shuhang's hair. She wasn't afraid of these monster hunters. After all, the strongest of these monster hunters was also only at the 3rd stage realm. On the other hand, Yu Jiaojiao had successfully crossed the tribulation and was now a monster of the 4th stage. However, monster hunters were really troublesome. If it was possible not to get involved with them, it was better to do so. Therefore, she hid and weakened her aura to the utmost. Song Shuhang gazed at that golden space attached to the cruise ship and said, "Should we also enter that golden space and take a look? It's up to you. However, I won't come out since there are monster hunters around. These guys are really troublesome. If you attack the little ones, the bigger ones will come out. If you attack the bigger ones, those that are even bigger will come out as well. They are very annoying," Yu Jiaojiao said. "In that case, hide well, Jiaojiao." "I'm entering to take a look," Song Shuhang said. After all, these sea urchin warriors had come here for him. Song Shuhang got ready to enter that golden space. But right at this time, a black horse leg suddenly appeared in the sky, ruthlessly trampling at him. This leg belonged to that black horse spirit young Master Phoenix Slayer mentioned earlier. Earlier, they were too close to Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's Island. Since many powerful experts had converged there, the black horse spirit didn't dare to make its move. But now that the cruise ship was far away from the small island, the black horse spirit finally seized the opportunity to get into action. It was a black horse spirit that had practiced until becoming capable of assuming human form. In other words, its strength was at least of the 5th stage realm. Even if it was just a casual kick, it wasn't something that Song Shuhang could afford to meet head-on. A monster of the 5th stage? Yu Jiaojiao's body inside Song Shuhang's hair suddenly tensed up. Although there was only the difference of a realm between the 4th and 5th stage, a 4th stage innate had still true qi circulating inside their bodies. On the other hand, after 5th stage spiritual emperors had condensed their golden core, all the true qi inside their body would change into spiritual energy. Even if Yu Jiaojiao were to give her all, she wouldn't be able to block this black horse spirit. Right at this time, Song Shuhang suddenly called out, "Senior Phoenix Slayer. Don't worry, I'm here." Young Master Phoenix Slayer's voice echoed. At the same time, he appeared in front of that black horse spirit and pushed up his glasses. Afterward, he used a finger and poked toward the leg of the black horse spirit. In the 5th stage realm, a different number of dragon patterns on one's golden or monster core could lead to a large difference in strength. Young Master Phoenix Slayer was a monster with 7 dragon patterns on his monster core. On the other hand, the number of dragon patterns on the monster core of that black horse spirit wasn't high. It was the type that belonged to the bottom class of the 5th stage. After young Master Phoenix Slayer poked at it with his finger, the Black Horse Spirit was sent flying while in an upside-down position. Young Master Phoenix Slayer slightly pushed his glasses up and disappeared. The next time he appeared, he was already next to the Black Horse Spirit, raising his hand and getting ready to attack it. The Black Horse Spirit issued a long cry and was likewise unwilling to show weakness. It assumed human form and prepared to battle with young Master Phoenix Slayer. Shuhang carefully looked at the two powerful monsters of the 5th stage battle in the sky. With the corner of the eye, he also shot a look at what was happening inside the golden-colored monster hunter space. Now then, were the Black Horse Spirit and the Sea Urchin warriors working together? After all, they decided to attack him almost at the same time. Shuhang was in deep thoughts while looking at the unfolding battles. Right at this time, Yu Jiaojiao's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Shuhang, be careful." Just as Yu Jiaojiao reminded him, Shuhang turned around without hesitation and slashed out. Raging flames started to burn on the blade of the saber, and the Flaming Saber Technique slashed behind him with a power that seemed to be capable of burning the heavens. Ding! Shuhang's violent attack hit the opposite party. Shuhang's blow forced the opposite party to show their face. It was figure wearing ninja-like clothes and holding a small hammer in its hand. This hammer looked the same as those small hammers that people used in their daily lives. The 33 Divine Beasts Technique. Shuhang called out. The moment he exchanged blows with the opposite party, he sensed a familiar feeling stemming from the true chi of the opposite party. If he wasn't mistaken, the opposite party was practicing the pig chapter of the 33 Divine Beasts Technique. From the looks of it, the other party seemed to have the strength of someone that had just entered the 3rd stage. Shuhang narrowed his eyes and said, "The mantis stalks the cicada while unaware of the oriole behind, as well as the poisonous snake hiding in the dark. What a dangerous situation." The man wearing black clothes slightly retreated and closely watched Shuhang. Soon after, he said in a husky voice, "I didn't expect that you would also be practicing the 33 Divine Beasts Technique." Hee hee. Shuhang gently laughed. "Such being the case, I won't need to waste my time and strength," the man wearing black clothes said ferociously. "Oh." The corner of Shuhang's mouth rose. "I'll gladly accept the origin true chi in your body. Then, I'll catch you and exchange you for the antidote." The man wearing black clothes stretched out his hand toward Shuhang and made a grabbing motion. After modifying the 33 Divine Beasts Technique, he could swallow the origin true chi from the bodies of other cultivators that had practiced the revised version of the technique through a secret method. But contrary to his expectation, even after making the grabbing motion twice, he was unable to steal the origin true chi of the opposite party. It wasn't all. Shuhang quickly dashed toward him, and the ball of lightning in his left hand that was currently emitting crackling sounds moved toward his head. Damn it! The man wearing black clothes was now clear what had happened. The trick he left behind in the 33 Divine Beasts Technique was probably discovered and corrected by that powerful expert. That expert quietly poisoned him when he went to his place to ransom his subordinates. What a sinister fellow. This man wearing black clothes was the mastermind behind the organization of assassins known as 33 Divine Beasts Sect. In other words, he was the same person that used the first 2 volumes of the 33 Divine Beasts Technique to ransom his subordinates that had been taken prisoner by Medicine Master. He used the technique to ransom 3 of his men, and in the process, he quietly absorbed the origin true chi from the bodies of his other subordinates. But after he ransomed his 3 subordinates and returned to his base, his body quickly started to show strange symptoms. Vomiting, dizziness, incapability of controlling mental energy. He often hallucinated while practicing, and was unable to maintain his true chi pure. Moreover, he would often get sleepy. This forced him to sleep for more than 10 hours each day. But that wasn't all. the most fearsome thing was that he continuously dreamt of being pregnant for the past few days. The pain one felt while giving birth was unbearable, it was extremely painful. But what annoyed him the most was, that he was a man. Why the hell was he having these lifelike dreams about giving birth? After pondering for a while, he came to the conclusion that his current situation could only be explained with poisoning. He suspected that that expert quietly poisoned him when he went to ransom his subordinates. Due to the poison, the conditions of his body kept worsening. He felt weak from head to foot and was unable to muster his strength. Although he was at the peak of the third stage, he was able to put forth the strength of someone that had just barely entered the third stage at this time. Right now, the man wearing black clothes had only one thing in mind: catch Shuhang and exchange him for the antidote. The version of the 33 divine beasts technique that this boy practices doesn't seem to have flaws. I'm unable to absorb his origin true chi. Such being the case, the man in black clothes gritted his teeth and grasped the little hammer. I'll directly overpower him and capture him. Afterward, I'll use him to get the antidote from that expert. At this time, Shuhang had already arrived in front of the man and attacked him with the lightning palm. A puny lightning palm, the man wearing black clothes said disdainfully, but just as he was halfway through his sentence, F***ck, this sinister fellow. He saw that Shuhang used the lightning palm as a cover and was also holding a glistening talisman in his hand. He felt an aura that belonged to the fourth stage come from this talisman. If the technique concealed inside this powerful talisman that had the attack power of the fourth stage were to hit him directly, he would be seriously injured even if he were to survive. The man wearing black clothes quickly stopped and put all his strength in his legs. His body swayed from side to side like a noodle and arrived behind Shuhang as though he was a snake. Although he practiced the pig chapter of the 33 divine beasts technique, he wasn't clumsy like one. On the contrary, he was as nimble as a snake. The skill he used was excellent for short-range movements. Shuhang's lightning palm hit nothing but air. He dodged. However, Shuhang didn't panic. Moreover, he didn't use the sword talisman to attack the opposite party either. After all, the other party was only a cultivator of the third stage. After his attack failed, Shuhang took back the sword talisman and quickly rolled to a side. The virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk was an excellent footwork of the scholarly faction, and after it was practiced to the master level, even if a donkey were to use it to roll sluggishly, it would still look extremely cool and fast. Shuhang continuously rolled and ultimately stood up, looking very elegant. Boy, you have good reflexes. The man wearing black clothes rotated the hammer and said coldly, but you won't be able to escape. Shuhang laughed and said, why would I want to escape? At this time, he was wearing magical clothes with high defense on his body, had the treasured saber broken tyrant in his hand, and had several talismans in his pocket as well. In short, he was armed to the teeth. Although he wasn't sure if he could defeat a cultivator of the third stage, it wasn't really a problem to stay alive. With 20 armor talismans, as well as the defense of the emerald green kasaya, that man wearing black clothes could only dream of defeating and capturing Shuhang. Furthermore, although that black horse spirit in the sky was quite scary, young Master Phoenix Slayer was stronger than it. Additionally, although the sea urchin warriors were troublesome fellows, the monster hunters surpassed them both in numbers and strength. Therefore, they wouldn't be a problem either for now. Shuhang only had to stall this man wearing black clothes for a while. After young Master Phoenix Slayer was done dealing with the black horse spirit, he would come here to catch this guy as well. Moreover, Yu Jiaojiao was also hiding inside Shuhang's hair, and she was a monster of the fourth stage. Why the hell would he want to escape? I really want to see for how long you can keep spouting nonsense. The man wearing black clothes sneered and activated a sealing technique with his right hand. Soon after, a talisman paper appeared on the right palm. I absolutely can't let this guy run. I have to capture him as soon as possible. From the looks of it, the deadly poison inside my body is about to flare up again. I'm feeling sleepier and sleepier. Wind-binding technique, the man wearing black clothes lightly shouted. Cultivators of the third stage and above already knew many magical techniques. As soon as he activated the magical technique, the yellow talisman paper started to emit a green light. Go! The man wearing black clothes hurled the talisman paper. Halfway, it changed into green chains made of wind that shot toward Shuhang. A binding technique. Shuhang immediately raised the saber and chopped toward the green chains made of wind. In the instant he slashed down, the chains unexpectedly followed the trajectory of the wind raised by the saber and dodged the attack. Afterward, they latched onto Shuhang's body and tied him up. Caught you. The man wearing black clothes grinned. Then, he pounced toward Shuhang while wielding his hammer. But right at this time, the emerald green kasaya on Shuhang's body slightly swelled on its own, breaking apart those chains of wind that were binding him. The wind-binding technique was breached. This damned guy has a lot of treasures with him, the man wearing black clothes said with clenched teeth. In the next moment, he activated another technique. This time, he didn't use the wind-binding technique. Instead, he used a concealing technique. In the next moment, his body quietly disappeared from Shuhang's field of vision, and even mental energy-based detection techniques were unable to find his position. He even concealed himself now. He really thinks highly of me, but I'm just a cultivator of the second stage. Anyway, it's better to shift the battlefield to somewhere else. We're currently on the cruise ship, and the destructive power of a cultivator of the third stage is too high and will damage the place, Shuhang muttered to himself. His sight fell on the nearby monster hunter space that was attached to the cruise ship. There wasn't a more suitable battlefield than that place. Thereupon, Shuhang seized the opportunity and jumped up, heading toward that monster hunter space that the monster hunters had created. But as said earlier, it was something that monster hunters created. Therefore, Shuhang wasn't sure if he could freely enter the space. But even if he were unable to barge into the monster hunter space, he could simply run to the sea. Shuhang was good at swimming. Moreover, the sea was Yu Jiaojiao's domain. Bang! After Shuhang jumped downward, he stepped with his feet on the space the monster hunters had created, unable to get into it. He felt as though he was stepping on the surface of the earth when he stepped on the golden space. As expected, only monster hunters could freely enter this particular space from the outside. In that case, let's shift the battlefield to the sea. Shuhang didn't hesitate and jumped down toward the sea. Ding! Almost in the same instant Shuhang jumped toward the sea, a short blade stabbed in the place he was standing a second ago. The man wearing black clothes was carrying a short blade in one hand and a hammer in the other when he became visible once more, coldly looking at Shuhang. Quite dangerous. Shuhang's body disappeared into the sea. You think you can run away through the water? Naive, the man wearing black clothes sneered and activated another seal, concealing his appearance once more. Jiao, can you make your move? Shuhang asked in a low voice. Let's go a bit deeper. Yu Jiao giggled. Good, let's capture him at once, Shuhang said with a smile. At the same time, he took out his phone and scrolled until reaching Venerable White's number. Venerable White still had a use for this man wearing black clothes. He wanted to obtain the complete version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique from him, as well as some supplementary cultivation techniques related to it. Therefore, Shuhang decided that he would give Venerable White a call after he had captured this man. He wanted to ask him how he should deal with him so as to avoid disrupting Senior White's plan. After all, Shuhang himself was the one that would benefit the most from this plan. Watch out, a surprise attack. It's coming from the left side, around your same height. Hee, that guy is pretty fast. Yu Jiaojiao's laughter was transmitted inside Song Shuhang's ear. Song Shuhang quickly moved forward of 2 squares 1 and used the treasured saber broken tyrant in his hands to chop toward the left side of the place he was standing in earlier. Ding! The saber and the hammer clashed against each other, and the silhouette of the man in black clothes became visible once more. His concealing technique would be deactivated whenever he attacked. Although he could become invisible after using the technique, traces of his passage would be left in the surrounding mass of water since they were currently underwater. Therefore, the effectiveness of the technique was greatly reduced. This damned guy is like a flea. The man wearing black clothes was continuously attacking Song Shuhang, but the latter was continuously dodging. At this time, he was thoroughly enraged. Even if he was poisoned, he was still a cultivator of the 3rd stage. Unexpectedly, he was having trouble dealing with this cultivator of the 2nd stage and wasn't able to take him down even after a while. If this story were to get out, he would become a laughing stock. Such being the case, don't blame me for using vicious tactics. At first, I was just thinking of capturing you, but now, I'll crush both your arms and legs. Then, I want to see how you can run away. Since they were inside the water, the mouth of the man in black clothes didn't move. His voice was directly transmitted into Song Shuhang's ears through the true qi. In the next moment, the man wearing black clothes hurled the small hammer toward Song Shuhang. Tempest Hammer. After the hammer was thrown, lightning completely covered its surface. One would surely not feel good if hit by this gadget. At the same time, he held the short blade with both hands and shouted, "Wild boar's tooth." The huge illusion of a wild boar surrounded his body, and he shot toward Song Shuhang at full speed. The Tempest Hammer was in the front, and the wild boar's tooth was closely following behind. This time, he truly wanted to cripple this flea-like guy. Song Shuhang had yet to learn the secret sound transmission technique and was thus unable to speak underwater. However, Yu Jiaojiao, who was hiding in his hair, had already noticed his cry. She drilled out of Song Shuhang's long hair and stretched out her lovely and small claw. The claw mimicked a handgun as Yu Jiaojiao shouted, "Bang!" In the next moment, the seawater started to surge, changing into a huge dragon head that dashed toward the Tempest Hammer and wild boar's tooth. The dragon head wasn't the result of a magical or monster technique. It was just the fruit of Yu Jiaojiao's innate ability to control water. However, the volume of this dragon head was slightly big. The 20 meters tall dragon head ruthlessly crashed into the Tempest Hammer, then, just like a train rolling over a bedbug, it smashed the small hammer covered by lightning to pieces. The remaining strength of the dragon head didn't decrease in the least as it bumped into the man wearing black clothes. The man wearing black clothes was shocked. How is this possible? A cultivator of the 2nd stage shouldn't be able to use such a powerful technique. In the meantime, he decided to stop the wild boar's tooth in its tracks and dodge the incoming water dragon first. But just as he was preparing to dodge the attack, a burst of sleepiness caught him off guard. The depths of the sea were Yu Jiaojiao's territory. In there, all her attacks were strengthened, and even the simple attacks she used through her ability to control water had the strength of high-level magical techniques of the 4th stage. Boom! After the man wearing black clothes got hit by the dragon head, he was dragged to a distant place. The short blade in his hands immediately broke. Next, the skin on his arms and hands started cracking and his fingers weirdly twisted while fresh blood shot out. "Aya!" The man wearing black clothes pitifully called out and started to foam at the mouth. The magical clothes he was wearing continuously glittered. The clothes were automatically trying to protect their master, hoping to offset the killing power of the water dragon head. But the strength of the dragon head was too high. The magical clothes of the man in black wouldn't resist for too long. After their defensive power was exhausted, the man himself would also be shredded to pieces. Song Shuhang quickly took out his phone and opened the text messaging app, writing the following words: "Jiao Jiao, don't kill him. I need him alive." "I understand," Yu Jiaojiao replied. At the same time, a confused expression flashed through her small eyes. The opposite party was a cultivator of the third stage, and although the strength of the move she used just now was pretty high, its speed wasn't that fast. The other party could have easily stopped the wild boar's tooth midway and dodged the attack by relying on their speed as a cultivator of the third stage. Why did that guy stupidly stand there and meet the water dragon head-on? Although she was confused, Yu Jiaojiao still waved her claw and made the water dragon disappear. At this time, the man wearing black clothes was covered with blood and bruises. Moreover, the seawater coming in contact with his wounds increased the pain by 1 point. Damn it! F***ck. F***ck. The man wearing black clothes was extremely frustrated at this time. When that water dragon shot toward him earlier, he could have indeed dodged it given his speed. However, at the key moment, that sleepy feeling rushed up to his head. That sleepy feeling was too sudden and strong. In the blink of an eye, his eyelids got very heavy, and he simply couldn't open his eyes. Afterward, well, there was no afterward. The water dragon mercilessly battered his body, almost shredding him to pieces. I refuse to accept it. I refuse to accept it. The man wearing black clothes shouted inwardly. Soon after, the world before his eyes went black, and he lost consciousness. After seeing that he was sinking downward like a corpse, Song Shuhang wrote on the mobile phone, "Is he dead?" "He is not dead. He only fainted." This guy seemed somewhat weak. Yu Jiaojiao said. "Shuhang, let's catch him and return to the ship." Song Shuhang nodded and put his phone away. Afterward, he swam over and grabbed the man wearing black clothes, beginning to swim toward the surface of the sea while carrying him on his shoulder. On the surface of the sea, the luxurious cruise ship was slowly proceeding toward its destination, and the people on board were completely ignorant about the superhuman battle that was taking place right next to them. Song Shuhang carried the man wearing black clothes on his shoulder and quietly climbed until reaching the top of the cruise ship. Luckily, Yu Jiaojiao was there with him. With the waves pulling him along, he was able to catch up to the cruise ship by swimming. Young Master Phoenix Slayer had yet to return. In the end, that black horse spirit was still a monster of the 5th stage and not so easy to defeat. The golden space the monster hunters created was still there. The difference in strength between monster hunters and sea urchin warriors wasn't too high. Therefore, the two factions were probably still engaged in battle. "I didn't expect that I would be the first one to take care of my opponent," Song Shuhang said with a smile. At this time, a towel was delivered over to his position. Song Shuhang turned his head around and saw the captain of the ship standing next to him. The captain smiled at him, and Song Shuhang could feel the strength of a second-stage true master from him after he sensed the fluctuations of true qi. Song Shuhang gently smiled and took the towel. As soon as he got on the ship, he discovered the presence of the captain of the ship. Of course, it was so easy because the other party wasn't trying to hide his presence in the first place. This was Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's private ship. Therefore, it wasn't strange that the captain was a cultivator. "Mr. Shuhang's strength is incredible, and it vastly surpassed my expectations. Anyway, I'm the captain of the ship, Jiang." The captain of the ship faintly smiled and said, "When I realized that Mr. Shuhang and that man wearing black clothes were fighting, I came out of the cabin to give you a helping hand. But I didn't think you would have already taken care of him by the time I came here." By the time he came out, the battle was already over. Song Shuhang was worthy of being Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's friend. Although he was a cultivator of the 2nd stage, he was incredibly powerful. I was just lucky. Moreover, there is something wrong with the state of this man wearing black clothes. Song Shuhang used the towel to dry his hair and said, "Captain Jiang, is there a durable room on the ship?" I would like to lock up this guy there. Of course. Mr. Shuhang, follow me. Captain Jiang showed the way. Song Shuhang shot another look at the golden monster hunter space, and followed after Captain Jiang while dragging along that man wearing black clothes. The man wearing black clothes woke up soon after. It wasn't that he had slept enough, the reason he woke up was the unbearable pain he felt all over his body. As a matter of fact, he woke up soon after Song Shuhang brought him into the isolated room. When he woke up, the man discovered that he was tied up like a rice dumpling and hanging from the ceiling, continuously spinning. 2 sailors had dressed up his wounds. At this time, he was wearing only shorts, his ninja clothes and his other belongings were all orderly put on a side. Those ninja clothes were a set of magical clothes with good defensive abilities. It was unfortunate that they were basically ruined after taking Yu Jiaojiao's attack head-on. Additionally, there was a bottle of detoxifying pills, 10 spirit stones of the 3rd stage, and a dozen yellow talisman papers. These talisman papers were supplementary mediums used to execute magical techniques. While executing the magical technique, they would allow the user to save a lot of true chi, spiritual energy, and mental energy. Then, there was another item that was rather incompatible with the other cultivation-related goods. It was a golden chain. It looked like one of those fake golden chains worth 10 renminbi you could find online, rough and thick. But after a careful look, he discovered that there was an animal engraved on each section of the gold chain. There was a bull, a sheep, a horse, a donkey, a deer, a camel, a pig, a dog, a cat, and so on. The gold chain had a total of 33 sections. These are the pictures of 33 beasts on it. Song Shuhang immediately understood. This golden chain was surely related to the 33 divine beasts technique. Damn it! The man wearing black clothes glared at Song Shuhang. If not for the poison flaring up at the worst time possible, there was no way he would have been captured. Hee hee. Song Shuhang smiled at the man wearing black clothes. Then, he stretched out his hand and took out his phone, dialing Venerable White's number. He wanted to ask Venerable White how he should deal with this guy. After he made the call, Venerable White's gentle voice echoed from the other end. Hello, fellow Taoist. Thank you for making a call to White's phone, but I'm currently busy exploring the ancient ruins. If it's something not too important and you want to leave a message, press 1. If it's something relatively important and you need to summon the long-distance projection of a clone, press 2. If it's something extremely important and you need to speak to the phone owner, press 3. If you don't need any of the above-mentioned things, please hang up. Song Shuhang. Did I dial the 10,086 too? After pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang thought of pressing the number 3. However, he didn't feel like disturbing Venerable White while he was exploring the ruins either. In the end, Song Shuhang moved his finger on the number 2 and gently pressed it. After he pressed the number 2, a beam of light shot out of Song Shuhang's phone. After stopping in the air for a short moment, the beam quickly changed into Venerable White's 3D projection. It's you, Shuhang. Oh, right. It's Monday today. Fellow Taoist virtuous Buddhist Sabersman, hello. Is there something you need of me? Venerable White's projection asked. Song Shuhang exclaimed, Black Technology 1. It's not black technology. This is a mere fusion of the clone creating and projection creation techniques. It's something similar to a video call. It's not as complicated as you imagine it to be. Venerable White beckoned with his hand and added, however, this illusory clone can be summoned for a limited amount of time. Therefore, if you have something to say it quickly. Senior White, I caught the man behind that organization of assassins, the 33 Divine Beast sect, Song Shuhang said as he pointed toward that man wearing black clothes hanging down from the ceiling. Well, actually, he wasn't wearing black clothes anymore since they had been taken off. That guy unexpectedly came to look for you? Venerable White laughed and said, and here I thought he would look for Medicine Master. Song Shuhang asked, he was planning to kidnap me and go to Senior Medicine Master's place to get the antidote. Was he poisoned? No. I'm too lazy to use something as troublesome as poison. I just tampered with the origin true chi of his subordinates and concealed several magical techniques within it. After that guy absorbed the origin true chi of his subordinates, the magical techniques hidden within it shifted to his body as well, Venerable White replied. After hearing these words, the guy who was once wearing black clothes slowly turned around like an electric fan. He was currently dumbfounded. There is no antidote, there is no antidote. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, how should I deal with this guy? Let me see. Venerable White's projection arrived in front of the man who was once wearing black clothes. He glared at him with a serious expression on his face and pressed for an answer. Hand over the complete version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique, and the supplementary cultivation techniques as well. If you do that, I'll remove the magical techniques I hid inside the origin true chi. The eyes of the man flickered. Of course, don't even think about deceiving me with a fake technique. I can easily tell if it's real or fake, Venerable White also added. The man who was once wearing clothes stayed silent for around 10 seconds. In the end, he sighed and said, remove the magical techniques concealed in the origin true chi inside my body first. Afterward, I'll give you everything you want. That's not possible, Venerable White said. Why? The man who was once wearing black clothes roared. Are you making fun of me? Venerable White said earnestly, what you're seeing is just the projection of a clone. In other words, this is nothing but a video call. What do you expect me to do? The man who was once wearing black clothes was speechless. Hand over the complete version of the technique first. Then, I'll restore your origin true chi once I'm back. Don't worry, I always keep my word, Venerable White said. The man in black closed his eyes and pondered. Only an idiot would believe this nonsense. If he were to hand over all the cultivation techniques, he would lose the qualifications to bargain with the opposite party, allowing himself to be trampled upon. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't hand over the techniques. At this time, Venerable White also added, of course, if you're unwilling to carry out the transaction, you don't really have to. The man wearing black clothes, what's the meaning of this? Is it possible that this expert doesn't want the 33 Divine Beasts technique anymore and wants to kill me directly? Shuhang, keep an eye on this guy for the time being. After I return from the ancient ruins, I'll get the 33 Divine Beasts technique out of him, Venerable White said. It wasn't difficult for a 7th stage Venerable to pry out the secrets of a cultivator of the 3rd stage. Song Shuhang nodded and said, Senior, no problem. Then, let's see each other after I'm done exploring the ancient ruins. Venerable White's projection waved his hand and disappeared. The man in black hanging from the ceiling heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party didn't want to kill him. The 2 sailors finished dressing the wounds of the man and left the room. Song Shuhang held his chin and stared at the man. His eyes didn't move in the slightest and continuously stared at the man who was once wearing black clothes. After Song Shuhang started at him like that, the man in black felt somewhat uneasy. He felt that this man with black and shiny eyes had ill intentions and was about to do something strange to him. Song Shuhang thought for a while and finally nodded. It seemed that he had made up his mind. Then, he grasped a cup and took out his treasured saber-broken tyrant. Afterward, he stretched out his hand and gently made a cut on his wrist. Fresh blood gushed out and poured into the cup. Shuhang, what are you doing? Yu Jiaojiao asked in puzzlement. I want to try something. Song Shuhang put away the treasured saber, the wound on his wrist quickly healed. At this time, the small cup was already half filled with blood. Song Shuhang grasped the cup and arrived in front of the man in black. Jiao Jiao, can you give me a hand? I need to make this guy drink my blood, Song Shuhang said. Sure, but why are you making him drink your blood? Yu Jiao said as she lightly jumped, landing on the ground. Then, she magically changed her body and changed into the size of an adult. She used one of her claws to hold the head of the man, and the other one to pinch his nose. Come, make him drink. The man who was once wearing black clothes struggled with all his might, but there was nothing he could do against Yu Jiao who was a monster of the fourth stage. Song Shuhang completely poured the small cup of blood into the mouth of the man in black. Now, it's my turn. Yu Jiao giggled and patted the body of the man wearing black clothes. Monster energy surged and forced the man to swallow the blood. Afterward, Yu Jiao's monster energy kept revolving and allowed Song Shuhang's blood to spread through the entire body of the man wearing black clothes, not giving him the chance to spit it out. Ugh, you bastards, beep beep, the man wearing black clothes cursed non-stop. He was sure that nothing good would happen after that youngster made him drink his blood. Maybe he was a poisonous man, and his blood was poisonous as well? After making him drink the blood, Yu Jiao squatted in front of the man wearing black clothes and carefully watched him. But even after 10 or so seconds, nothing happened to the man. Shuhang, what now? Yu Jiao asked. Although they made him drink the blood, nothing happened. What now? Now, I should go to sleep. Song Shuhang said earnestly. What? Yu Jiao felt that her train of thought just couldn't follow Song Shuhang's. I'm hoping to make a dream or something of the sort while sleeping, Song Shuhang continued. He would have to take a look at what kind of dream he would make to know whether or not he had succeeded. Song Shuhang's plan was very simple. He wanted to see whether or not he could trigger his ability to dream of other people's lives. The last time, when he cut his wrist and added some of his blood to Chu Chu's medicinal paste, his blood seeped into Chu Chu's body through the medicine. During the night of that very day, his dreamland skill was triggered, allowing him to become the person that understood Chu Chu the most in this world overnight. Now that he had made the man wearing black clothes drink his blood, he should have established a connection between him and the other party. If he could activate his dreamland skill and dream of the life experiences of the man wearing black clothes, he might find clues about the 33 divine beasts technique. However, he had no idea if this plan would work or not. He wasn't too sure what he had to do to trigger his dreamland skill. However, he needed a connection with the opposite party in order to dream about their life. Curses, souls, blood, karma strings, and even the sprout of a green onion were things that had triggered his dreamland skill in the past. Yu Jiao blinked her eyes and said, I have no idea what you're trying to do, but I wish you good luck nonetheless. Then, she reduced the size of her body and drilled inside Song Shuhang's hair again. Thank you. Song Shuhang laughed. Then, he moved toward the edge of the window of the room and shot a look outside. That space the monster hunters had created was still there. Young Master Phoenix Slayer also had yet to return. I should wait some more time. I'll go to sleep after the matters of the Sea Urchin Warriors and Black Horse Spirit are taken care of, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Around 2 minutes later. Bang! The golden-colored monster hunter space burst open. The 20 monster hunters were covered with blood, and each of them was more or less injured. However, no one of them had died. As for the 16 Sea Urchin Warriors on the other side, they were all dead. Monster hunters were very experienced when it came to dealing with monsters. If we added the fact that their teamwork was very good, their resulting strength was far greater than a simple addition. Although the strength of the Sea Urchin Warriors wasn't that lacking compared to the monster hunters, their lack of teamwork and a proper battle formation led to their defeat. The leader of the monster hunters was holding the body of the metallic Sea Urchin Warrior with his hand and stabbing his stomach with his yin-yang blade. At this time, the metallic Sea Urchin Warrior had yet to die. He opened his twitching mouth and said his last words, "Idiot, all the people that have been soaked with the blood of a sea urchin warrior, are enemies of our sea urchin race. Fleeing is useless, no matter where you go, we'll still find you, and kill you. Ahaha. The tall and big monster hunter laughed aloud and said, "It's exactly what I'm hoping for. We, monster hunters, welcome you to take revenge. I'm not afraid of how many of you would come, I'm afraid that none would come." Ahaha. Next, he twisted his yin-yang blade, thoroughly killing the metallic sea urchin warrior. For monster hunters, there was nothing more joyous than monsters visiting them to take revenge. With that, they wouldn't have to waste time looking for them all over the world. The battle had finally come to an end. Afterward, the monster hunters started to skillfully clean up the battlefield, gathering the blood of the sea urchin warriors and the treasures on their bodies. Shuhang stood in front of the window. Then, he saw the leader of the monster hunters search the body of the metallic sea urchin warrior for a while, taking out of his body 2 weird stones of the size of a palm. As soon as he saw these strange stones, Shuhang's body reacted to them. Did I just react to those stones? Are those strange stones spirit beast crystals as well? What a coincidence. Shuhang touched his size-reducing purse. If those 2 strange stones were really part of the 33 types of spirit beast crystals he needed, he absolutely couldn't give them up. The best option was to talk to the monster hunters and trade the stones for something. Just as Shuhang was in deep thoughts, 2 figures fell from the sky. The 2 figures were young Master Phoenix Slayer and the Black Horse Spirit. Young Master Phoenix Slayer held down the Black Horse Spirit and punched him continuously. The barrage of fists was like a torrential rain, and the Black Horse Spirit had been hit until becoming muddle-headed. Boom! Young Master Phoenix Slayer and the Black Horse Spirit fell on the stretch of sea next to the cruise ship. When the 20 monster hunters saw this scene, their eyes immediately lit up. Their leader was particularly lively and shouted, "Evildoers!" Shuhang, who was standing in a high place, sighed and rubbed his brows. Each monster hunter had a fundamental rule ingrained in their mind: if they were to see a monster, they didn't have to be afraid and had to enter into action immediately. They were as stubborn as a rock, and as soon as they saw a monster, they would immediately pounce on it as though they were high on drugs. They wouldn't even bother looking at the difference in strength between the monster and themselves. From this point of view, they were somewhat similar to the sea urchin warriors. Sometimes, the monster hunters could be really troublesome. Both young Master Phoenix Slayer and the Black Horse Spirit are monsters. Would the monster hunters try to recklessly go after Senior Phoenix Slayer's head now? Will this be the end of these monster hunters? Just as Shuhang was in deep thoughts, the 20 monster hunters ferociously pounced forward. Then, they went ahead and launched an attack against the Black Horse Spirit that had been beaten senseless and was now lying on the ground. The blinding radiance of runes, monster-vanquishing talismans, and magical techniques flashed again and again. The Black Horse Spirit had been just beaten by young Master Phoenix Slayer until becoming muddle-headed. When that wave of monster-vanquishing talismans exploded on its body, it wished it was dead rather than alive. However, the 20 monster hunters didn't attack young Master Phoenix Slayer, who was likewise a monster of the 5th stage. It almost felt as though they didn't notice that young Master Phoenix Slayer was a monster as well. Is it possible that Senior Phoenix Slayer is very skilled in hiding his aura, and the monster hunters mistook him for a human? Shuhang thought to himself. If that was the case, it was good as well. With that, there wouldn't be the need of a showdown between the monster hunters and young Master Phoenix Slayer. At this time, the Black Horse Spirit was helplessly lying on the ground, unable to get up. The tall and big monster hunter, who also happened to be the leader, cupped his hands and greeted young Master Phoenix Slayer. "Senior, we were impolite earlier." The other cultivator was taking care of the monster while they suddenly dashed headlong into action. It was basically the same as kill-stealing, a very rude behavior. The corner of the young Master Phoenix Slayer's mouth rose. Senior, since this evildoer has already been taken care of, we'll take our leave, the tall and big monster hunter added. Young Master Phoenix Slayer nodded his head. Under the lead of the tall and big monster hunter, the other monster hunters turned around as well, getting ready to leave. Then, after taking 2 or 3 steps, they all turned their bodies around at the same time. Each person was holding a talisman in their hands and threw it toward young Master Phoenix Slayer. Monster Hunter Space, the tall and big monster hunter shouted. The golden-colored Monster Hunter Space appeared once more and enveloped young Master Phoenix Slayer. Evildoer, die! Wahahaha, the monster hunters shouted as they barged into the Monster Hunter Space. Even if the opposite party was a powerful monster of the 5th stage, they weren't afraid and decided to enter into action. They'd just die at the worst. Moreover, it wasn't like they didn't have any plan. Before making this trip, the leader of the monster hunters took with him a rare treasure of the Monster Hunter clan. It was a powerful binding chain. Even if the opposite party was a monster of the 5th stage that could assume human form, there was a chance that this chain could block him. As long as they managed to tie the monster up, they could do as they wished with him. Shuhang, who was standing in an elevated place, facepalmed. These monster hunters were really hopeless. After a minute, the golden monster hunter space was shattered to pieces. Hee hee. Young Master Phoenix Slayer laughed complacently and pushed up his glasses. Did you really think that a mere monster binding chain is enough to stop me? Did you think that I'm like those ancient monsters living and cultivating deep in the mountains that don't keep up with the times? In the rear, the monster hunters were all lying on the ground unconscious. From time to time, electricity would flash on their bodies. The fight had come to an end. Shuhang leapt out of the room and used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk. After several leaps, he finally arrived next to young Master Phoenix Slayer. Senior Phoenix Slayer, how should we deal with these monster hunters? Get a small boat and throw them on it. Let them run their course. These guys are quite troublesome, young Master Phoenix Slayer said as he waved his hand. All right. In that case, I'll look for the captain of the ship and have him bring over a small boat, Shuhang replied. Afterward, he took out his phone and contacted the captain of the ship. After a short moment, 5 sailors came over. All the sailors were brimming with chi and blood energy. They were all cultivators of the 1st stage with around 2 of their apertures opened. With their help, Shuhang carried the 20 monster hunters to the small boat and threw them inside. Of course, Shuhang conveniently searched the bodies of the monster hunters before letting them go. He found in total 200 spirit stones of the 2nd stage, 15 spirit stones of the 1st stage, and 20 bottles of medicinal paste for external injuries. These monster hunters didn't have what kind of incredible treasure with them while carrying out the mission. The best treasure they had, the monster binding chain, had already been gladly accepted by young Master Phoenix Slayer. Aside from spirit stones and medicinal paste, there was also the blood of the sea urchin warriors. However, Shuhang wasn't interested in this sort of things. But the most important things were those 2 strange stones. When he took them in his hands, Shuhang confirmed that the stones were indeed spirit beast crystals. Of the 2 stones, one strongly resonated with him. It was the whale-type spirit beast crystal. From the feeling he got, the other one should be a shark-type spirit beast crystal. Both of the stones belonged to spirit beasts that lived in the sea. After sweeping the monster hunters clean, the sailors gave the small boat a push, making the 20 monster hunters drift to a faraway place. Shuhang returned to young Master Phoenix Slayer's side with the spoils of war and said, "Senior Phoenix Slayer, the monster hunters had these items with them. Anyway, I wanted to buy these 2 spirit beast crystals from you, Senior." Spirit beast crystals? I have no use of these gadgets, young Master Phoenix Slayer said. You can keep them, and you can keep the rest as well. From young Master Phoenix Slayer's viewpoint, these spirit stones of the first and second stage were probably no different than a few cents. He didn't even bother accepting such a small number of spirit stones. In that case, I'll gladly accept, Song Shuhang said with a smile, and accepted the spirit beast crystals. He urgently needed these crystals, therefore, he wouldn't stand on ceremony with the senior. With the addition of these 2 spirit beast crystals, he had already gathered 1/3 of the total number of crystals. Young Master Phoenix Slayer laughed and arrived in front of the Black Horse Spirit. "Stop lying on the ground and feigning death, get up. Those monster hunters only had the strength of the second stage realm. The strength of the talismans they use to attack you can at most give you some bruises." The Black Horse Spirit forced a smile and opened its eyes. Afterward, it shot a look at young Master Phoenix Slayer, faintly sighing. Then, it stopped feigning death and got up. All the bones in its body made crackling sounds. Next, its body slightly bent, getting ready to perform some kind of action. Is it trying to fight back? The corner of young Master Phoenix Slayer's mouth rose. The Black Horse Spirit took a deep breath. Then, it displayed a very special skill. It jumped high in the sky and fiercely knelt on the ground, almost hugging the ground. F***ck, the nearby Song Shuhang cried out subconsciously. Song Shuhang found this unique skill quite familiar. Moreover, he knew how to use it as well. This technique was part of the 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you're unable to defeat, the fiercely kneeling on the ground and surrendering technique. It was a type of very explosive skill. Immortal, please forgive this small monster. Just now, this small monster was only joking. The small monster surrenders. The Black Horse Spirit sincerely surrendered. You guessed it right. This fiercely kneeling on the ground and surrendering technique was one of the lost techniques that the mysterious monster organization never spread to the outside world. After joining the monster organization and passing the test, an elder holding a thick, secret book would come over in order to pass down the secret techniques to the newcomers. The name of this set of techniques was 200 Must-Have Skills for a Monster Spirit to Survive. Casting prejudice aside, Song Shuhang really appreciated that technique called Ultimate Seducing Skill of a Pretty Female Monster. After all, it was very pleasing to the eye. Additionally, that Divine Stealing technique very interesting as well. If a cultivator of the second stage like Song Shuhang were to use it, there was a certain probability that he could steal some small items from a cultivator of the third stage. However, Shuhang didn't like this ability too much. Wait, we got sidetracked. Anyway, as soon as the Black Horse Spirit used the fiercely kneeling on the ground and surrendering technique, Song Shuhang understood where this monster came from. This horse spirit came from the same monster organization that once swindled and recruited Lady Onion. The name of that organization was All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family. The objective of this Black Horse Spirit should be Lady Onion. However, I've been carefully hiding Lady Onion all along. How did this guy discover her? After seeing the Black Horse Spirit sincerely surrender, young Master Phoenix Slayer was speechless. At first, he'd thought that the Black Horse Spirit would launch a fearsome counterattack, but little did he expect that the idiot would surrender in such a manner. All right. Since you surrendered, it's time to spill the beans. Why were you following this little friend next to me and trying to harm him? Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked. The Black Horse Spirit had been secretly following Song Shuhang before the start of the hand-guided tractor competition. For this reason, young Master Phoenix Slayer and Song Shuhang carried out a transaction. Young Master Phoenix Slayer would investigate the origins of the Black Horse Spirit, while Song Shuhang would participate in the hand-guided tractor competition in his stead. After hearing young Master Phoenix Slayer's question, the Black Horse Spirit raised its head and cautiously looked at Song Shuhang. Afterward, an embarrassed expression appeared on its Black Horse face. Then, the Black Horse Spirit started to explain, actually, I'm a stallion spirit, and I very much like to act like one. Recently, my mating season finally started. Therefore, I've been looking for a suitable partner. After saying these words, the stallion spirit was especially embarrassed. Stallion spirit, did your spermatozoa rush to your head? TSK, it seems that a leopard cannot change its spots. Wait a moment. Young Master Phoenix Slayer suddenly opened his eyes wide and, pointing at Shuhang, said, even if it was your mating season, why were you secretly following this little friend? Open your eyes wide and take a careful look. Although this little friend seems delicate and pretty, he is a man. Shuhang quickly said, Senior, wait a moment. If you put it that way, it might cause misunderstandings. I obviously know that he is a man, the stallion spirit called out. Why were you following him if you knew that he was a man? Are you perhaps a gay horse? Young Master Phoenix Slayer took a step backward while having a disgusted expression on his face. He wanted to put some distance between the stallion spirit and himself. It's not like this. You're misunderstanding me. In the capacity of a stallion spirit, my sexual orientation is absolutely normal, the stallion spirit shouted and explained, my objective isn't this fellow Taoist, wait. Actually, he is indeed my objective, no, wait. Damn it, I mean, my objective is the female monster he is carrying with him. Young Master Phoenix Slayer turned around and looked at Shuhang. A female monster? Hee. As expected, your objective was Lady Onion, Shuhang said as he touched his pocket. The Enlightenment Stone and Lady Onion were still there. Exactly. My objective is Lady Onion. Although I haven't seen her for several hundred years, I remember that she is a very attractive female monster, the stallion spirit said with a serious expression on his face. Little fellow Taoist, Lady Onion is a female monster with next to zero fighting strength and also a member of our organization. Therefore, I have to save her. This is the reason I was following you. Shuhang. And after saving her, you plan to enjoy her for good, don't you? I'm very curious about something. How did you know that Lady Onion was with me? Shuhang asked. The stallion spirit paused and didn't speak. After pondering for a long time, he mischievously winked at Shuhang and young Master Phoenix Slayer, saying, I can't tell you. This is a secret. Shuhang. At this time, he felt that he was on the verge of losing his cool. Speak clearly, the nearby young Master Phoenix Slayer said angrily. Then, he grabbed the monster binding chain and ruthlessly whipped the stallion spirit. The monster binding chain, Shuhang had read about this item in the documents shared inside the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. It was a unique magical treasure belonging to monster hunters, very useful in suppressing the members of the monster race. Even if it lightly touched a monster, it would leave burned scars on their bodies. The stallion spirit immediately cried out in pain after being whipped, and a charred black scar appeared on his body. Shuhang noticed that the monster binding chain didn't affect young Master Phoenix Slayer in the least even though he was holding it in his hands. What was young Master Phoenix Slayer's true body? It was unexpectedly immune to the effects of the monster binding chain. After being whipped twice, the stallion spirit spilled out everything with tears streaming down his face. I found her due to the soul mark. A soul mark would appear on the bodies of the members of our organization after they learn the lost technique. While within a fixed range, the members of our organization can sense each other's presence. In the capacity of a monster of the 5th stage, I can sense Lady Onion's presence if she's within a range of 10 kilometers. Shuhang held his chin and pondered. There was unexpectedly something like this on Lady Onion's body? In other words, if he were to bump into the members of the monster organization, they would immediately become aware of Lady Onion's presence. From the looks of it, he had to find a way to isolate this soul mark so as to avoid others sensing it. The stallion spirit clenched his teeth and said with an agonized face, "Little fellow Taoist, what do you want in exchange for Lady Onion's freedom?" State your conditions. As long as it's something I can do, I'll try my best to accomplish it. I'm a monster of the 5th stage, and regardless of the conditions you put forth, I won't disappoint you. Song Shuhang shook his head and said, I can't let her go. Lady Onion was now growing on the Enlightenment Stone. Unless she had a way to separate herself from the stone, Song Shuhang couldn't absolutely let her go. Why? The stallion spirit asked in return. Song Shuhang replied, there is no why. I just can't let her go within a short amount of time. Is it possible that you fell in love with Lady Onion? The stallion spirit said in shock. Little fellow Taoist, humans and monsters cannot be happy together. Even the child born from the relationship would be a freak asterisk. I advise you to quickly forget about your love for Lady Onion and look for a human female cultivator instead. As for Lady Onion, you can leave her in my care. Although I'm just a stallion spirit, I'm very good toward my women. Therefore, you don't have to worry. Asterisk freak, the term used is, and literally means human monster. But it's widely used to refer to transvestite and perverts. Song Shuhang. Young Master Phoenix Slayer restrained the stallion spirit and temporarily locked him up. In the meantime, the monster hunters slowly floated far away. Song Shuhang returned to his room and closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. Shuhang, you have to have a good dream, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. It would depend on the quality of today's sleep whether or not he could enter the dreamland. Young Master Phoenix Slayer restrained both the stallion spirit and the man wearing black clothes that was part of the 33 Divine Beast sect, locking up them in the rooms of the cruise ship. On the other hand, the small boat on which the monster hunters were lying drifted afar. The monster hunters on board were all safe and sound. Therefore, they would wake up in a while and there wasn't the danger that the boat would capsize. Song Shuhang adjusted his mood and closed his eyes. After a short moment, he fell asleep. Would he be able to enter the dreamland? Song Shuhang was looking forward to it. If he could successfully enter the dreamland, it meant that he had started to comprehend this powerful innate skill of his. After a short period of time, Song Shuhang started dreaming. In the dream, he had changed into a horse. But why did he turn into a horse and not into the man wearing black clothes? There was something very wrong with this dream. On the left side, Su Clan 16 was walking alongside him with a cool expression on her face. On the right side, Soft Feather was brightly smiling while holding a steamed stuffed bun. She looked very charming while was taking small bites of the steamed stuffed bun. Song Shuhang turned his head around and discovered that Yu Jiaojiao was following behind him. At this time, she was as big as the palm of a hand and was continuously leaping forward, looking very cute. Song Shuhang discovered that there was someone sitting on his body as well. However, he couldn't tell who it was from his viewpoint. Not too far in front of him, Venerable White, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, and the other seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were gathered together and chatting about something. One often dreamt during the night about what they experienced during the day. Since Song Shuhang met that stallion spirit earlier, he turned into a horse while dreaming. As expected, the dreamland skill wasn't so easy to trigger. It was regrettable that he spilled all that blood for nothing. Song Shuhang faintly sighed. When he woke the next day, a new day had already started. The cruise ship was still slowly proceeding forward, and it was unknown how long it would take to reach China. Song Shuhang took out his mobile phone and looked at the date. July 23, Tuesday. Today's Dao name was Tyrannical Saber Song 1. While at it, Song Shuhang changed his username on the instant messaging app to Tyrannical Saber Song 1. A new day, a new Dao name. At the time, I'll see which of the 7 Dao names receives the highest evaluation and choose that, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Afterward, he opened the 9 provinces number 1 group. Several pages of chat logs had appeared in the group during the night. Treasure forging heavenly mansions Yang Xian, did Venerable White already take those guys inside the ruins? I quite envy them. As long as they manage to survive the calamity, they'll obtain many benefits. Everyone knew that although the people close to Venerable White would often find themselves in mortal danger, they would obtain great benefits as long as they managed to survive. From what I know, Venerable Spirit Butterfly entered the ruins together with Venerable White. With Senior Spirit Butterfly there, their life and safety should be guaranteed, Northern River's loose cultivator said with a laugh. I really envy them. If there is a hand-guided tractor competition the next time, remember to invite me. Fairy Firefly said. Right. Senior Northern River, you are about to advance in realm, right? Northern River's loose cultivator, I'm waiting for that Immortal Master Copper Trigram. I want to beat him senseless during the battle on the summit of the Forbidden City and seize the opportunity to break through. Fairy Firefly, I wish Senior Northern River a speedy success. At this time, a member that Song Shuhang had never seen since the day he was added to the group suddenly popped out. Scholar Xian Gong, good morning, fellow Taoists. Did you hear any news concerning demodragons lately? Please tell me if you have. This ID was quite familiar. Sun-splitting halberd Guada, demodragons? Senior Xian Gong, do you need some of the materials found on the bodies of demodragons? Yes, I quickly need to prepare a medicine. Scholar Xian Gong replied. At Northern River's loose cultivator, Northern River, do you have any insider information? Senior Xian Gong, I was just about to contact a friend that works at the Cosmic Demon Surveillance Center. I'll ask him to take a look and inform me if anything happens. Demodragons rarely appeared in the past few years, and even if they appeared, they were relatively low level, Northern River's loose cultivator said. Actually, we just killed a blood demon that had the strength of the 6th stage in the past few days, ahaha. Demodragons were also a type of cosmic demons, and were even stronger than blood demons. Moreover, they were different from other cosmic demons that would occasionally leave behind treasures or precious materials after their deaths. Demodragons were famous for being poor wretches. If one could get a few spirit stones after killing them, it was already a very good thing. However, although demodragons didn't leave treasures behind, their bodies were treasures themselves. The blood of demodragons was the main material for several medicinal pills and medicine manufactured in the world of cultivators, and their dragon skin could be used to manufacture high-quality magical clothes. Scholar Xian Gong, I wanted to prepare some demodragon medicine to increase my physical strength. For these past years, I've been recovering from the wounds that the nuclear explosion left on my body. After I managed to recover from the injuries with great difficulty, I discovered that my mental energy had increased too quickly and my body was unable to keep up. Therefore, I need some demodragon medicine to increase the strength of my body. Otherwise, a weaker physique might negatively influence me while trying to break through to the 7th stage Venerable Realm. Song Shuhang immediately remembered who this scholar Xian Gong was. Advice on how to choose your closing up location: don't let Scholar Xian Gong's tragedy repeat once more. Scholar Xian Gong was that awesome senior that suffered the effects of the strongest weapon of mankind to date. He was directly hit by a nuclear bomb and still managed to survive. From the looks of it, this senior was planning to break through to the 7th stage Venerable Realm. In other words, his current realm was that of a 6th stage true monarch. The demodragon medicine, It's a very good thing. Senior Xian Gong, do you have the formula of the medicine? Northern River's loose cultivator asked with a smile. If Medicine Master were to discover that you have the formula of the medicine in your possession, he would throw away his shame and immediately run up to your place. Scholar Xian Gong, a disciple of mine got a hold of this formula while he was taking risks outside a long time ago. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten about it. At Medicine Master, send me a message when you're online. He needed Medicine Master's help to analyze the formula of the demodragon medicine. Northern River's loose cultivator, Senior Jingang, my friend said that there is no news of demodragons descending. He said that he'd keep it in mind and notify us if there is anything about demodragons. Scholar Jingang, got it. Thank your friend on my behalf. Northern River, after you advance in realm, I'll give you a big congratulatory gift. Northern River's loose cultivator, Senior, you're too polite. However, I quite like the idea. Demodragon medicine. Song Shuhang casually opened the documents shared in the 9 provinces number 1 group and scrolled through the material related to cosmic demons. Just as Song Shuhang was looking at the material related to cosmic demons, a friend sent him a message. The ID of this friend was Mad Mental Hospital's director. It was someone that Song Shuhang had added while he was playing games back then. You're stressed by a mountain of books. How come you changed your name? If not for your familiar avatar, I would have removed you from the friend list. Mad Mental Hospital's director said as he sent a smiling emoji. Aha, I'm planning to change name every day. When the time comes, I'll choose the one that sounds better, Song Shuhang replied. You're truly an amusing fellow, Mad Mental Hospital's director said. However, I feel that the name Tyrannical Saber Song 1 is a bit awkward to pronounce. I feel that it would flow much better if you were to change it to Thrice Song Tyrannical Saber instead. Song Shuhang. Damn it, do you really think that I won't flip the table? Don't mention Thrice Song again and we can still be friends, Song Shuhang replied. He didn't want to have any relationship with Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's rule of not committing the same mistake more than 3 times and this Dao name called Thrice Song. Mad Mental Hospital's director, then, how about Song 4 or Song 5? I'd be grateful if you could just put an end to this topic, Song Shuhang replied. Afterward, he resolutely changed the subject. How come I didn't see you online playing games recently? I graduated from school and started working. I don't have much time to play games nowadays. Mad Mental Hospital's director sighed with emotion and said, moreover, I've been trying to find a way to change this old illness of mine. What illness? Song Shuhang asked. It's a rather bad illness, Mad Mental Hospital's director said. How can I explain it? Let's make an example. When a man sees a very attractive woman, he would want to do her, right? Song Shuhang said, are you a stallion whose spermatozoa rushed to its head? It's just an example. Mad Mental Hospital's director quickly replied. Song Shuhang said, all right. Although sperm might have rushed to your head, it's not too strange for a man to lust after a beautiful woman after seeing her. Mad Mental Hospital's director sighed with emotion and said, the problem is that my illness doesn't stop at this. Song Shuhang sent a question mark. Due to this illness of mine, whenever the thought of doing the beautiful woman pops up in my mind, my body automatically moves toward her in order to bang her, Mad Mental Hospital's director said. Song Shuhang said, 1101 operator. Can I report a crime? There is this scary pervert upstairs. Please, arrest him. Like I said earlier, it was just an example. An example. Mad Mental Hospital's director said. Song Shuhang said, you're using such abnormal and scary examples. I think that it's still better to report you to the authorities. Stop. If you stop with this stuff about reporting me to the 110, we can be still friends, Mad Mental Hospital's director said helplessly. Song Shuhang, ahaha. Moreover, I would like very much to get rid of this illness that makes my body move on its own. Mad Mental Hospital's director sighed with emotion. There are 2 solutions, Song Shuhang suggested. The first one is to have a strong will. Mad Mental Hospital's director, if will alone could solve this problem, I wouldn't be so sad. The second method is to have you castrated. If the source of your lust is cut off, you cannot commit the crime even if you want to. Ahaha. Song Shuhang said evilly. Mad Mental Hospital's director. After a short period of time, he replied in a serious tone, perhaps this is the way. This time, it was Song Shuhang's turn to be speechless. Hey, hey, hey. Direction, you don't have to take it to heart. Song Shuhang quickly said. I don't want you to turn into China's last court eunuch due to my joke. F***ck off. Who said that I wanted to be a court eunuch? I only said that eliminating the problem at the root might be the solution, Mad Mental Hospital's director said. Anyway, I have to go now since a senior called me. It's quite troublesome after you start working. You can't really control your life anymore. Go, go. Song Shuhang said with a smile. On the surface of the boundless sea, 20 men were squeezed into a small boat. It was precisely that group of 20 monster hunters. Amongst them, a young monster hunter put his phone away and muttered to himself, eliminate the problem at the root, but how can monster hunters get rid of this impulse that rushes up to their heads as soon as they see a monster? What are you talking about? The big and tall leader of the monster hunters said with a smile as he patted the shoulder of the young monster hunter. Leader, it's nothing. Anyway, the opposite party even stole our monster binding chain. Is there really no problem? The young monster hunter asked. Don't worry. It was just a monster binding chain, nothing too important. Moreover, the chain can help us lock the position of that monster. The team leader clenched his fist and said, there is bound to be a day when we'll catch him and seal him. The corner of the young monster hunter's mouth twitched. Song Shuhang put his phone away and went to wash his face and rinse his mouth. Afterward, he went to wake up Guogua. Senior brother Shuhang, good morning, Guogua said as he rubbed his eyes. Wash your face and rinse your mouth. In a while, we'll go to eat breakfast. Then, don't forget about your practice and morning Buddhist scriptures, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Yes. Guogua stood up and ran to wash his face. He was always together with Song Shuhang lately, and his cultivation speed had increased by leaps and bounds due to the effects of the Enlightenment Stone. Yu Jiaojiao jumped from the windowsill and directly landed on Song Shuhang's shoulder. She was likewise benefiting from the effects of the Enlightenment Stone. Therefore, she quite liked staying close to Song Shuhang. When will we reach China? Yu Jiaojiao asked. Song Shuhang said, I don't know, either. However, this cruise ship is something that Senior Seven Lives Talisman prepared. Therefore, its speed should be faster than other cruise ships. Let's quickly get back to China and kidnap that author so that we can have him write the plot of the movie, Yu Jiaojiao said excitedly. Song Shuhang said with a smile, ahaha, sure. After saying this much, Song Shuhang shot a glance at the several items lying on the bedside cupboard. Those were the items he found on the body of that man wearing black clothes. He stretched out his hand and grabbed that thick golden chain. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was the chain of a dog coated with gold. Right. Shuhang, did you succeed yesterday? Yu Jiaojiao asked. She remembered that Song Shuhang made that man wearing black clothes drink his blood and went to sleep in order to activate some kind of technique. I failed, and I wasted that cup of blood for nothing, Song Shuhang said gloomily. He was unable to enter the dreamland and ended up dreaming about himself turning into a horse instead. Yu Jiaojiao asked, in that case, do you want to interrogate that man again today? Yeah, I might as well, but let's look for Senior Phoenix Slayer first and see if he has the means to make that man speak, Song Shuhang said. After breakfast, Guogua went to practice and started chanting the morning Buddhist scriptures. On the other hand, young Master Phoenix Slayer was still sitting in meditation and practicing. Song Shuhang didn't want to disturb him and decided to wait for him to finish his practice before interrogating that man wearing black clothes again. At this time, Song Shuhang was together with his several roommates, lying on the top of the cruise ship and bathing in the sun. Although we didn't manage to get to the resort island, our trip still turned out to be pretty exciting, Tubo said as he sighed with emotion. First the airplane accident, then the island of natives where the population was trying to learn Chinese, and now this super luxurious cruise ship. They experienced a lot of things in the past few days. Gao Momu, who was lying down together with his girlfriend, said listlessly, I would be even happier if so many third wheels weren't in the way. Aha, anyway, I didn't even have the opportunity to put into practice the plan I prepared for that date with Miss Lu, Zhuge Zhongyang said. The reason he invited everyone to go on this trip was precisely the date with Miss Lu, but he didn't expect that so many unexpected things would happen in the middle. Song Shuhang turned his head around with a smile and said, there are still a few days left until the cruise ship reaches China. You should make the best use of your time and ask Miss Lu out. Good idea, Zhuge Zhongyang said as he held his chin. Afterward, he pulled Gao Momu away in order to arrange the plan for the date. Gao Momu turned toward Song Shuhang and ferociously glared at him. Song Shuhang stretched himself and fiddled with the golden chain in his hands. This golden chain was surely related to the 33 Divine Beasts sect. But how could he uncover the secret of the chain? Should he try to drip some blood on it to become its master? Or perhaps he should throw it into fire, submerge it underwater, or bury it in the earth? Shuhang, when did you get that thick golden chain? A nearby Tubo said with a smile after he saw the chain in Song Shuhang's hands. Since when had Song Shuhang's tastes become so strange? He unexpectedly went ahead and bought a golden dog chain. I got it yesterday. It's beautiful, isn't it? Song Shuhang said jokingly. It really suits you. Tubo said with a smile. Why don't you try it out? I feel that it would be rather amusing if you were to wear it. Wear it? Song Shuhang held the gold chain, lost in thoughts. After he got his hand on the chain, he didn't try to wear it. Since the outward appearance of the chain was rather unsightly, he felt that it wouldn't look good on him. After pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang quietly used his little finger to alert Yu Jiaojiao who was hiding in his hair. Then, he cautiously put the chain around his neck, perhaps wearing the chain was the method to uncover its secrets? However, it was very dangerous to casually wear a cultivation-related item around one's neck. Therefore, he alerted Yu Jiaojiao and hinted her to give him a hand in case something unexpected happened. With that, if the golden chain acted strangely, Yu Jiaojiao would immediately help him. Song Shuhang wore the golden chain. But unfortunately, there was no reaction. Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but he was still a little disappointed. Pfff, the nearby Tubo burst out in laughter. You really wore it. It doesn't look good? Song Shuhang raised his brows. Tubo said, it doesn't suit you in the least. I feel that it might suit you only if you were 10 times fatter. That's quite unfortunate. I wouldn't be able to become fatter even if I wanted to, Song Shuhang said as he stretched out his hand, getting ready to take off the golden chain. Then, just as he grabbed the golden chain and raised it level with his eyes, his hand suddenly stiffened. When he looked at the golden chain from this angle, he discovered that the links of the chain, where pictures of the animals were engraved, emitted a weak radiance after the sunlight shone on them. The radiance these pictures emitted seemed to have the ability to hypnotize the onlooker. It made one unable to move their eyes away. But if they stared at the pictures, they felt as though their whole consciousness would be sucked inside. Song Shuhang found this feeling rather familiar. When he'd shot a glance at the secret book containing the basic Buddhist fist technique back then, he got the same feeling. It was possible to rely on the combination of pictures and writing to create a low-level illusion that would help in passing down the technique. This golden chain likewise used pictures, the sunlight, and a specific angle to create a simple illusion. However, Song Shuhang's mental energy was currently too strong, and he wouldn't be easily influenced by such an illusion. Interesting. The corner of Song Shuang's mouth rose. He took off the golden chain and patted Tubo's shoulder. Tubo, thank you. After we return to China, I'll treat you to a sumptuous meal. At the time, you would be able to eat whatever you want without the need to stand on ceremony. Afterward, he swaggered away toward his room while holding the golden chain, leaving behind a dumbfounded Tubo. Chapter 490 The Whale Swallowing Technique. Guogua has yet to return? Song Shuhang asked after entering the room. There were no traces of the small monk. Yu Jiaojiao replied, he should still be chanting his morning Buddhist scriptures. Being a Buddhist is slightly troublesome, but their willpower will turn out to be very strong in the future. So that's how it was. Song Shuhang nodded. Afterward, he wore the golden chain once more and said, Jiaojiao, I've discovered the secret of this chain. Now, I'll try to sink into the illusion on my own. Can you give me a hand if something unexpected happens? Yu Jiaojiao replied, sure, leave it to me. Song Shuhang raised the golden chain to his eye level, and when the sunlight shooting through the window shone on it, something about the chain changed again. The 33 animal pictures on the chain started emitting a gentle radiance, and the lines the animals were made of started to sway from side to side like waves. Song Shuhang stared at the animal pictures and slowly rotated the golden chain clockwise, carefully looking at each picture. When he reached the picture of the whale, the lines on the golden chain swayed even more fiercely. As expected, there is a connection with the huge whale chapter of the 33 divine beasts technique that I practice. Now then, how can I sink into the illusory technique concealed within these pictures? Back then, he was able to enter the illusion of the basic Buddhist fist technique due to the combinations of the pictures and chant of the technique. Moreover, he was just an ordinary person, and the amount of mental energy he possessed was very low. This allowed him to be easily influenced by the illusion. But now, he was already a cultivator of the second stage realm, and his mental energy was hundreds of times stronger than before. As if that wasn't enough, the golden chain didn't have any chant associated to it. Could he successfully sink into the illusion by relying on the huge whale chapter of the 33 divine beasts technique alone? Song Shuhang had no way to tell, but he still decided to give it a try. Around 3 minutes later, Song Shuhang's eyes lost focus. He had managed to successfully sink into the illusory technique concealed within the pictures of the golden chain. Although what he was doing was rather risky, it was still within the range of what Song Shuhang could accept. Moreover, he secretly liked the excitement that braving dangers brought along. Inside the illusion, a huge ocean full of waves appeared before Song Shuhang's eyes. Amidst the waves, a huge whale was spraying water like a fountain. This feeling, it seems that I'm inside one of those spaces where cultivation techniques are passed down. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. This space was the same as the one he entered when he learned the basic Buddhist fist technique. Now then, how is this huge whale going to pass down the technique? The huge whale issued a strange cry. Soon after, it turned its head around and looked at Song Shuhang. Was it about to pass down the technique to Shuhang? The password, the huge whale said in a grave tone. Song Shuhang lightly called out. The password, the whale roared once more. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and casually said, 1 2 3 4 5. The password is incorrect. The process of passing down the technique failed, the huge whale cried out. Soon after, the surrounding space slightly shook, and Song Shuhang was catapulted out of the illusion. You are back from the illusion? Yu Jiaojiao asked. Yes. Song Shuhang nodded. Just as he expected, that space where the technique was passed down was a type of low-level illusory technique concealed within the golden chain. It only had the ability to pass down the technique and did not possess any killing power. Therefore, even if he got the password wrong, he was just thrown out of the illusion. It didn't injure him or anything of the like. Did you obtain something? Yu Jiaojiao asked. Just like I guessed, the pictures engraved on the golden chain are the key to learn the technique. Earlier, I managed to successfully enter the illusion, Song Shuhang replied. Yu Jiaojiao asked, did you manage to obtain what you wanted? No. There were some security measures inside the illusory space where the technique was being passed down. One needs to know the correct password in order to learn the technique, and unfortunately, we don't know what the password is, Song Shuhang said as he shrugged his shoulders. Yu Jiaojiao smiled and said, therefore, you want to go to that man wearing black clothes and interrogate him. Exactly, Song Shuhang said and nodded. After stretching himself, he stood up and decided to see if young Master Phoenix Slayer had finished practicing yet. But as soon as he stood up, Song Shuhang felt his head become somewhat heavy. His vision became blurry, and he felt as though stars were dancing before his eyes. Is it because I didn't eat enough lately? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. No, that's not it. I ate quite well recently. Moreover, I ate a large number of natural treasures as well. Song Shuhang closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. But when he closed his eyes, two scenes flashed before his eyes. He suddenly discovered that he was standing amidst a stretch of ruins, shivering and trembling. For some reason, his heart started to ache as soon as he witnessed this scene. At this time, he was standing amidst the remains of a huge celestial palace. However, there were no traces of battle in the surrounding area. It felt as though a power so strong that words alone were not enough to describe it had instantly destroyed this magnificent celestial palace. Afterward, another scene flashed before his eyes. It was the bloody palm of a hand. On the palm were written the words, Beloved Dog 43B, and drawn the picture of a golden chain. Song Shuhang faintly sighed. Was this the password required in the illusory space? But at this time, he was unable to cheer up. The sight of the ruins of the celestial palace completely wrecked his mood. The two scenes were very strange. Moreover, they flashed by before his eyes in the instant he lowered his head. So, it seems I managed to obtain what I needed, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. What? Yu Jiaojiao exclaimed. It's nothing. I've discovered something rather interesting, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Jiaojiao, I'll try to sink into the illusion of the golden chain again. After saying this much, Song Shuhang wore the golden chain once more. He moved the chain until reaching the picture of the whale and relaxed. Afterward, he coordinated with the picture and got ready to enter the illusion. 3 minutes later, he managed to enter the illusory space once more. Mighty waves were surging, and a huge whale was spraying water. Ho! The huge whale cried out strangely. The password. Beloved Dog 43B. Song Shuhang replied. The password is correct, the huge whale said. In the next moment, the whale entered into action. It jumped upward and came out of the water, starting to prance about in the sky. If one were to consider the huge whale as a stream of true qi, and the sea below as the dantian, they would notice that what they were seeing was a type of true qi revolving method. It was precisely the method to revolve one's true qi included in the whale chapter of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. However, the method to revolve the true qi of the huge whale chapter he possessed was incomplete. The 33 Divine Beasts technique had a set of supplementary techniques, just like the basic Buddhist fist technique had the immovable body of the Buddha as a complementary technique. Only when the two of them were united, was it possible to obtain the real cultivation technique. And the supplementary cultivation technique of the huge whale chapter was precisely the whale swallowing technique. The whale swallowing technique sounded quite cool from the name. However, the technique did nothing else except for strengthening one's teeth, stomach, and digestive system. Moreover, the whale swallowing technique didn't even allow one to eat everything. It only allowed the user to eat one thing, spirit beast crystals. Song Shuhang understood it as soon as he learned the technique. The whale swallowing technique was the supplementary technique of the huge whale chapter to merge the pseudo-innate true qi inside his body. After eating the spirit beast crystals, the embryonic form of pseudo-innate true qi inside his body would merge with the origin true qi of the 33 spirit beasts, giving birth to a type of origin true qi that was infinitely close to real, innate true qi. Aside from the whale swallowing technique, the heritage still contained the first 4 cultivation techniques of the 33 divine beasts technique. These 4 cultivation techniques were enough to let one reach the 4th stage innate realm. And the 4th stage innate realm just happened to be the realm where one could bring into full display the power of that pseudo-innate true qi. Song Shuhang came out of the illusory space generated by the golden chain once more. After he regained his senses, he discovered that Yu Jiaojiao and Guoguo were looking at him with worried expressions. Guoguo even passed him a hot towel. Song Shuhang was confused. Guoguo said, "Senior brother Shuhang, wipe yourself with this towel. Just now, you suddenly started crying and screaming, you looked very grieved. Elder sister Jiaojiao and I felt sad just by looking at you." Song Shuhang wiped his face and discovered that it was full of tears. Was it possible that he was so heartbroken after seeing the scene of the destroyed celestial palace that he started crying? Song Shuhang quickly took the towel from the small monk and wiped the tears off his face. "Now then, why did I start crying after seeing the picture of that celestial palace? Were those ruins the base of the 33 divine beast sect? Or perhaps it was the palace of another influence?" At this time, Yu Jiaojiao asked, "Shuhang, did you obtain something this time?" Song Shuhang nodded, very satisfied, and said, "Yes. Just now, I managed to obtain the complete version of the cultivation technique I practice, as well as a quite good supplementary cultivation technique." After saying this much, he put the hot towel down and took the shark-type spirit beast crystal out of his size-reducing purse. Yu Jiaojiao's small eyes swiveled as she asked, "Is this supplementary cultivation technique related to spirit beast crystals?" Spirit beast crystals were quite famous in the world of cultivators. After all, the spiritual energy inside wasn't inferior to that of spirit stones. But due to their special structure, there was no way to extract the spiritual energy within. Song Shuhang nodded and said, "Yes. That supplementary cultivation technique has the ability to let one absorb spirit beast crystals." Guoguo and Yu Jiaojiao curiously looked at Song Shuhang. They wanted to know how Song Shuhang was going to make use of these spirit beast crystal with the new cultivation technique he learned. Song Shuhang held the shark-type spirit beast crystal between his fingers. But soon after, a perplexed expression appeared on his face. According to the description of the whale swallowing technique, his teeth would change after using the technique, becoming capable of biting to pieces the spirit beast crystal, and his stomach and digestive system would be able to completely digest the bits of the spirit beast crystal. Moreover, the technique allowed to perfectly guide all the energy within the spirit beast crystal to the dantian. After the spiritual energy within the spirit beast crystal converged in the dantian, the total quantity of his true qi would increase. Additionally, the stream of spirit beast origin energy would merge with the embryonic form of his pseudo-innate true qi. After eating the 33 different types of spirit beast crystals, the embryonic form of his pseudo-innate true qi would change, becoming whole. In that case, here was the question. How was he supposed to eat the spirit beast crystal? Was he supposed to eat it raw? Or should he add some salt or soy sauce? Or sugar instead? What is senior brother Shuhang doing? Guoguo asked in puzzlement. Yu Jiaojiao said in a grave tone, "Don't be impatient. Perhaps he's using that mysterious cultivation technique and trying to absorb the energy within the spirit beast crystal." Guoguo nodded his head, his expression one of excitement. Then, under Guoguo and Yu Jiaojiao's gaze, Song Shuhang wiped the spirit beast crystal and put it in his mouth, taking a bite of it. Guoguo. Yu Jiaojiao. Song Shuhang. Painful, painful, painful. My teeth almost broke. This whale swallowing technique can only harden the teeth a bit. It won't allow one to directly bite through spirit beast crystals. Song Shuhang said as he covered his mouth. But very soon, he realized what was going on. In the end, he had just obtained the whale swallowing technique, and he was at most at the beginner level in regards to this technique. It was too soon to directly eat spirit beast crystals. From the looks of it, he had to practice the whale swallowing technique a lot and reach at least the intermediate level before being able to eat spirit beast crystals. However, this cultivation technique wasn't easy to practice. To practice it, he had to continuously bite spirit beast crystals. If seniors unaware of the situation were to see him grinding spirit beast crystals with his teeth every day, they would probably think that he had gone mad or something. From the looks of it, I'll have to use an unconventional method. Song Shuhang's eyes changed as he said, "Let's go, let's look for Senior Phoenix Slayer." Yu Jiaojiao and Guoguo blinked their eyes at the same time, their expressions those of confusion. Young Master Phoenix Slayer concluded his meditation and opened his eyes. "A new day has begun," Young Master Phoenix Slayer said as he stretched himself. The early hours of the morning were the best to plan things. Therefore, he really liked this period of time. At this time, someone knocked on the door. "Come in," said young Master Phoenix Slayer. The door was pushed open and Song Shuhang, Guoguo, and Yu Jiaojiao entered the room hurriedly. Young Master Phoenix Slayer looked at the three in confusion and said, "Did you need something from me?" Song Shuhang immediately said, "Senior Phoenix Slayer, can you use again that technique that swapped our bodies?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer blinked his eyes and said, "Why?" "Senior, I need to borrow your CPU to run a program," Song Shuhang replied. Young Master Phoenix Slayer replied, "Speak clearly." "Senior, I need to borrow your body to practice a cultivation technique." "That technique is very useful to me," Song Shuhang replied honestly. The corner of young Master Phoenix Slayer's mouth twitched. But in the end, young Master Phoenix Slayer still used his innate skill to swap bodies with Song Shuhang. "This is the last time. Don't even think of taking advantage of me all the times. Senior Phoenix Slayer, you're really the best monster ever," Song Shuhang said gratefully. "However, can I pay you the next time to borrow your body?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer bellowed, "You can forget about it." From the looks of it, there seemed to be no hope. It was truly regrettable, I'll say it beforehand. This time, it can be considered a fair deal. The process of swapping bodies is a type of training for me as well, young Master Phoenix Slayer said. After saying this much, he took off his glasses and stared at Song Shuhang with his strange eyes. In the next moment, their bodies were swapped. That familiar delay of 3 seconds was also back. There wasn't much time. Therefore, Song Shuhang quickly used young Master Phoenix Slayer's body to practice the whale swallowing technique. Just like that time with the inverted scale saber technique, hundreds of inspirations, as well as basic knowledge of more than 70 swallowing and teeth strengthening techniques, suddenly popped up in his mind as soon as he finished practicing the whale swallowing technique the 4th time. From the looks of it, young Master Phoenix Slayer was very knowledgeable when it came to training one's teeth. Did he learn these techniques when he was fighting against Daodu and couldn't assume human form yet? The whale swallowing technique was a supplementary cultivation technique of the 2nd stage rank, and it was quite easy to practice it with young Master Phoenix Slayer's body who was at the 5th stage realm. Meanwhile, young Master Phoenix Slayer's consciousness entered Song Shuhang's body. With this innate skill, young Master Phoenix Slayer could forcefully enter other people's bodies with his consciousness. For example, he controlled Daodu's body and made him shout stuff like, "Mr. Yellow Mountain is my loyal little dog" back then. He could even make the consciousness of other people enter his body, just like he did with Song Shuhang before, allowing him to control his body. Or he could make the two parties directly swap bodies like he did at this time. Song Shuhang borrowed young Master Phoenix Slayer's body to practice the whale swallowing technique and the 33 divine beasts technique. On the other hand, young Master Phoenix Slayer borrowed Song Shuhang's body to train this innate skill of his that could allow him to swap bodies. If the two parties swapped their bodies willingly, young Master Phoenix Slayer would obtain twice the results with half the effort while training his innate skill. However, the so-called fair deal was just young Master Phoenix Slayer helping Song Shuhang one last time for Daodu's sake. Or did you really think that his CPU was there for public use and everyone could borrow it? When young Master Phoenix Slayer relieved his body-swapping, innate skill, Song Shuhang's whale-swallowing technique had already reached the master level. Then, he once again took out the shark-type spirit beast crystal and started wiping it. Afterward, he asked, "Anyone here has some ketchup?" "I have it." Guogua handed over some ketchup to Song Shuhang, as well as 2 pieces of white bread. "I just finished meditating, and I didn't have the time to eat breakfast yet." Song Shuhang replied, "Thank you, Guogua." Afterward, Shuhang added some ketchup to the spirit beast crystal and used the whale-swallowing technique once more. When he used the whale-swallowing technique this time, Song Shuhang felt his teeth becoming as hard as godly weapons. It shouldn't be a problem for the current him to bite a steel knife to pieces. In the worst case, he could now go to the streets and perform in variety shows. Crack! Song Shuhang took a bite of the spirit beast crystal. The incredibly hard spirit beast crystal was bitten to pieces. Nom, nom, nom. Gulp! It tastes a little strange, and it smells like fish, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Guogua said, "He really ate it." Yu Jiaojiao said, "That was quite awesome." Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, "Can you really digest that thing after eating it? Won't you get diarrhea if you can't digest the pieces of the spirit beast crystal?" Song Shuhang said, "Senior Phoenix Slayer, can you not mention these disgusting things while I'm eating?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer. As he was speaking, Song Shuhang completely gobbled up the spirit beast crystal. It took him only 3 bites. This shark-type spirit beast crystal came from a shark-type spirit beast of the 3rd stage. In other words, it was equivalent to a spirit stone of the 3rd stage. The spiritual energy within the spirit beast crystal was a bit too much for the current Song Shuhang. For a moment, he felt as though his dantian was going to explode. Luckily, his dantian had been strengthened by Senior White's chi storage expanding technique, and its capacity was much higher than that of an ordinary cultivator of the 2nd stage. Song Shuhang didn't dare to be careless and sat down on the spot. He closed his eyes and started to operate the 33 divine beasts technique, guiding the huge amount of spiritual energy inside his dantian. At the same time, he guided the shark-type origin true chi within the spirit beast crystal as well, merging it with the embryonic form of the pseudo-innate true chi in his dantian. The illusory picture of a tiny shark appeared next to the needle-shaped embryonic form of the pseudo-innate true chi, moving all around it. "Senior Brother Shuhang, what's the matter?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer replied, "It seems he ate too much." "There are some things that you can't eat carelessly," Yu Jiaojiao added. Guogua somewhat understood and nodded his head. After half an hour, Song Shuhang was completely exhausted as he opened his eyes. At this time, a green radiance would often flash through his eyes. Although it was difficult, in the end he managed to convert all the spiritual energy inside the spirit beast crystal into true chi. At this time, both his Sea of Chi dantian and Dragon Tail dantian were completely full. If another stream of true chi were to pour inside them, Song Shuhang felt that they would explode. Currently, there was the projection of a shark-type spirit beast next to the embryonic form of his pseudo-innate true chi, as well as a spirit pattern above it. At the same time, Song Shuhang felt the area between his eyebrows swell as well. His mental energy had also increased due to the spirit beast crystal. Song Shuhang's mental energy was already higher than an ordinary cultivator's of the 2nd stage. Now that his mental energy had also sharply increased, he felt as though his head was going to explode too. My mental energy is approaching the maximum limit the body can withstand, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. As he was speaking, that green radiance kept flashing through his eyes from time to time. It was a sign that his mental energy had increased suddenly, making him unable to control it properly. The body, true qi, and mental energy of a cultivator were all connected. Only if one had a strong body would they be able to accommodate a lot of true qi and mental energy. A high level of mental energy meant a high control over one's true qi. The stronger the mental energy, the better could a cultivator control their true qi or spiritual energy, avoiding unnecessary waste of energy. Since Song Shuhang advanced too quickly recently, both his true qi and mental energy had already reached the limit. On the other hand, his body wasn't able to keep up with the rest and ended up hindering his cultivation. If an ordinary cultivator were to become aware of this situation, they would be truly envious. After all, ordinary cultivators advance step by step, and it usually took them years to break through a small realm. As a consequence, their body was much more powerful than their true qi, spiritual energy, and mental energy. Therefore, there was almost no cultivator that worried about their true qi and mental energy being stronger than their body. Therefore, Song Shuhang was currently worrying about a rather good thing. Song Shuhang took out some body-tempering liquid and drank it. The body-tempering liquid didn't have that much of an effect on his body anymore. However, he still had quite a bit of it with him. Therefore, he thought of drinking it as a tonic. I have to practice the fist and saber technique some more in order to further strengthen my body. Although it was a good thing, it was still quite worrisome. If his body couldn't keep up and his true qi and mental energy were to increase again, he would explode and die. Quite scary, wasn't it? He was going to explode for real. Where are Guogua and Senior Phoenix Slayer? After relieving the technique, Song Shuhang discovered that only Yu Jiaojiao was left in the room. She was sitting in meditation on his shoulder, performing breathing exercises. They went to interrogate the black horse spirit and the man in black clothes. I stayed behind to keep an eye on you, Yu Jiaojiao said softly. Before they gained the ability to assume human form, the cultivation speed of monster cultivators was several times slower compared to human cultivators. Therefore, Yu Jiaojiao didn't waste time and freeloaded the Enlightenment Stone whenever she was close to Song Shuhang. Only by practicing under the effects of the Enlightenment Stone could she quickly catch up to human cultivators. In that case, let's go there as well. Song Shuhang got up from the ground and headed toward the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, the man wearing black clothes was hanging from the ceiling as before. Young Master Phoenix Slayer didn't torture him but told the small monk to sit in front of him and recite his religious texts. Additionally, young Master Phoenix Slayer told Guogua that he had to preach to this man both in the morning and in the evening from today until the day they reached China. This was the so-called leading a wicked man toward the correct path. Guogua happily accepted the duty. Leading wicked men toward the correct path seemed something a senior monk would do. Therefore, the small monk really liked the idea. Guogua had been enthusiastically chanting religious texts in front of the man in black for already half an hour. Given how excited he was, it wasn't a problem to go on for the whole morning. On a side, young Master Phoenix Slayer arranged a soundproof barrier and started to madly whip the stallion spirit. After it was whipped, the stallion spirit screamed in pain again and again. After he got tired of whipping the stallion spirit, young Master Phoenix Slayer took a short break. Fellow Taoist, what crime have I committed? You have to give me an explanation, the stallion spirit said with teary eyes. After he entered the room, young Master Phoenix Slayer took the monster binding chain and started to ruthlessly whip the stallion spirit. He didn't even press him for an answer or told him what kind of mistake he had committed. He just started to whip him. The stallion spirit said bitterly, I know I was wrong, and I won't go after Lady Onion anymore, and I won't disturb that little fellow Taoist either. Is that fine? Young Master Phoenix Slayer drank some water to moisten his throat and grabbed the monster binding chain, violently whipping the stallion spirit once more. The stallion spirit called out in pain again. His body was covered with bruises at this time. Fellow Taoist, don't. Stop. Stop, I beg you to give me an explanation. Just tell me how I can make up to you, the stallion spirit cried out. I haven't thought about how you can compensate yet. Young Master Phoenix Slayer stopped and drank some water. The stallion spirit bellowed, then, why do you keep whipping me? Because you're a stallion, young Master Phoenix Slayer said coldly. The stallion spirit was dumbfounded. What? Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed up his glasses, and his lenses refracted rays of death. Stallions are truly detestable creatures. The number of monsters in the world is already low. According to the latest statistics of the Monster Race Alliance, the number of male monsters in the world is already 5 times higher than female monsters. In other words, amongst 5 male monsters, 4 won't be able to marry a female monster. And you still dared to act like a stallion. Don't you know that if you stallions keep doing your stallion things, there will be 5 male monsters that won't be able to marry? The stallion spirit bent his head and said, so, is that supposed to be my fault? Young Master Phoenix Slayer. Whip, 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 a session of brutal whipping followed. The stallion spirit cried out in pain once again, looking particularly pitiful. I'm not the one in the wrong, the stallion spirit roared. Is being a stallion a mistake now? I was just a stallion that became a monster. It was something that happened in accordance with the rules of heaven and earth. Therefore, I'm not the one in the wrong is this cruel world. This very world that allowed men to outnumber women is the root of all evil. Young Master Phoenix Slayer was dumbfounded. He felt that what the stallion spirit said was quite reasonable, therefore, he whipped him with even more strength. When Song Shuhang and Yu Jiaojiao entered the interrogation room, they saw young Master Phoenix Slayer brutally whipping the stallion spirit. Both of them shivered after seeing the scene. Afterward, Song Shuhang's bright eyes and Yu Jiaojiao's small and adorable eyes met. The two nodded their heads in unison. Later, they should absolutely avoid making young Master Phoenix Slayer angry. He was simply too terrifying. Song Shuhang and Yu Jiaojiao arrived in the front of that man wearing black clothes. The man wearing black clothes seemed extremely tired as he raised his head, looking at Song Shuhang with his dim and spiritless eyes. However, a complacent expression appeared on his face as soon as he saw Song Shuhang. Little kid, do you really think that these puny Buddhist scriptures can break my will? Naive. My will is as strong as iron. Don't even think about obtaining anything from me before removing these magical techniques concealed within my origin true chi, the man wearing black clothes said hoarsely. Song Shuhang deeply gazed at the man wearing black clothes. Soon after, he told him the password. Beloved Dog 43B. After saying this much, he turned his body around and headed toward the black horse spirit. The man wearing black clothes was dumbfounded, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Impossible. This is impossible. How do you know the password? The man wearing black clothes bellowed as his body rotated while hanging from the ceiling. How was it possible for that kid to know the password? If he knew the password, did it mean that he had uncovered the secret of the golden chain as well? If that was the case, he had lost the possibility to bargain back and forth with the other party. Benefactor, do not be quickly provoked in your spirit, for anger resides in the lap of fools, the small monk said with a serious expression on his face. Fool your beep, beep, beep. Moreover, that isn't even from a Buddhist scripture. It's a sentence from the Bible, the man wearing black clothes bellowed. Is that so? If that's the case, forgive me. I've been studying famous books belonging to all kinds of religions recently. Therefore, my memory might be a bit messy. However, even if it's not part of Buddhism, the saying is still quite reasonable. One must always keep their calm, getting angry is harmful to the body, Guogua said with a serious expression. Bastard, go to hell. You other bastard, from where did you obtain that password? Damn it, F*ck, 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 the man wearing black clothes roared once more. Benefactor, cursing is also wrong. If you keep cursing, this lowly monk would have to bring you to a temple, Guogua said as he frowned. Beep, beep, beep F*ck. F*ck. That willpower that the man wearing black clothes was so proud of had disappeared without a trace. Guogua stood up and patted the body of the man wearing black clothes, making him spin. He started to spin faster and faster, even surpassing the speed of an electric fan. Yuwa, the cursing of the man turned into a pitiful cry. In the meanwhile, Song Shuhang arrived next to young Master Phoenix Slayer and the Stallion Spirit. The eyes of the Stallion Spirit immediately lit as he shouted, "Little fellow Taoist, save me. I'll never dare to have an idea of Lady Onion ever again. From now on, I'll always keep a distance of 5 kilometers from you. Additionally, I'll give you a horse dragon as a compensation. Please, save me." Young Master Phoenix Slayer sneered and struck as fast as lightning with the monster binding chain. Horse dragon? Song Shuhang blinked his eyes. How can I explain it? After all, I'm a sort of king amongst horses, and I have a group of monster horses under my command. Amongst them, there is a horse dragon with the bloodline of a flood dragon, and it can cross most of China within 1 day. It's truly dashing, the Stallion Spirit called out. Song Shuhang shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's unfortunate, but I already have something better." After carrying out the transaction with Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman, he obtained a beautiful silver dragon puppet. It was a puppet that could fly at supersonic speed. If he needed something to ride, the silver dragon puppet was more than enough. Then, what do you want? How can I compensate you? Tell me something. Stop whipping me, the Stallion Spirit called out. It really felt as though he was asking for a beating. Young Master Phoenix Slayer stopped the monster binding chain and drank another mouthful of water to moisten his throat. In that case, let's chat about the compensation matter. Song Shuhang sat down and tried to think of what he needed the most at this time. Do you have spirit beast crystals? Yes, yes. I have many of them, the Stallion Spirit replied hastily. Other than being a Stallion Spirit, he was also a horse king. Aside from monster horses, there were also several horse, donkey, and camel-type spirit beasts under his command. As the spirit beasts passed away, they left behind many spirit beast crystals. After all, one couldn't absorb the energy inside spirit beast crystals as they could do with spirit stones. Therefore, they accumulated little by little and piled up. Which types do you have? Song Shuhang asked. I have horse, donkey, and camel-type spirit beast crystals. I only have these 3 types, but the quantity is very large, the Stallion Spirit said as he squeezed out a smile on his horse face. Then, give me a bunch of spirit beast crystals of each type, Song Shuhang said. He already had a horse-type spirit beast crystal, but he happened to lack the donkey and camel types. Anyway, the whale swallowing technique wasn't limited to the 33 animals of the 33 divine beasts technique. Song Shuhang could make use of all types of spirit beast crystals and absorb them like spirit stones. Sure. I'll give you a bunch of each type. Although he didn't know how much Song Shuhang meant by a bunch, the Stallion Spirit had several of them in stock and could take out more than 200 spirit beast crystals of each type. Of course, he wouldn't take out so many. At most, he would take out 100 of each type. Although he could only pile up these things and appreciate them without being able to absorb them, they were still glistening crystals full of spiritual energy, very pleasing to the eye. It's settled then, Song Shuhang said and nodded. The stallion spirit was dumbfounded. Soon after, he said excitedly, "Little fellow Taoist, is that really enough as a compensation?" "Yes, I only need spirit beast crystals, after all," Song Shuhang replied. The eyes of the stallion spirit started to tear up as he said, "You're a really good person, hee." Song Shuhang smiled shyly and said to young Master Phoenix Slayer, "I'll leave the rest of this compensation matter to you, Senior Phoenix Slayer. After all, I'm not too knowledgeable when it comes to the treasures of the world of cultivators. Moreover, you're the one that captured the stallion spirit in the first place. Right, it's my turn now." Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed his glasses up, and rays of wisdom were refracted from each of the lenses. The stallion spirit immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Young Master Phoenix Slayer sat in front of the stallion spirit and stuck up his long legs, saying, "Do you have 1,000-mile fruits?" The 1,000-mile fruit was a spirit fruit that could strengthen both the legs and footwork of a cultivator. It was something often associated to horse-type spirit and monster beasts. "I have some," the stallion spirit replied. 1,000-mile fruits were something very important for horse-type monster and spirit beasts. "Give me a ton of them," young Master Phoenix Slayer said as he pushed up his glasses. "You might as well just kill me." The stallion spirit gave young Master Phoenix Slayer a supercilious look. "What do you take 1,000-mile fruits for? Apples?" Going as far as to use tons to calculate the quantity. Young Master Phoenix Slayer brandished the monster binding chain and ruthlessly whipped the stallion spirit. The stallion spirit continuously cried out in pain. The corner of Song Shuhang's eyes twitched. He felt that young Master Phoenix Slayer was just trying to find excuses to whip this stallion spirit. 10 fruits. "I can give you 10 fruits at most," the stallion spirit shouted. "If you want more, you won't obtain them even if you kill me." Young Master Phoenix Slayer replied, "All right, 10 it is." After saying this much, he turned his head toward Song Shuhang and said, 10,000-mile fruits, note it down. If you eat these fruits raw, they can strengthen your legs and sharply increase the efficacy of your footwork. At the time, we'll divide them half and half." "Thank you, Senior." Song Shuhang took out his phone and noted everything down. "Then, give me 2 of those horse dragon spirit beasts as well," young Master Phoenix Slayer continued. The stallion spirit clenched his teeth and said, "Fine. Moreover, they have to be completely white and not black or zebra-striped. If it's something you gave birth to, I'd feel disgusted by it," young Master Phoenix Slayer added. The stallion spirit clenched his teeth once more and squeezed out the word "fine." Young Master Phoenix Slayer finally said, "Then, seeing your pitiful appearance, I don't think you have what other good things. Just give me 10,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage, and we can call it a day." The stallion spirit gave young Master Phoenix Slayer another supercilious look, looking the same as a dead salted fish. "Just take my life instead. I don't have spirit stones." The corner of young Master Phoenix Slayer's eyes twitched. He picked up the monster binding chain and whipped the stallion spirit again. The stallion spirit called out in pain again and said, "I don't have spirit stones. I really don't have them. All the spirit stones we have are immediately used up. My clan is so big, we don't have extra spirit stones lying around. You're even poorer than what I thought." Young Master Phoenix Slayer put away the monster binding chain somewhat disgruntled and said, "Contact your subordinates and have them deliver the items to China's dock. At the time, we'll hand you over in exchange for the goods." The stallion spirit clenched his teeth and said, "Give me back my phone, I'll return it after making the call." Song Shuhang blinked his eyes. Weren't the subordinates of the stallion spirit all horses? Except for the stallion spirit himself, none of them was at the 5th stage. So they couldn't assume human form, right? How were they going to answer the phone? With their hooves? Alright, this stallion spirit has been taken care of, young Master Phoenix Slayer said as he pointed his finger toward that man wearing black clothes that was continuously cursing. How should we deal with that guy? Song Shuhang replied, let's send him to Medicine Master's place after we reach China. Afterward, we'll wait for Venerable White's return and let him deal with him. Medicine Master's place? Then, leave him to me. It just so happens that I have to make a trip there to ask Medicine Master to prepare me a medicinal pill, young Master Phoenix Slayer said. In that case, I'll trouble Senior Phoenix Slayer. You're welcome, it's really nothing. Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed his glasses up, and his lenses refracted rays of death. The man wearing black clothes felt a cold feeling spreading all over his body and immediately stopped cursing. 2 days later. July 25th, Thursday. Weather, clear. Dao name, Baijing Street's Traveling Sabersman. Baijing Street's Traveling Sabersman was today's Dao name. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's luxurious cruise ship finally arrived at Shanghai City's dock. At first, Song Shuhang thought of letting the cruise ship directly approach Wenzhou City's shore, but since the subordinates of the Stallion Spirit were in Shanghai City, they had no choice but to head there. We're back to China, we're finally back. The passengers on the ship were extremely excited after getting back to China. Some of them hugged each other and cried. The nearby people shot weird looks at this group of passengers. Afterward, they said goodbye to each other and dispersed. They used all kinds of means of transportation and hastily left, returning home. Gao Momu, Tubo, and the others thought of going to the airport first to see if there was a flight they could take to go home. Shuhang, aren't you coming back with us? Gao Momu asked. I have to accompany my friend to a place and take care of a small matter. Everything is fine, you don't have to worry. Let's talk on the phone once we get back home, Song Shuhang said with a smile. The nearby young Master Phoenix Slayer gently smiled at Gao Momu and the others. In that case, pay attention to your safety, Gao Momu said as he waved his hand. Since Song Shuhang still had some matters to take care of, Gao Momu and the others headed toward the airport first. Along the way, Gao Momu asked, now then, who was that friend of Song Shuhang? Have any of you seen him before? Tubo replied, I haven't seen him before. However, it seems that Song Shuhang befriended all kinds of people lately. Even the master of the island was his friend. I'm really curious as to how the two of them became friends. Zhuge Yu said, didn't you feel that Song Shuhang's friend was very cute? I really wanted to pet him. Gao Momu. Tubo replied, cute? No, I don't think so. He was completely unable to associate that man wearing eyeglasses and continuously refracting rays of wisdom with the word cute. You guys don't know how to appreciate things. He was obviously very cute, Zhuge Yu muttered to herself. Carrying the big delivery box on his shoulders, Sima Jiang said to Song Shuhang, Shuhang, I also better get going. I have to contact the Fengshou Express Delivery and have this express delivery box delivered to the client. Next to him were those 2 disciples of the Chu family. They were also planning to head back together with Sima Jiang. Little Jiang, don't be impatient. Song Shuhang waved his hand and said, wait for me. I'm familiar with that old man from the Chu family and just happened to need his help with something. We can proceed together in a little while, all right? Sure. Sima Jiang nodded. If he could travel together with Song Shuhang, he could improve their friendship. In that case, wait here for a moment, little Jiang. My friend and I are going to pick up a few things, and we'll set out as soon as we return, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Song Shuhang and young Master Phoenix Slayer entered one of the storehouses of the dock. In there, several men wearing black suits and with cool expressions on their faces were defending the storehouse. It was already quite hot today, and after seeing their clothes, one felt even hotter. Those are humans. Song Shuhang exclaimed. He thought that all the subordinates of the stallion spirit would be horses. Young Master Phoenix Slayer lifted 2 of the big boxes and asked, "Is everything in there?" "Yes, everything is in there. Please check the goods," the man in a black suit said as he opened several big boxes. In the first batch were 300 spirit beast crystals of the horse, donkey, and camel types. All of them had been carefully chosen and were spirit beast crystals produced by spirit beasts of the 2nd stage rank. Only the batch of camel-type spirit beast crystals had some crystals of the 3rd stage rank. It was because the quantity of camel-type spirit beasts was scarce, and it was not possible to gather so many low-level crystals of the 2nd stage rank. Therefore, they had no choice but to use precious spirit beast crystals of the 3rd stage to make up the numbers. Then, there was a small box that contained 10 fist-sized golden-purple fruits that resembled green jujubes. These gadgets were precisely those 1,000-mile fruits. There was no need to refine them into medicinal pills, one would obtain the best results after eating them raw. The last 2 boxes should contain those 2 horse dragons. The 2 boxes weren't too big, and it didn't seem that they would be able to hold something of the size of a grown-up horse. "Did that guy deliver us 2 foals?" Song Shuhang guessed. When the opposite party delivered them spirit beast crystals, they carefully selected low-level crystals of the 2nd stage rank. Given his meticulous nature, did that stallion spirit really give them 2 foals instead of horse dragons? "If he really gave us 2 foals, I'll whip him to death," young Master Phoenix Slayer sneered. In the next moment, he opened the boxes. As soon as he opened the box, the fishy smell of seawater blew in his face. Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed up his glasses, and rays of death flashed through his lenses. Did he unexpectedly dare to play word games with me? Young Master Phoenix Slayer opened the box that he himself had brought here. Inside the box was the stallion spirit that was now tied up like a rice dumpling. The stallion spirit cried out. Young Master Phoenix Slayer took out the monster binding chain and ruthlessly whipped him. "Aya, so painful, Aya. No, Aya, stop," the stallion spirit screamed in pain again and again. Song Shuhang moved closer and shot a glance at the boxes. The 2 boxes were full of seawater, and inside were 2 seahorses. Song Shuhang. No wonder young Master Phoenix Slayer became so angry. That stallion spirit really deserved a good beating. He unexpectedly tricked them by playing with words. Of course, the seahorses in the boxes weren't ordinary ones. They had a very large build, and even without counting their curled-up tails, their body was at least 1.5 meters long. Moreover, there were 4 small claws growing on their abdominal area, as well as a single horn growing on top of their heads. They were indeed horse dragons with the bloodline of a flood dragon. "Stop whipping me, I'll die if you keep hitting me, Aya." I had no choice but to have those 2 seahorse dragons delivered here. After all, you said that you didn't want horse dragons with my bloodline, but all the horse dragons under my command, aside from the females, which have already become my wives, have my bloodline. I'm a great stallion. After all, the stallion spirit was rolling all over the ground as he was being whipped. Song Shuhang. This was a true stallion, someone capable of creating a clan by himself. "Are you telling me that there isn't another male amongst this group of horse dragons aside from your wives that hasn't your bloodline?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer sneered. The stallion spirit said shyly, "There really isn't one. I just recently subdued this community of horse dragons, and I expelled all the male horse dragons, leaving behind only the female ones." Young Master Phoenix Slayer. This stallion spirit with sperm inside his head really needed to be whipped to death. Moreover, those seahorse dragons are also quite powerful. Although their body is small, they have the bloodline of a flood dragon. They are very strong and can easily carry 2 people at the same time. Additionally, due to them possessing the bloodline of a flood dragon, aside from land, they can speed through the sky as well, the stallion spirit added. It sounded quite cool. Song Shuhang imagined himself riding a 1.5-meter long seahorse dragon, madly dashing about on land just like an adult riding the wooden horse toy of a small kid. The scene was truly dazzling to the eyes. In the next moment, young Master Phoenix Slayer turned his head around and said to Song Shuhang, "Shuhang, do you want these seahorse dragons?" Song Shuhang fiercely shook his head. Even an ordinary white horse spirit beast was better than these two seahorse dragons. Young Master Phoenix Slayer sighed and said, "In that case, just exchange them with ordinary white horse spirit beasts, alright?" But right at this time, Yu Jiaojiao secretly pulled Song Shuhang's hair. Her small eyes were almost imploring Song Shuhang as she asked, "Fellow Taoist Shuhang, can you accept these two seahorses?" These two seahorses were spirit beasts that possessed the bloodline of a flood dragon. And Yu Jiaojiao was a mermaid that possessed the bloodline of a flood dragon. Song Shuhang's black and shiny eyes met Yu Jiaojiao's small and lovely eyes. In the end, he heaved a sigh and said, "All right. Senior Phoenix Slayer, my seahorse dragon can stay behind." Huh. Young Master Phoenix Slayer looked at Yu Jiaojiao and smiled, saying, "Fine. Jiaojiao, you can have mine too." "Thank you, Senior Phoenix Slayer." "Thank you, fellow Taoist Shuhang," Yu Jiaojiao said happily. Thereupon, the transaction was finally completed. Song Shuhang put the spirit beast crystals in the size-reducing purse and gave the 10,000-mile fruits to young Master Phoenix Slayer. During this transaction, he obtained the spirit beast crystals, as well as those two seahorse dragons due to Yu Jiaojiao. Therefore, he couldn't accept the 1,000-mile fruits too. Young Master Phoenix Slayer smiled and took 5 of the fruits, pushing the other 5 back toward Song Shuhang. "These 1,000-mile fruits aren't really that effective on me anymore. Since you asked me to deal with the compensation thing, I decided to take 5 of them as a price of going through the trouble. Anyway, since the matter is settled, let's part ways here, little friend Shuhang." After saying this much, young Master Phoenix Slayer lifted the other box that had the man wearing black clothes inside and rode his flying sword, heading toward Medicine Master's place. Song Shuhang lifted the 2 boxes with the seahorse dragons and nodded at the stallion spirit and his subordinates. "Such being the case, I'll also take my leave, fellow Taoist stallion spirit. Let's hope not to see each other again." Wait a moment." The stallion spirit stretched out his twitching hand and shouted, "Remove these restrictions from my body first." The restrictive techniques that young Master Phoenix Slayer used on the body of the stallion spirit were still effective. "Restrictions? Oh, you don't have to worry about that. The restrictions will automatically disappear after 2 days." Song Shuhang smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Let's hope not to see each other again. Let's hope not to see each other ever again." The stallion spirit bitterly waved his hand as well. In the meantime, Sima Jiang brought into full play his capabilities and quickly fetched a cross-country vehicle from the Shanghai City branch of the Fengshu Express Delivery. Afterward, Song Shuhang, the 2 disciples of the Chu family, and Sima Jiang headed toward the territory of the Chu family all together. The road was very long, and since they were in a hurry, Sima Jiang and the disciples of the Chu family took turns driving. With that, they didn't have to stop the vehicle. After almost 11 hours of driving, the group finally arrived in that small village on the periphery of the territory of the Chu family. Since Sima Jiang was just an ordinary man, the disciples of the Chu family wouldn't bring him to the inner part of their clan. The ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Kongbua, had already received the news and was waiting in the small village to receive the express delivery. The express delivery was successfully delivered. Now that his duty was completed, Sima Jiang bid farewell to the others. Just before parting ways, Chu Kongbua gave him 2 small bottles. It was a medicinal juice with spiritual energy mixed within. If an average man were to drink it, it would slightly strengthen their constitution. The effects were almost the same as the spirit green tea. After taking the 2 bottles, Sima Jiang brightly smiled. Then, he bid farewell to Song Shuhang as well and finally drove his vehicle away. The ancestor of the Chu family caressed the big box with his slightly shivering hand. This express delivery was something that his friend Li Tiansu, the loose cultivator of the 5th stage, sent him before his death. Senior Chu, this express delivery box is something that Taoist priest Li Tiansu sent, right? Song Shuhang asked. Song Shuhang had come to this conclusion after listening to Sima Jiang's description, as well as seeing that his ghost spirit didn't want to come out of the box after entering it. After pondering for a while, he came to the conclusion that the only possibility was that it was related to Li Tiansu. Yes, it's something that my friend sent over. The ancestor of the Chu family deeply sighed. He didn't expect that while he was in secluded meditation, healing his wounds, his old friend would die. The world of cultivators was merciless. Sometimes, while one was in secluded meditation, the outside world would greatly change, or things would remain unchanged, but the people would be no more. Song Shuhang nodded his head and thought, so it was really like this. He glanced at the box, and he could still feel the presence of the ghost spirit coming from in there. He even tried to summon it back, but the ghost spirit didn't come out and kept saying it felt very cold. Next, the ancestor of the Chu family started to open the express delivery box. The express delivery was a big box with a lot of runes and formations engraved on it. It looked like a ceiling formation. Soon after, a burst of cold air was transmitted from within the box. It wasn't normal cold. The nearby disciples of the Chu family fiercely trembled and retreated by a step or 2. Those that are of the 2nd stage or below, get out of here, Chu Konghua said. At the same time, he shot a glance at Song Shuhang. It seemed that Song Shuhang was waiting for him to open the box. He was unable to guess Song Shuhang's intentions. If Song Shuhang wanted to steal the contents of the box, he had plenty of opportunities along the way. But now, the express delivery was already in his hands, and he was a cultivator of the 5th stage. Even 100 Song Shuhangs wouldn't be able to snatch the express delivery box away from him. Was it possible that he was just curious about the contents of the box? Chu Konghua took a deep breath and stretched out his hand, opening the box. In the next moment, the ice coffin emitting all that cold finally appeared before their eyes. The cold was truly terrifying, and a layer of ice had already started forming on the hand Chu Konghua used to open the box. A layer of ice covered his hand even though he was a cultivator of the 5th stage spiritual emperor that should be technically immune to cold and heat. Even the palm of his hand was frozen stiff when he touched the box. Chu Konghua faintly sighed. He immediately guessed the contents of the box. The one inside the box was the daughter of his dead friend. He knew that Li Tiansu had a daughter affected by a strange disease. Her body was constantly emitting a strange cold, and in critical times, it could even freeze her up. Even a 5th stage spiritual emperor such as Li Tiansu was unable to find a cure to this strange disease. For the sake of his daughter, he even sold his entire property. His beloved daughter was the only person that Li Tiansu was unable to let go of during his life. If an incredibly talented person like fellow Taoist Li was unable to find a cure to this disease, what can someone like me do? Chu Konghua laughed at himself in his heart. But given his great friendship with Li Tiansu and the fact that Li Tiansu entrusted his daughter to him before dying, he would do his best to take care of her. If there was an opportunity to cure Li Tiansu's daughter, he would seize it even if he had to use all his property in exchange. Money was just a worldly thing, and as long as the people were still there, they could slowly earn those spirit stones back. Song Shuhang looked at the ice coffin, and a familiar feeling welled up in his heart. There was a little girl with white hair inside the chunk of ice. Her long hair was worn in a braided pigtail and reached until her shoulders. Moreover, she was wearing a heavy overcoat that was tightly wrapping her body, making her look like a ball. Li Yinzhu, Song Shuhang blurted out these words. The person inside the ice coffin was Li Tiansu's daughter, Li Yinzhu. Originally, Li Yinzhu had already grown up into a beautiful woman. But due to this strange disease of her body continuously shrank and was currently as big as that of a 3-year-old girl. So that's how it was. No wonder the express delivery box was emitting all that cold, and no wonder the ghost spirit was clinging to the express delivery box, not willing to come out. Wait a moment. Song Shuhang quickly noticed that there was a protruding section on the originally rectangular ice coffin, and the ghost spirit was currently stranded in that protruding chunk of ice. Get me out of here, it's so cold. The ghost spirit continuously transmitted this thought to Song Shuhang. It wasn't that it didn't want to leave, it was unable to do so. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Senior Chu, since you have opened the express delivery, I'll retrieve my ghost spirit, Song Shuhang said after turning toward Chu Kongbua and cupping his hands. At this time, Chu Kongbua had already noticed that ghost spirit identical to Song Shuhang stranded in that protruding piece of ice on the ice coffin. So this was Song Shuhang's aim. He was waiting for him to open the express delivery box so that he could retrieve his ghost spirit. However, why did the ghost spirit enter the express delivery box? Song Shuhang grabbed the treasured saber broken tyrant and gently cut off the protruding piece of the ice. Although the piece of ice was easily cut off, a light layer of ice had already started forming on the blade of the saber. This cold is truly terrifying, Song Shuhang thought to himself. But just as he was preparing to take the saber back, something unexpected happened. A layer of flames started to burn on broken tyrant's blade. The Flaming Saber Technique? Song Shuhang said in puzzlement. No, that wasn't it. After all, he didn't even use the Flaming Saber Technique. The nearby Chu Kongbua asked impatiently, "Little friend, what are you doing?" Song Shuhang replied, "I'm not doing anything." Just as he was speaking, the flames on the treasured saber broken tyrant grew even stronger. The flames burning on the saber carried traces of the majesty of heaven within them. The flames of tribulation. Song Shuhang finally understood what was going on. These flames didn't belong to the Flaming Saber Technique, they were the flames of the heavenly tribulation. Song Shuhang quickly raised the treasured saber broken tyrant, trying to separate it from the ice coffin. The flames of tribulation were something very dangerous. How terrible would it be if he were to carelessly injure Li Yinzhu who was within the chunk of ice? But when Song Shuhang put strength in his arm to move the treasured saber broken tyrant away, the blade didn't budge. The ice coffin was like a magnet, firmly attracting the blazing blade. Song Shuhang was unable to move the saber away from the chunk of ice with his strength of the second stage. What's the matter? Chu Kongbua quickly dashed forward and supported Song Shuhang's arm, activating his spiritual energy in order to give him a hand. But as soon as Chu Kongbua used his spiritual energy, the flames of tribulation on the treasured saber broken tyrant started to burn even more fiercely, just as though someone had sprinkled some oil on them. Song Shuhang and Chu Kongbua let go of the blade at the same time so as to avoid getting hurt by the flames. Did the flames of tribulation stay behind from the last time? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. The sect master of the Moon Saber sect, Ba Qianjun, was the previous owner of the treasured saber broken tyrant. He was a cultivator of the fourth stage that had been injured by the flames of tribulation. In the end, he was burned to ashes with one gentle wave of Song Shuhang's 3 stars fire-controlling fan. His body, magical clothes, and token of authority were all thoroughly burned by the flames of tribulation. At the time, Broken Tyrant happened to be in Ba Qianjuan's hands and was likewise burned by the flames of tribulation. When Song Shuhang picked the treasured saber back then, it was completely charred black. However, he didn't expect that there would be still remnants of those flames left within Broken Tyrant. They finally flared up after being stimulated by the cold emitting from the ice coffin. The blazing flames covered the entire surface of the ice coffin. It was a very bad situation. If the flames of tribulation were allowed to keep burning, they might burn down the whole ice coffin. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and stretched out his hand once more, trying to grab the treasured saber-broken tyrant. The handle of the saber wasn't engulfed by the flames yet. Therefore, he could grab it. Chu Konghua frowned and said, "Little friend, be careful. The flames of tribulation aren't to be taken lightly." However, just as Song Shuhang stretched out his hand toward the treasured saber-broken tyrant, the flames of tribulation suddenly died out as though they had exhausted their strength. Song Shuhang grabbed the saber. With the disappearance of flames of tribulation, the ice coffin wasn't attracting broken tyrant anymore. Therefore, he was able to easily lift up the saber. As for the ice coffin, only the external layer of ice had been burned by the flames, changing into water that started flowing down. The interior was still as hard as iron and quietly emitting cold. The flames of tribulation hadn't harmed Li Yinzhu inside the ice coffin. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. After making sure that nothing had happened to the ice coffin, Song Shuhang turned toward Chu Konghua and cupped his hands. "Senior Chu, the express delivery has been delivered, and I have retrieved my ghost spirit as well. Therefore, I'll take my leave." Mama Song and the others were still worried about the plane crash. Therefore, it was better if he returned home as soon as possible to reassure them. At the same time, Song Shuhang activated his true qi to melt that chunk of ice trapping the ghost spirit. Now that the piece of ice had been separated from Li Yinzhu's ice coffin, it had lost the support of that chilly cold, becoming a very ordinary piece of ice. It immediately melted under the effects of Song Shuhang's true qi. After getting out of the piece of ice, the ghost spirit trembled for a little while and quickly drilled inside Song Shuhang's sea of qi dantian, not willing to come out. After Song Shuhang advanced to the second stage realm, the ghost spirit had two places where it could stay. One was the hard aperture, the other the sea of qi dantian. "Little friend, wait a moment," Chu Konghua said hastily at this time. "Since little friend is already here, you might as well make a trip to the Chu family together with me. I'll give you the map of that forbidden area, as well as the information about the part that fellow Taoist Li and I explored together." That forbidden area was the place where Li Tiansu lost his life. Chu Konghua secretly shot a glance at Li Yinzhu, who was currently sealed within the ice. Perhaps the cure to save his dead friend's daughter was precisely inside that forbidden area. If that senior called White and this little friend before his eyes could find the cure to Li Yinzhu's disease inside that forbidden area, his dead friend's last descendant might be able to survive. "All right." Song Shuhang nodded. Since he was already here, he might as well take the map of the forbidden area with him. Who knew, Senior White might even reduce the time he had to stay in space if he were to bring him the map of the forbidden area. He had to keep a positive mindset. Just as Song Shuhang was chatting with Chu Konghua, his phone suddenly rang. As he took the phone out, he discovered that it was True Monarch Yellow Mountain calling him. True Monarch Yellow Mountain finally remembered about me? Song Shuhang had tears streaming down his face. Even now, he was unable to take the kasaya off his body. True Monarch Yellow Mountain's gentle voice was transmitted from the other end. "Hello, little friend Shuhang. True Monarch, I've been waiting for your call for several days already," Song Shuhang said. Cough, haha. Little Daodu, this rascal, had been causing a ruckus for the past few days. Hee, it took me a lot of effort to subdue him. True Monarch Yellow Mountain sounded incredibly pleased with himself as he was speaking. He didn't turn Daodu into a dog meat hotpot, right? Cough. Anyway, I've managed to obtain the password to your kasaya. I'll send you the photo now, be sure to accept it. In that case, goodbye. True Monarch Yellow Mountain hung up the phone after saying this much. He seemed quite busy with something. Soon after, Song Shuhang received a picture. Above it was described how to take off the kasaya. Afterward, Song Shuhang started to press on the kasaya according to the instructions on the picture. Whoosh! At last, that damnable kasaya came off. After the kasaya came off, Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief and felt as though a huge burden had been lifted from his chest. Chu Kongwa silently waited for Song Shuhang to take off the kasaya and said, "Little friend, please follow me to the Chu family." Song Shuhang put the kasaya over his hand and said, "Senior Chu, please lead the way." Chu Kongwa stretched out his hand and used his spiritual energy to carefully lift the ice coffin, placing it on a small cart that was prepared beforehand, preparing to bring it back to the Chu family. In the next moment, the ice coffin was picked up by the spiritual energy and gently placed on the small cart. Crack! But just as it was placed down, the whole ice coffin faintly shook. Soon after, Chu Kongwa and Song Shuhang discovered that there was a crack on the surface of the ice coffin. Next, more and more cracks started to appear on it, covering it like a cobweb. Song Shuhang said, "It has nothing to do with me, right?" Chu Kongwa also said at the same time, "I placed it down very lightly." Crack, crack, crack. The whole ice coffin broke to pieces. Is it possible that Li Yinzhu regained consciousness? Song Shuhang guessed. The cold emitting from Li Tiansu's daughter's body wasn't always in an active state. After flaring up for a certain period of time, the cold would quiet down for some time. While the cold was in a dormant state, Li Yinzhu could act like a normal girl. The only thing was that the temperature of her body was a bit low, and she was particularly sensitive to cold. Now then, was it possible that the cold her body was emitting entered into a dormant state? It's very likely, Chu Kongwa said and nodded. He also had some understanding of Li Tiansu's daughter's disease. Actually, it was just like the two had guessed. The fearsome cold emitting from the ice coffin started to weaken, and the whole ice coffin changed into an ordinary chunk of ice. Very soon, the ice coffin crumbled, revealing the ball-shaped white-haired girl wearing heavy clothes inside. Li Yinzhu's whole body was shivering as she came out of the ice. There were still several shards of ice in her hair and on her body in general. When she opened her eyes, they discovered that not only her hair, but her eyelashes and pupils had also changed into a silvery white color. She looked like a doll, delicate and lovely. Each time Li Yinzhu's disease flared up, her body would emit cold from a minimum of 7-8 days to a maximum of several months. Afterward, the cold inside her body would automatically enter a dormant state, letting her have some free time in which she could act like normal people did. But this time, her condition was too critical. When her disease flared up, it directly created an ice coffin around her body. Since her father, Li Tiansu, was worried about her safety, he sealed the whole coffin. Then, as soon as the seal was removed, the cold inside her body weakened, allowing her to come out of the ice coffin. Li Yinzhu, who was shrinking into a ball, weakly cried. As soon as Song Shuhang saw the trembling little girl, a sad feeling welled up in his heart. It wasn't really his good person attribute flaring up again. It was because he experienced Li Tiansu's life in the dreamland. He saw him getting married and raising up his daughter. Therefore, it was quite normal that he would feel this way after seeing Li Yinzhu trembling. "Do you have a towel?" Song Shuhang quickly asked. One of the nearby disciples of the Chu family brought over a big towel. Song Shuhang took a step forward and hugged the trembling Li Yinzhu, using the towel to carefully wipe away the pieces of ice from her hair, face, and neck. His actions were flawless and very skilled, as though he had done this thousands of times. At the same time, Song Shuhang frowned and looked at the clothes she was wearing. These clothes were probably magical clothes with some magical technique attached to them, and they should be capable of automatically warming their master. But now, it was likely that they had already lost the ability to keep their master warm. They had been eroded by the cold inside Li Yinzhu's body and were sealed inside the ice for a long time. They were currently as cold as ice. The first thing to do was to change her clothes. Song Shuhang took out his emerald green kasaya and used it to wrap Li Yinzhu. Then, he turned his head toward Chu Konghua and said, "Senior Chu, can you have some female disciple of the Chu family wipe the body of this girl and change her clothes into something warmer?" Chu Konghua nodded and told two female disciples to take Li Yingzhu and change her clothes. The two female disciples took a step forward and stretched out their hands, planning to take Li Yingzhu from Song Shuhang's embrace. However, Li Yingzhu suddenly opened her eyes wide, and a terrified expression appeared on her face. She tightly grabbed Song Shuhang and hid behind him, starting to shiver even more. The two female disciples of the Chu family were somewhat embarrassed as they forced a smile. Song Shuhang's heart moved when he saw the little girl grabbing his clothes. Then, he shot a glance at the ancient bronze ring on his finger. Was it possible that the ring was the reason Li Yingzhu unconsciously approached him? Did Li Yingzhu approach me due to the ancient bronze ring I'm wearing? After all, there should be Taoist priest Li Tiansu's aura on it. Song Shuhang gently patted Li Yingzhu and said softly, "You don't need to be afraid. Those two elder sisters will just help you change your clothes." After hearing his words, Li Yingzhu nodded while still trembling. Then, she cautiously headed toward the two female disciples of the Chu family in front of her. The female disciples of the Chu family smiled and picked Li Yingzhu up, bringing her to a nearby room to bathe her and change her clothes. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that Li Yingzhu's state of mind was quite strange at this time. From what he remembered, Li Yingzhu should already be a grown-up girl. The first time her strange disease manifested, she was already over 20 years old. Afterward, Li Tiansu sold all his property while trying to find a cure for her disease, and this likewise happened over the span of several years. But now, no matter if we were talking about her outward appearance or behavior, they weren't any different from those of a 3 or 4 years old girl. Was it possible that her mental age had also regressed to that of a child alongside her body? "Ha, little friend Shuhang, you seem very good at dealing with kids," the ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Konghua, said with a smile. Then, he shot a glance at the small monk that was closely following behind Song Shuhang. After returning to China, Gourd didn't return to the faraway wandering temple but decided to keep following Song Shuhang and wait for senior brother Three Realms to come over to pick him up. After seeing that the ancestor of the Chu family was looking at him, Gourd joined his palms together and politely greeted him. Chu Konghua smiled and returned the courtesy. Song Shuhang forced a smile. He was good at dealing with kids. Was it possible that he was innately popular with kids? And that the small monk Gourd, the Pekingese Daodu, Soft Feather, 16, and Yu Jiaojiao were attracted to him due to this innate ability of his? While they were chatting, the two female disciples of the Chu family had already brought Li Yingzhu out. They washed her up and combed her hair. At this time, she was wearing her hair down. Her long, thick, silvery white hair was scattered behind her back, looking very beautiful. What ruined this state of perfection was the fact that she was wearing an emerald green kasaya over her heavy sweater, looking quite strange. When she saw Song Shuhang, Li Yingzhu quickly ran toward him. Afterward, she took her small hands out of the kasaya and tightly grabbed Song Shuhang's clothes, not willing to let go. When his body came in contact with the kasaya Li Yingzhu was wearing, Song Shuhang exclaimed, "So hot?" The emerald green kasaya had the ability to adjust its temperature automatically. Therefore, when it discovered that the temperature of Li Yingzhu's body was too low, it continuously increased its temperature. At this time, it was scalding hot just like those heaters used in the cold winters to warm oneself up. After hearing Song Shuhang mumbling to himself, Li Yingzhu looked at him in puzzlement. "It's nothing." Song Shuhang gently patted her head. Such a temperature wasn't really a problem for the current Song Shuhang. Right at this time, the ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Konghua, said, "Little friend, please follow me." Chu Konghua showed the way while Song Shuhang and Gourd closely followed behind. Gourd often glanced at Li Yingzhu. He was rather curious about this girl that had suddenly come out of a chunk of ice. He was told that children were born from rocks, but it was his first time witnessing someone born from ice. In the territory of the Chu family, Song Shuhang was sitting on a sofa. Guoguo was sitting on his left, Li Yinzhu on his right, and Yu Jiaojiao on his shoulder. The emerald green kasaya that Li Yinzhu was wearing had already been returned to Song Shuhang. The ancestor of the Chu family had prepared some small and exquisite magical clothes for women for her. In the end, the ancestor of the Chu family was still a fifth-stage spiritual emperor. When he was young, he explored a lot of ruins together with Li Tiansu and gathered a lot of treasures. These small magical clothes were nothing for him. Afterward, Chu Kongbo recorded the map of the forbidden area, as well as the information about the area he and Li Tiansu explored back then, on a long scroll, giving it to Song Shuhang. Chu Kongbo didn't really want to step inside that forbidden area again. He wasn't even able to see the front gate of the forbidden area when he was heavily injured and had to nurse his wounds for several years. As if that wasn't enough, his friend Li Tiansu also lost his life in there. From this alone, it was pretty clear that a fifth-stage spiritual emperor wasn't strong enough to explore those ancient ruins. Little friend, here is the position of the forbidden area, as well as the position of the formations located on the periphery of the area. However, many years have passed, and I'm unsure what kind of changes took place on the periphery of the forbidden area. Therefore, you can only use the information about the area that fellow Daoist Li and I explored as a reference and nothing more, Chu Kongbo said. Thank you, Senior, Song Shuhang said and reassured him. Moreover, you can be at ease. If we find the cure to Li Yinzhu's disease inside the forbidden area, we'll try our best to retrieve it. After hearing these words, Chu Kongbo felt relieved. Afterward, the two still discussed for a while. Hearing about Chu Kongbo's experiences from when he was young and taking risks outside benefited Song Shuhang quite a lot. Afterward, the two exchanged phone numbers. If Song Shuhang's trip to the forbidden area were to produce good results, he could now contact Chu Kongbo directly. Senior Chu, I have still some matters to deal with, so I'll head home first. Let's hope to meet each other again. Song Shuhang said to Chu Kongbo after cupping his hands. Let's hope to meet each other again. Chu Kongbo got up and prepared to see Song Shuhang off. After reaching the open space outside, Song Shuhang took out the silver dragon puppet from his size-reducing purse. When Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman gave him the silver dragon puppet, there was already a spirit stone of the third stage loaded inside. The spirit stone was enough to let the silvery dragon puppet fly for a long time. Song Shuhang was pretty lucky that there was already a spirit stone loaded inside the puppet. Otherwise, a poor wretch like him that didn't even have half a spirit stone would only have been able to use the silver dragon puppet as a mere ornamental object. When he saw the silver dragon puppet, Guoguo exclaimed in surprise and immediately jumped on its back. Although he was usually trying to act all serious, he was unable to restrain his childish nature after seeing something he truly liked. Song Shuhang gently patted the head of Li Yinzhu, who was pulling still his clothes, and said, "Be a good girl and go back with Senior Chu. After a little while, I'll come to see you again, all right?" Li Yinzhu blinked her eyes, and a confused expression appeared on her face. Her hands were still tightly holding onto Song Shuhang's clothes, unwilling to let go. Yu Jiaojiao, who was sitting on Song Shuhang's shoulder, said with a smile, "Hee, she is really attached to you, Shuhang. The reason should be this ring I'm wearing on my finger. It has an aura that she finds familiar," Song Shuhang said as he stroked the ancient bronze ring on his finger. The Flaming Saber Technique, a healing spell, and a spirit-gathering formation of the third stage were engraved on this ring. For the current Song Shuhang, it was a hard-to-come-by treasure. The Flaming Saber Technique attached to this ring had saved Song Shuhang's life several times when he was in danger. The healing spell was even more valuable. After all, it was something that could literally save one's life. But after pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang decided to take the ring off his finger. Then, he squatted down and grabbed Li Yingzhu's small hand, putting the ring in her palm. It was something that belonged to her father, and it was better to return it to her both from an emotional and logical point of view. It was the same as returning the ring to the rightful owner. "Goodbye, and take care of yourself," Song Shuhang said to her in a gentle tone. Li Yingzhu's silver eyes closely stared at the ring in her palm. She stood in place and didn't move in the slightest. Chu Kongbua moved forward and gently patted Li Yingzhu's head, picking her up and holding her in his arms. "Senior Chu, goodbye." Song Shuhang jumped on the back of the silver dragon puppet and cupped his hands. The eyes of the silver dragon emitted a golden radiance. Afterward, it gently flapped its huge wings and soared into the sky. The disciples of the Chu family looked at the puppet with envious expressions. They found the flying puppet rather cool. Unfortunately, let alone this puppet that could fly in the sky, even a puppet that could only run on land was too expensive for them. If they had enough money to purchase such a puppet, they'd better use it to buy cultivation resources instead. "Let's go back," Chu Kongbua said. In his embrace, Li Yingzhu was still staring at the ring. It was unknown what she was thinking. Chu Kongbua gently patted the daughter of his deceased friend and said, "From today onward, we'll live together." He would treat Li Yingzhu as his own daughter and diligently teach and train her. If they were to get rid of the cold in her body someday in the future, he would finally be able to repay the debt he owed to his deceased friend. Just as Chu Kongbua took 5 or 6 steps with Li Yingzhu in his embrace, the latter suddenly opened her mouth and said one word, "Out." Soon after, a small spherical object flew out of her mouth. It was a sword orb. A sword orb was an object made of thin, thread-like sharp blades entwined into a small sphere. As long as one poured their true qi or spiritual energy inside, the sword orb would change into a sharp and long sword. Alternatively, it could attack the enemy in the shape of an orb as well. It was very difficult to forge a sword orb. For this reason, the value of a sword orb was from 5 to 10 times higher than an ordinary flying sword of the same rank. After the sword orb flew out of Li Yingzhu's mouth, it swelled while midair, turning into a sword light. Chu Kongbua was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "A sword riding technique." Then, Li Yingzhu broke free from his embrace and lightly jumped, landing on the sword light. Next, her small body cautiously lay down on the sword light, just like a lovely little animal. Whiz! The sword light flew away and quickly disappeared at the horizon. From the direction, it seemed she was headed toward Song Shuhang. 4th stage innate realm. Chu Kongbua forced a smile. He had judged the situation incorrectly. The daughter of his old friend was actually a cultivator of the 4th stage innate realm. She was so young, but she already had the strength of the 4th stage rank. But after carefully thinking about it, it wasn't this strange. Li Tiansu sold his whole property to find a cure for the disease of his daughter, ending up with a heavy debt. Moreover, he risked his life to explore innumerable secret realms and ruins, and all the resources he obtained were dumped on Li Yingzhu's body. The number of natural resources was huge, and although most of them were used to resist the cold inside her body, the effect of the remaining small part was enough to push Li Yingzhu's strength to the 4th stage innate realm. After pondering for a moment, Chu Kongbua took out his mobile phone and called Song Shuhang. Very soon, Song Shuhang picked up the phone. Senior Chu, is something the matter?" Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Did he forget something in the Chu family? Somewhat embarrassed, Chu Kongbua said, "Little friend Song, Yingzhu is flying toward your position." "What? She is flying over here? How is she flying exactly?" Song Shuhang asked. Chu Kongbua replied, "With a flying sword. 4th stage innate realm." Song Shuhang was dumbstruck. Chu Kongbua replied, "Indeed, 4th stage innate realm." Song Shuhang. Is everyone so talented nowadays? It took the seniors hundreds of years to advance to the 4th stage innate realm. But now, Soft Feather was on the verge of reaching this realm while in her 20s. Su Clan 16, who was only slightly older than Soft Feather, had already tried to break through to it. Yu Jiaojiao, who was currently sitting on his shoulder, wasn't that much older than 16 if we were to convert her age into that of humans, and she was already at the 4th stage innate realm. It seemed that this era was going to be full of natural talents. At this time, Chu Kongwa's voice transmitted from the other end again. Therefore, is it alright if I trouble little friend Song to help me take care of the daughter of my friend for a few days? I'll immediately send over 2 disciples of the Chu family that will be in charge of Li Yinzhu's daily necessities. I guarantee that it won't cause little friend Song any additional trouble. Chu Kongwa could see that Li Yinzhu wanted to follow Song Shuhang. Was it something similar to the chick coming out of the egg and considering the first person it saw as its mother? But regardless of the reason, Li Yinzhu didn't seem to intend to leave Song Shuhang's side for the time being. In that case, he might as well send 2 disciples of the Chu family along to take care of Li Yinzhu. With that, she would be able to stay close to Song Shuhang without causing him too much trouble. After finding a way to solve the situation, he would bring her back. As for the people in charge of taking care of Li Yinzhu, Chu Kongwa already had someone suitable in mind, the most talented girl of the Chu family, Chu Chu. Given her talent, it would be a waste to keep her in the Chu family. Such being the case, it was better to have her leave with little friend Song Shuhang. Perhaps she would chance upon some fortuitous encounters. As for the other candidate, he just needed to find someone dependable and competent, and it was settled. Song Shuhang shot a glance at Guogua, who was happily screaming while riding on the back of the silver dragon puppet. There wasn't that much of a difference between taking care of 1 child or 2. Senior Chu, it's fine. I can help you look after Li Yinzhu. However, I might have to go on a trip to a very distant place in a short while. Therefore, it's better if the disciples you want to send over to take care of her rush here within 2 days, Song Shuhang replied. 2 days? No problem. Little friend, send me your address. I guarantee you that the disciples of the Chu family will be at your place before tomorrow's sunset. Chu Kongwa patted his chest and reassured Song Shuhang. At the same time, he also thoughtlessly asked, little friend Song Shuhang, where are you heading exactly? Do you need any help with your journey? Ah, it's a very far, far place. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the starry sky, saying, Senior Chu, thank you for your consideration, but Senior White has already made the necessary arrangements for this long trip. I just need to go over, and that's it. I see. In that case, be careful on the road. Chu Kongwa could sense that Song Shuhang's tone was a bit strange. Therefore, he wasn't sure how to reply and could only wish him good luck. After hanging up the phone, Song Shuhang discovered that there was a sword light quickly approaching the silver dragon from behind, its speed incredibly fast. It was at least twice as fast as the silver dragon puppet. At this time, the white-haired Li Yinzhu was lying down on the surface of the sword light, resembling a cute, little animal. Her eyes immediately lit up as soon as they met with Song Shuhang's. The speed of her flying sword became even faster, and she arrived next to Song Shuhang in an instant. Afterward, Li Yinzhu jumped with all her strength and pounced toward Song Shuhang's silver dragon puppet. This dangerous action almost made Song Shuhang's heart jump out of his chest. He quickly stretched his hands out to grab the mischievous brat. Luckily, Li Yinzhu could freely control her momentum. Therefore, when she pounced forward and arrived in front of Song Shuhang's body, her momentum had already reduced to the minimum. This allowed Song Shuhang to catch her and gently hold her in his arms. The nearby sword light started to shrink, changing into a small orb that flew next to Li Yinzhu's body. Afterward, she slightly opened her mouth and swallowed the sword orb. Hee hee. Li Yinzhu grabbed the corner of Song Shuhang's clothes and laughed complacently. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he gently patted Li Yinzhu's head. The nearby Guogua opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This little girl that seemed even younger than him could unexpectedly ride a flying sword. Guogua's view of the world had somewhat crumbled. But very soon, he clenched his teeth and steeled his heart. It must be because I didn't practice enough recently. I must practice much harder from now on. Li Yinzhu had unknowingly motivated the small monk to practice even harder. After grabbing Song Shuhang's clothes, Li Yinzhu stretched out her small hand and handed out the ancient bronze ring to Song Shuhang. "You want to give it to me?" Song Shuhang said with a smile. Li Yinzhu gently nodded her head. Song Shuhang shook his head and said softly, "This is something that belonged to your father. I just returned it to the rightful owner. Now, this ring belongs to you." Li Yinzhu kept raising her small hand as she stared at Song Shuhang with her silvery eyes. Song Shuhang felt a bit embarrassed with Li Yinzhu staring at him like that. In the end, he had no choice but to take the ancient bronze ring once more. From the looks of it, Li Yinzhu didn't approach me due to the ancient bronze ring. But if the ring isn't the reason, why did she approach me? Then, Song Shuhang immediately thought of the ghost spirit inside his body. When he was contracting the ghost spirit back then, the latter absorbed a small portion of the energy Li Tiansu left behind before disappearing. Perhaps Song Shuhang had now some of Li Tiansu's aura on his body, and it was the reason Li Yinzhu approached him. Forget it. Regardless of the reason, he would carry her home first. After all, Mama Song really liked kids. Therefore, she should like this adorable girl. Oh, right. One couldn't forget the serious-looking Guogua. Wenzhou City, Baijing Street. Song Shuhang's home. Mama Song was sitting on the sofa and eating watermelon seeds while watching Korean dramas. Papa Song was lying on the sofa, resting with his eyes closed. According to today's news report, the people that had ended up on the deserted island after the plane crash had been already delivered to Shanghai City by the cruise ship of that mysterious nouveau riche. All the passengers were currently on their way home. Therefore, Papa Song applied for leave today, and Mama Song prepared a good meal very early. Now, they were waiting for Song Shuhang to return home. Ding dong, the sound of the doorbell echoed in the room. Is Shuhang finally back? Papa Song immediately sprang to his feet. His actions were so quick that they hardly resembled those of someone of his age. Immediately after, he rushed toward the door with quick steps and opened it. "Boy, you have finally returned, eh?" Halfway through his speech, Papa Song saw the person standing in front of the door and became speechless. The person standing before his eyes wasn't Song Shuhang but a woman with a tall and slender figure. Her having a tall and slender figure wasn't strange, what was strange were the clothes she was wearing. She was wearing one of those ancient red skirts, and it felt as though she was a fairy maiden that had come out of a historical movie. It was quite hot during this period. Other than it looking strange, didn't she feel hot and stuffy with these clothes on? "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Papa Song asked. The woman wearing that ancient red skirt blinked her eyes and asked, "Excuse me, is this little friend stressed by a mountain of books home?" In the instant she smiled, a very strong attraction spread from her body, and Papa Song's body uncontrollably moved in her direction. Of course, it's not what you're thinking. Papa Song wasn't attracted by her beauty but was literally attracted toward her, just like a piece of iron attracted by a magnet. Papa Song felt that he was unable to stand up firmly. Stressed by a mountain of books? What's that? Papa Song was confused. At the same time, he felt as though his center of gravity had become a bit unstable and quickly leaned back. Oh. Wait a moment. Today is a different day. The woman wearing the ancient red skirt took out her phone and gently swiped on its surface. Soon after, she raised her head and said earnestly, "Is this Baijing Street's traveling Sabersman's home?" Baijing Street's traveling Sabersman? What the hell is that? Papa Song rubbed his temples. Recently, these youngsters like to have fun in strange and bizarre ways. His train of thought just couldn't keep up with theirs. But this street is indeed called Baijing. Oh, wait a moment. I forgot something very important. The woman wearing the ancient red skirt swiped on the phone once more and started to quickly type something. In the 9 provinces #1 group. Fairy Firefly, it's very urgent. I need to ask something to the fellow Taoists online. What's Baijing Street's traveling Sabersman's full name? I can't recall it. Vice Island Master Tian Wei, who is Baijing Street's traveling Sabersman? Dongfang Snow, is it a new fellow Taoist that was just added to the group? Fairy Firefly, no. I'm talking about that fellow Taoist with 7 names that's using a different one each day. Dongfang Snow, oh, you meant fellow Taoist 7 days. Dharma King Creation, what the hell is this fellow Taoist 7 days? That little friend is just changing name each day, and that's it. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, fellow Taoist 7 days, this Tao name is quite good. I like it. Moreover, Fairy Firefly, Baijing Street's traveling Sabersman's full name is Song Shuhang. Anyway, why are you asking this? Fairy Firefly, I just went to his place, and I think I met his father. However, I just couldn't recall to mind Baijing Street's traveling Sabersman's full name. Anyway, I got it now. Many thanks, Northern River. Northern River's Loose Cultivator. Fairy Firefly switched the phone off and raised her head once more, saying to Papa Song, "Hello, is this little friend Song Shuhang's home?" "Oh, so you are Song Shuhang's friend." Papa Song nodded his head. At the same time, he shot a glance at Fairy Firefly. She was a very attractive woman, and if we were talking about makings and appearance, she was comparable to that Miss Uruzi from the previous time. Both had their merits. The only thing was that her strange behavior and clothing. What the hell was that name just now, Baijing Street's traveling Sabersman? Wait a moment, is it possible that it's that cosplay and role-playing thing that youngsters like nowadays? Papa Song didn't expect that Song Shuhang liked such things. Please, come in. Shuhang should be on his way back home from Shanghai City. He should arrive today. Did you need something from him since you were looking for him? Papa Song warmly received the guest. Yes. Song Shuhang ordered a special product recently. The product has already arrived in Wenzhou City and was temporarily delivered to my place. I've heard that he was coming home. Therefore, I decided to come here to meet him personally and see if he had the time to move some of the merchandise, Fairy Firefly said with a smile. The 1,000 bags of spirit rice Song Shuhang ordered had already arrived in Wenzhou City and had been stored inside Fairy Firefly's empty multi-storied building. Moreover, Fairy Firefly had been entrusted by Venerable White to send Song Shuhang to space. She hadn't used this method to deliver people to space for a very long time. Therefore, she was starting to get restless, itching to enter into action. Fairy Firefly had already prepared a full set of astronaut equipment for Song Shuhang. Now, she only had to wait for Song Shuhang to return home, move some of the spirit rice, and say goodbye to his family before shooting him into space. Papa Song sighed and asked, "Special product? What kind of special product did he order this time?" "That boy. It's white rice, and its taste is quite good." Since it was a hard-to-come-by opportunity, little friend Song Shuhang ordered quite a lot of it, Fairy Firefly said with a smile. In the instant she smiled, her body started to emit that gravitational attraction once more. Papa Song, who was leading the way, felt his body become heavy, just as though he was walking against the wind. He had to spend a great deal of effort to take each step. What's happening? My body seems to have become quite weak nowadays. Papa Song thought to himself. I'll ask my wife to prepare me some tonic tonight to recover my strength. After hearing that Song Shuhang had purchased some white rice, Papa Song didn't inquire further, and it was a good thing that he didn't. Otherwise, if he were to discover that Song Shuhang ordered 1,000 packets of rice in one go, he would surely curse him and label him as a wastrel. Then, he would look for something to beat him up. In the rear, after discovering Papa Song's difficulties, Fairy Firefly immediately stopped smiling. The gravitational attraction spreading from her body likewise disappeared. Papa Song suddenly felt his body become lighter and was somewhat confused as to what was happening. After taking a few steps, Papa Song asked, "Right. Miss, how should I address you?" Up until now, he had yet to ask the name of this girl wearing an ancient red skirt. "You can just call me Luing One, I guess," Fairy Firefly said with a smile. "Luing, huh? It's a very good name," Papa Song continued. "Since you're Song Shuhang's friend, you don't really need to act like a stranger and can just call me Uncle Song." Fairy Firefly was speechless and somewhat embarrassed. After all, she wasn't like those shameless people that would call a youngster in his 40s uncle, just to appear young. Her actual age was enough to let her end up in the first pages of the Song family's list of ancestors. Papa Song enthusiastically led Fairy Firefly into the living room. After seeing that there was a guest, Mama Song quickly went to prepare a cup of spirit green tea. Song Shuhang had reminded them earlier that they could put at most 2 tea leaves in 1 cup of spirit green tea. Fairy Firefly took the cup, looked at the 2 lonely tea leaves drifting on the surface and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although it had been a long time since she met ordinary people, Fairy Firefly had a lot of experience due to her age. Therefore, she was able to quickly get on the same wavelength as Mama Song and Papa Song. The 3 people started to laugh and chat. "Aha, by the way, how come little friend Shuhang isn't home yet?" If they kept chatting, it would be difficult for her to avoid referring to Papa Song as Uncle Song. It was simply too embarrassing. Fairy Firefly got goosebumps just at the thought of such a scene. In the meantime, Song Shuhang was still riding on the silver dragon puppet. However, he didn't directly head in Wenzhou City's direction. He first made a turn and headed toward the smelted cave. He headed toward the same smelted cave that was once Shilan's dwelling. When Song Shuhang entered the dreamland the last time and dreamt of Shilan's life experiences, he got a hold of 2 important pieces of information. The first one was that Shilan explored the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue together with his companions. The second one was that there was a double-layered wall in the depths of the smelted cave, and behind this double-layered wall was concealed an exquisite wooden puppet that was probably related to the Jet Black sect and the mastermind behind Shilan. Therefore, Song Shuhang took this matter to heart. That exquisite wooden puppet had managed to conceal itself in the depths of the smelted cave before Shilan, who had been just transformed into a puppet, regained his senses. At first, Song Shuhang was planning to return to the cave together with a senior. But now, a cultivator of the 4th stage innate realm such as Yu Jiaojiao was sitting on his shoulder. Li Yingzhu, another cultivator of the 4th stage innate realm, was also together with him. Therefore, he might as well try to explore the cave now. In addition to these 2 cultivators of the 4th stage realm, Song Shuhang still had Guogua, a mascot of the 1st stage mortality transcender realm, as well as 2 seahorse-type spirit beasts with the bloodline of a flood dragon. At this time, they were unexpectedly lying down next to Li Yingzhu's body and blowing bubbles with their mouths. It seemed that the 2 seahorses really liked the cold air spreading from Li Yingzhu's body. On the other hand, Li Yingzhu also seemed to really like the seahorses. If one were to look carefully, they would see that there was some drool flowing out from the corners of her mouth. After they arrived in the airspace of the smelted cave, the silver puppet dragon slowly descended. On the back of the dragon, Song Shuhang's face was deathly pale. After his craving for riding the silver dragon puppet like a dragon knight was satisfied and the adrenaline rush was over, Song Shuhang acrophobia resurfaced once more. When he saw that the houses below were only of the size of small black dots, Song Shuhang felt his legs becoming somewhat soft. It was something that had nothing to do with willpower. After all, Song Shuhang's willpower was very strong, but acrophobia was a fearsome symptom that even his willpower couldn't overcome. According to Song Shuhang's guess, he might be able to get rid of his acrophobia after learning how to ride a flying sword, since he wouldn't have to worry about falling from the sky anymore. Luckily, the back of the silver dragon puppet was somewhat bigger than the layer of light of disposable flying swords and had a special saddle for flying and reins that one could grab. With that, Song Shuhang was able to keep the fear under control and slowly descend. Later, I will ask if one of the seniors can install a windshield on this silver dragon puppet, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Since there was nothing around while he was flying in the middle of the sky, Song Shuhang felt particularly anxious. The silver dragon puppet slowly descended and got inside the cave from the entrance Venerable White created when he fell down. Guogua jumped down from the back of the dragon and curiously looked all around, asking, "What is this place?" Inside the smelted cave, the surrounding four walls were charred black. The aftermath of the bodies of the black dragon puppet and Shilon exploding was still clearly visible before their eyes. On the other hand, the place where the blood pond was located had been destroyed by Venerable Spirit Butterfly. At this time, the blood pond had dried up, and all the runes inside the smelted cave had been moved away by Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Those runes were related to the teleporting formation, and were thus very helpful towards Venerable Spirit Butterfly's research. Song Shuhang replied, "This is the immortal cave of a deceased cultivator. Be careful, we are heading toward the inner part." Li Yinzhu tightly grabbed Song Shuhang's clothes and closely followed behind him. Guogua was also closely following behind Li Yinzhu. The two seahorses didn't have any fighting strength. Therefore, Song Shuhang left them next to the silver dragon puppet. The silver dragon was currently in an active state, and Song Shuhang only needed a word to make it take off. After all, that wooden puppet hiding in the depths of the smelted cave was somewhat strange. Song Shuhang had no choice but to prepare some countermeasures. Very soon, Song Shuhang's group arrived in the inner part of the cave. Originally, there were many skin puppets and other puppet parts lying in here. Later, Song Shuhang, Soft Feather, and Lu Jianyi destroyed everything. The surroundings were likewise charred black. Those were the traces left behind by a large fire. Song Shuhang carefully looked around and discovered that no one had been here recently. "Jiao Jiao, get ready. In a while, I'll destroy that layer of stone. There is a strange human-like puppet concealed behind the layer of stone that might be related to the Jet Black sect," Song Shuhang said. At the same time, he took out the emerald green kasaya and put it on. The kasaya itself had an incredibly strong defense, and it could be activated as well for an even stronger defense. If it were possible to turn it into a Daoist robe, Song Shuhang would have been even happier. Yu Jiaojiao nodded and said, "No problem. I'll prepare a powerful defensive shield, as well as a substitution technique." Li Yinzhu didn't need Song Shuhang's reminder. She slightly opened her mouth and the sword orb flew out, hovering next to her body and maintaining a state of alertness. "In that case, I'm going in." Song Shuhang grasped the treasured saber broken tyrant and arrived in front of the layer of stone that was concealing the exquisite wooden puppet in his dream. Song Shuhang operated his true chi according to the 33 divine beasts technique. With that, Song Shuhang's each and every action was accompanied by the cry of a huge whale. In this state, Song Shuhang could burst forth a power that was comparable to that of a huge whale. Soon after, Song Shuhang held the treasured saber broken tyrant in his hand and spun his wrist. Then, he visualized in his mind Scarlet Heaven's heaven-burning saber intent. Flaming Saber Technique. Bright flames started to burn, and Song Shuhang violently slashed out, sending the saber chi toward the layer of stone. Song Shuhang's knowledge of basic saber techniques had sharply increased while practicing the inverted scale saber technique with young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU. The higher one's knowledge in regards to basic saber techniques was, the higher would be their comprehension in regards to saber techniques. When he used the Flaming Saber Technique this time, the saber intent within was much more powerful. The power of the saber intent and the Flaming Saber Technique complemented each other. This slash of the Flaming Saber Technique was much bigger in size than the one Song Shuhang unleashed during the fight on the grievance settling platform. The blazing saber chi that streaked across the air was almost 4 meters long. This attack of the Flaming Saber Technique should be enough to destroy that layer of stone, right? Song Shuhang thought to himself. In the instant the saber chi of the Flaming Saber Technique slashed out, a figure suddenly flashed past Song Shuhang's body, positioning itself in front of the layer of stone. While facing the blazing saber chi, the figure spread its arms and opened its small mouth. Its long silvery hair was fluttering in the wind. The figure was unexpectedly Li Yinzhu. Yinzhu? What are you doing? Song Shuhang bellowed with all his might. What game was this little girl playing? Why did she suddenly block the path of the Flaming Saber Technique? Was it because there was something strange about that layer of stone? Song Shuhang quickly stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion from afar. The saber intent inside the Flaming Saber Technique disappeared. That saber intent was a copy of Scarlet Heaven's saber intent, and its killing power was very high. Luckily, Song Shuhang could freely control it and make it disappear at any time. After losing the support of the saber intent, the lethality of the blazing saber chi greatly decreased, only the blazing flames were left. At this time, Song Shuhang saw Li Yinzhu open her mouth and make several seals with her hands. Slurp. Li Yinzhu inhaled through her small mouth. In the next moment, something astonishing happened. That huge slash of blazing saber chi was sucked into her mouth like noodles. In just 2 seconds, the whole attack had thoroughly disappeared into her mouth. Burp! Li Yinzhu burped with a satisfied expression on her face. It seemed she had enjoyed the meal. Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide. She unexpectedly ate the Flaming Saber Technique. Although it was only the outer shell of the Flaming Saber Technique without the support of the saber intent, it was still a slash made of true fire-born generated from true chi. Those flames were much hotter than normal fire. Now, Li Yinzhu had unexpectedly sucked it inside her belly through her small mouth. This was literally the saying, eat the food while it's warm because you won't like it once it's cold. After eating the blazing flames, Li Yinzhu breathed out a mouthful of warm air, and her originally pale face became somewhat ruddy. She seemed full of energy. Looking at how skilled she was, it absolutely wasn't her first time eating the Flaming Saber Technique. Song Shuhang unconsciously glanced at the ancient bronze ring on his finger and thought of the Flaming Saber Technique engraved on it. Is it possible that Taoist priest Li Tiansu often fed the flames of the Flaming Saber Technique to his daughter? Is this the reason Li Yinzhu instinctively moved forward and ate the flames as soon as she saw them? Judging from Li Yinzhu's ruddy complexion, it seems that eating the flames of the Flaming Saber Technique can partially counter the cold inside her body. In that case, should I make her eat the flames of the Flaming Saber Technique from time to time before we find a method to cure her disease permanently? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Ah. After eating the flames, Li Yinzhu realized that what she did was improper. She bashfully whizzed past Song Shuhang and hid behind his back, tightly grabbing his clothes and not daring to lift her head. If there was a Lullikan on the scene and they were to see her acting like this, they would immediately hug her and bring her home regardless of the price they had to pay. Forget it. I can still destroy that layer of stone even without the Flaming Saber Technique. Song Shuhang raised the treasured saber broken tyrant. This is time, he didn't use the Flaming Saber Technique but only the 33 Divine Beasts Technique. The true chi poured inside the treasured saber-broken tyrant, and Song Shuhang used once more those saber skills he acquired from young Master Phoenix Slayer's basic knowledge of saber techniques. He relied on the sharp blade to slash at the layer of stone, cutting through it as though he was cutting butter. After 5 slashes, the big layer of stone finally came down. Very soon, the place where the wooden puppet was hiding was laid bare before the eyes of the several people on the scene. Just like in Song Shuhang's dreamland, a lifelike wooden puppet was hidden beneath the layer of stone. Yu Jiaojiao, who was sitting on Song Shuhang's shoulder, said, "I don't sense any fluctuation of spiritual or other energy come from it." It seemed that the wooden puppet before their eyes was nothing but an ordinary human-like puppet. There weren't any magical techniques, runes, or secret mechanisms hidden on its body. Was it just me overthinking it? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. But in the dreamland, he stood in this place and saw the wooden puppet hide behind the layer of stone before the disciple of the Thousand Hands sect, Shilan, regained consciousness. Who would believe that the wooden puppet was only an ordinary puppet and nothing more? Song Shuhang tried to guess. Is it possible that there might be some hidden mechanism concealed behind the body of the puppet? For example, some fearsome trap will activate if the puppet is moved away from its current position or something of the sort? Yu Jiaojiao replied, "It's very likely. Let's put some distance between us and the puppet. I'll use my ability to control water from a safe distance to dig it out." Thereupon, everyone put some distance between themselves and the layer of stone. Yu Jiaojiao stretched out her small claw and activated a seal. Soon after, a mass of water appeared in front of her out of nowhere. Under the effects of Yu Jiaojiao's innate ability to control water, the mass of water changed into 4 whips that swept toward the wooden puppet. Yu Jiaojiao said, "Get ready. If something strange happens, let's get out here immediately." Song Shuhang and Li Yinzhu simultaneously nodded. Yu Jiaojiao moved her small claw and the whip of water likewise moved, pulling the wooden puppet out of the layer of stone. No hidden mechanism was activated, and the wooden puppet was easily pulled out of the stone and fell next to Song Shuhang's body. The body of the wooden puppet shook a few times due to the inertia, but it soon became motionless. Yu Jiaojiao. Song Shuhang. After a short while, Song Shuhang took a step forward and used the treasured saber-broken tyrant to poke the wooden puppet lying on the ground. There wasn't any reaction, the wooden puppet didn't get up to attack him either. Thereupon, Song Shuhang opened his size-reducing purse and moved it closer to the wooden puppet. The size-reducing purse could only reduce the size of non-living things. In other words, if this wooden puppet was like Shilan, a person whose body had been completely transformed into a puppet, it wouldn't shrink. But as soon as the size-reducing purse approached it, the wooden puppet started to shrink. It was really just an ordinary puppet. In the end, Song Shuhang stored it inside his size-reducing purse. Yu Jiaojiao said, "So, that's it?" Song Shuhang nodded and said, "Yeah, that's it." Later, he would have to ask in the group which senior was familiar with the puppet techniques of the Jet Black sect and could help him examine this wooden puppet to see if there were any problems with it. Yu Jiaojiao said, "It was somewhat disappointing." Song Shuhang replied, "I feel the same. Anyway, we managed to obtain the wooden puppet. Now, it's time to return home. Mama Song and Papa Song are probably getting anxious." Song Shuhang thought to himself. At this time, in the 9 provinces number 1 group, several fellow Taoists suddenly popped up. True Monarch Fallout. Cave Lord Snow Wolf. Great Master Profound Principle only sent a ... Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather, ahaha. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Didn't you guys enter the ancient ruins together with Venerable White to explore them? How come you are all here? Is it possible that your phones managed to get the signal while inside the ruins? Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather, Ahaha, Senior Northern River, our team was wiped out. Northern River's loose cultivator, what? Their team was wiped out? They were wiped out even though Venerable White was leading them and Venerable Spirit Butterfly was also present on the scene? True Monarch Fallout, yes. We just recently regained our senses. Moreover, we received some injuries as well. We left the ruins earlier, and we are currently trying to heal our wounds. Ahaha. When the bright moon appears, you all fainted even though there were 2 venerables together with you, and you were forced to leave the ruins as well? Are these ruins really so scary? In that case, congratulations. The scarier the ruins, the bigger the reward inside. Fairy Lychee, Scholar Drunken Yang, hello. Actually, I'm more interested in how the exploration team was wiped out. When the bright moon appears, it's Drunken Moon, Drunken Moon. If you really can't remember it, look at my current username. When the bright moon appears, there is the word moon inside. Fairy Lychee, I'm sorry. I'll make sure to remember it the next time. Bright moon, bright moon. Cough. As for how our team was wiped out, it's a long story. Cave Lord Snow Wolf sent a sad emoji, as well as a senior_white_smile emote. Unexpectedly, Cave Lord Snow Wolf still dared to send Senior White's emotes in the chat. Was he tired of living? True Monarch Fallout, it's like this. Not long after Senior White led us into the ruins, he started to explore them while studying the ancient runes and magical techniques all around. Great Master Profound Principle. Cave Lord Snow Wolf continued, then, not sure how, but Senior White got somewhat distracted while he was studying the runes. System notification, a welcome to Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team, who just joined the 9 Provinces #1 group. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team. Thank you fellow Daoist Yellow Mountain for adding me to the group. Hello, everyone. I'm Tyrant Flood Dragon. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon's username is really something, Northern River's loose cultivator said with a smile. Anyway, let's not get sidetracked and continue with what we were talking about. I'll explain what happened next. Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather quickly wrote, Senior White got distracted, but we lot were behind him, and from the very start, we didn't notice it. Then, we kept walking and walking, until Senior White suddenly stumbled. Northern River's loose cultivator, face_palm, Fairy Lychee, restrain your grief. When the bright moon appears, restrain your grief. +1 inch Dongfang snow, restrain your grief. +2 inch sun splitting halberd guada, picture of a cute puppy. Sun splitting halberd guada, picture of the head of a dog being furiously rubbed. Sun splitting halberd guada, now that I'm done making fun of myself, restrain your grief. +3 inch treasure forging heavenly mansions Yang Xian, fellow Daoist guada, don't destroy the chain. Restrain your grief. +4 inch island master Tian Tian Kong, you above, you also broke the chain, F***CK. Anyway, since Senior White fell, did he cause that terrifying explosion as well? No wonder your entire team was wiped out. Vice Island Master Tian Tian Wei, stupid elder brother, don't forget that Venerable Spirit Butterfly entered the ancient ruins together with them. Although Venerable White's skill to suddenly stumble and fall to the ground is rather fearsome, Venerable Spirit Butterfly should be able to swiftly protect all the people on the scene. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, therefore, how was your team wiped out? Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather continued with her explanation. The ancient ruins we were exploring were full of traps and hidden mechanisms. In the instant Venerable White stumbled and fell to the ground, the several traps and hidden mechanisms concealed in the surrounding area exploded. The fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces #1 group tried to visualize the scene in their minds, it was simply too terrifying. But to tell you the truth, we were lucky that fellow Daoist White stumbled. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team said at this time. The hidden mechanisms concealed within the ancient ruins were very ingenious, and not even the two venerables traveling together with us were able to discover all of them. At the time, our group had already carelessly entered within the range of these hidden mechanisms. We were very lucky that fellow Taoist White stumbled and destroyed the traps and hidden mechanisms before they could activate. If fellow Taoist White hadn't tripped and had the traps and hidden mechanisms activated, perhaps the situation of our group would have been even worse. Yes, my father was of the same mind. He said that we got really lucky that Senior White suddenly stumbled back then, Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather added. Therefore, Venerable White suddenly stumbling and falling to the ground was actually a heaven-sent gift that saved the whole group. Northern River's loose cultivator, Senior White's luck is incredible. At the same time, he selected the Senior_White_bless emote from the Senior White's expression package and carefully saved it. He was planning to keep this picture close to him until he was done breaking through to the 6th stage realm. Who knew, perhaps he might receive Senior White's blessing and advance in realm more easily with this picture at hand. Afterward, the group was completely flooded with the sentence Senior White's luck is incredible. After a short while, Fairy Firefly popped up and wrote, at Baijing Street's traveling Sabersman, little friend Song Shuhang, how come you haven't returned home yet? I've been waiting for you at your place for more than half a day. I can't bear it Anamori. Right at this time, Song Shuhang was lying on the back of the silver dragon puppet. He looked very pale. Due to his acrophobia flaring up more and more frequently, he was having trouble controlling the silver dragon puppet. Therefore, he made up his mind and decided to let Yu Jiaojiao control the puppet for the time being. Amongst the people on the scene, Guoguo was too small, and Li Yinzhu's state of mind wasn't too stable. Therefore, there was only Yu Jiaojiao left that could control the puppet. However, Song Shuhang quickly regretted making this decision. It was said that a tiger could not beget a dog, and a flood dragon couldn't beget a weak daughter either. This was more or less the meaning. Yu Jiaojiao was true monarch tyrant flood dragon's daughter, the winner of the first session of the hand-guided tractor competition of the world of cultivators. Therefore, she was very talented and enthusiastic when it came to driving vehicles and racing on the road. As soon as her small claws grabbed the reins of the silver puppet dragon, she changed into a completely different person. Her eyesight sharpened and killing intent flashed through her small eyes. An indomitable aura was surging on her whole body, ready to slay gods and devils alike if they were to block her path. The speed of the silver dragon puppet was pushed to the limit and reached supersonic speed in a split second. After pulling through the long journey with much difficulty, the silver dragon puppet looked for an isolated area next to Wenzhou City's seashore and slowly landed. After he jumped down from the back of the silver dragon puppet, Song Shuhang felt that his legs had become somewhat soft. The state of his acrophobia had also worsened. If we were to rank the gravity of one's acrophobia on a scale of 1 to 10, Song Shuhang's current level of acrophobia had already reached level 8. Song Shuhang secretly swore not to let Yu Jiaojiao touch this silver dragon puppet ever again. After storing the silver dragon puppet away, Song Shuhang glanced at Guoguo, Li Yinzhu, who had become sleepy without him noticing, and the two seahorse dragons in the water tank. Afterward, he said, this seashore is pretty far from Baijing Street. It seems we'll need a car to go there. You need a car? Leave it to me. Yu Jiaojiao said as she patted her chest. You can get us a car? Of course. An uncle of mine directly manages this sea area. Therefore, there are people of our faction here. It's rather easy to obtain a car, Yu Jiaojiao said. The seas and the oceans were much bigger than the land. The land was full of humans, and even a 6th stage true monarch could only occupy a small territory. In some cases, they had to directly create their domain in a different dimension. On the other hand, a 6th stage true monarch was able to occupy a very large territory in the middle of the sea. Moreover, they had several scattered small territories as well aside from the main one. This sea area close to Wenzhou City just happened to be under the control of a sworn brother of true monarch tyrant Flood Dragon. Yu Jiaojiao took out her small and lovely phone and dialed a number. Soon after, a heartfelt laughter was transmitted from the other end. Jiaojiao, is that you? Did the sun rise in the west today? How come you called your uncle on your own? Hee hee. Uncle de Jiao, I'm currently in the sea area next to Wenzhou City. Do you have any subordinate here that can help me deal with a matter? Yu Jiaojiao said sweetly. You are in the sea area next to Wenzhou City? No problem, wait a moment. I'll determine your coordinates and send someone over to look for you, Uncle de Jiao said readily. Then, less than 10 minutes later, waves started to surge on the surface of the sea. Soon after, a crab whose body alone was 3 meters long crawled out of the water and moved sideways until arriving in front of Song Shuhang's group. It was a monster crab of the 3rd stage. This monster crab obviously had had some fortuitous encounter. After it reached the shore, it rolled on the spot and the shell on its body changed like that of a transformer, disjointing and uniting continuously. Very soon, it changed into a monster crab with a humanoid shape. It could be considered as a half-human and half-monster creature. The hard shell was firmly protecting its entire body, and its 2 big pincers changed and shifted to the arm position of the human body. Its legs likewise changed and shifted toward the bottom, turning into 2 human-like feet. Afterward, the monster crab moved sideways and arrived in front of Song Shuhang. It raised its pincer and said to Yu Jiaojiao, Milady Jiaojiao, I'm Sideways King 1. I hurried here after I received Master de Jiao's order. Milady Jiaojiao, what do you need of me? Yu Jiaojiao blinked her small eyes and said, we need a car. A car? The monster crab nodded and said, I understand. I just happen to have some human cars in my collection. Actually, I quite like cars and the like, and I found this session of the hand-guided tractor competition truly exciting. Right, congratulations to your excellency true monarch tyrant Flood Dragon for winning the competition. After it was done with its speech, the monster crab moved sideways toward a storehouse on the shore. Milady Jiaojiao and the others, please follow me. I'll bring you to the garage. Although the vehicles I've collected aren't that many, they are all pretty good. See, it's settled, Yu Jiaojiao said complacently. Song Shuhang lifted the 2 water tanks and followed behind the monster crab, heading toward the garage. Now then, this monster crab was unexpectedly moving sideways even after assuming a humanoid shape. It was worthy of being called Sideways King, overbearingly moving sideways too and going its own way without caring for others, truly cool. The monster crab Sideways King was a sincere fellow. Just like it said, although the cars it collected were few, there were only 7 of them, they were all high-quality ones. Moreover, they all had one thing in common, the volume of all the cars was pretty big. The reason for this was that Sideways King was more than 2 meters tall even after assuming a humanoid shape. Milady Jiaojiao, you can choose one of the cars here, Sideways King said. Song Shuhang said, all the cars here are pretty good. Moreover, they are big enough to accommodate the 2 water tanks. You can choose the one you prefer. Yu Jiaojiao nodded in agreement. Then, just as they were chatting, Guogua saw a car that was different than the others. The car was hidden behind a large curtain. Guogua's childish nature resurfaced and he quickly ran toward the vehicle, moving the curtain to a side. So cool! Guogua's eyes immediately lit up. Although Guogua wasn't an expert when it came to cars, he could easily tell that this car hidden behind the curtain was on a completely different level than the other 7. The shiny black body of the massive car was somewhat similar to the Batmobile seen in the Batman movie from a few years ago. But the insides of the car, as well as its volume, had been modified and increased in size. Especially the wheels, each wheel was 1.5 meters tall. They looked very overbearing. That's the one. Yu Jiaojiao's eyes also lit up. She didn't even wait for Sideways King's reply and leapt down from Song Shuhang's shoulder, changing her size midair and reaching a height of 170 centimeters. Then, she quickly jumped on the driver's seat. Inside the Batmobile, the key to the car was placed on the edge of the seat of the driver. Yu Jiaojiao picked up the key and started the car. Vroom, 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 the rumbling sound of the engine echoed. The sound was really overbearing, it was truly a domineering car. Song Shuhang placed down the 2 water tanks and patted the sleepy Li Yinzhu, hinting her stay here and look after the tanks. Soon after, Song Shuhang arrived next to the Batmobile and shot a glance at those huge wheels. The body of the car was truly domineering. All men were bound to love such a car. But the problem was, they couldn't really drive such a car on the streets, right? Moreover, it seemed that this car was Sideways King's beloved treasure. It was improper for a gentleman to take away someone else's treasured belongings. Therefore, Song Shuhang decided to urge Yu Jiaojiao to choose another car for the time being. If she really liked this car, she could pay Sideways King and have him deliver her an identical one later. Let me try the power of this car. Yu Jiaojiao's voice echoed from within the car. Right at this time, the distant Sideways King shouted, "Milady Jiaojiao, be careful. That's something I personally modified, it's a car custom made for me. Don't worry. I don't want to take your car. I just want to try it out. If its power can satisfy me, I'll pay you 5 times its value later, enough for you to modify 5 such cars. At the time, give me one as well." Yu Jiaojiao shouted as she released the handbrake. "Milady Jiaojiao, this isn't what I meant. It's not about the money I spent to modify the car. What I'm talking about is the way to operate this car." Too late. Sideways King face-bombed. Yu Jiaojiao tightly held the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator with her foot. In the next moment, the wheels of the Batmobile moved until placing themselves into a horizontal position. Vroom, in the next instant, the car moved sideways. Song Shuhang, who was standing next to the car, appreciating it while sighing with emotion, felt everything become black. The big and black Batmobile had suddenly moved sideways. It was something he hadn't expected in the least. In the next moment, Song Shuhang bumped into the frontal part of the massive car. No wait, he bumped into the side of the car. Anyway, the huge power of the car knocked him flying. His body flew for about 10 meters before crashing into the wall of the storehouse. What happened? What happened just now? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Although Yu Jiaojiao was a female driver, what was the deal with the car moving sideways? Was it possible that female drivers were fearsome to the point of ignoring the laws of physics and motion? Just as Song Shuhang's body was sliding down from the wall, he thought of the reason. The Batmobile was something that Sideways King modified personally. Therefore, the car also overbearingly moved sideways just like him. After becoming aware of the reason, Song Shuhang shed some tears. What's the deal with the car moving sideways? Even if you're a monster crab and you walk sideways, what need was there to modify the car and make it move sideways as well? Moreover, even if the car was modified to move sideways, why didn't it move toward the right side? Did it really have to move toward the left, exactly where I was standing, and hit me in the face? In short, so unlucky. Song Shuhang sighed. Luckily, his true chi automatically activated and protected his body in the instant the heavy car bumped into him. Although he was sent flying for more than 10 meters, his body didn't suffer any injury and was only slightly aching due to the impact. Luckily, Yu Jiaojiao quickly braked, and there wasn't a second impact. Song Shuhang activated the healing spell on the ancient bronze ring and stretched his body. He was now in perfect condition. In the end, Song Shuhang and the others chose a van with a lot of space in the cargo compartment and placed the 2 water tanks in there. The two seahorse dragons inside the water tanks used the innate ability of spirit beasts to change the size of their bodies and were now as big as ordinary seahorses, around the size of a palm. With that, he could easily take them home and treat them as pet seahorses for now. At the same time, he would need to remind Mama Song not to get strange ideas about cooking these seahorses. Song Shuhang had learned his lesson from the previous experience with Lady Onion. This time, Song Shuhang decided to drive himself. Yu Jiaojiao lay prone on the front passenger seat and apologized sincerely, "I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. It's not your fault. Who would have thought that Sideways King's car would also move sideways?" Song Shuhang sighed and just accepted his bad luck. Yes. The next time, it would be better not to mess with Sideways King's cars before making sure how they work, Yu Jiaojiao said earnestly. However, that car was really cool. After getting through his first traffic jam, Song Shuhang was able to return to Baijing Street with much difficulty. Just as he was about to reach home, he decided to give Mama Song and Papa Song a call. "Boy, you are finally back," Mama Song said. "The guest waited for you for almost half a day." "Guest? Who is it?" Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. He wasn't even home yet, and there were already people visiting him. "It's a pretty girl called Luing." "Which one are you more intimate with? Luing or that Uruzi from the previous time?" Mama Song asked in a low voice. "Luing, like, Firefly?" "Wait a moment, this isn't the same fairy Firefly that wants to send me to space, right? Right? Is she waiting for me to get home and then pew me to space so that I can play with the stars? Fairy Firefly, don't be so cruel. We are all human beings, and we shouldn't hurt each other. They were all cultivators, after all." She could just let him rest a few days after returning home, allowing him to enjoy some family love together with Guogua, Li Yinzhu, and his parents. Afterward, he would get ready for the journey, and it wouldn't be too late to find an excuse and ascend to heaven. After seeing that Song Shuhang didn't reply even after a while, Mama Song's heart suddenly moved, and she said, "Shuhang, you aren't trying to conquer both, aren't you?" Pfff. Song Shuhang almost spurted out his saliva and said, "Ma, don't speak irresponsibly. Uruzi and Luing are just friends. It's a pure and simple friendship, it's not like what you think. Anyway, we will be home soon." "Right. Ma, can you prepare a vegetarian dish? I'm bringing a little kid home with me." "Is the kid a vegetarian?" Mama Song nodded and said, "However, how can a little kid only eat vegetables? He needs a balanced diet to grow up strong and healthy." "Ma, the little kid is a Buddhist," Song Shuhang said with a smile. "So that's how it was. I'll prepare a vegetarian dish, then. Anyway, less chit-chat and quickly return home. Miss Luing is still waiting for you. I'll hang up now, bye." Mama Song hung up the call after saying this much. Song Shuhang deeply sighed and pressed the accelerator. The vehicle quickly headed toward his house. Come what may, there is no escaping fate. If Fairy Firefly really wanted to send him to space immediately, he could. No, he had to beg her to delay it by 2 days. Just as Song Shuhang returned home and opened the door, he saw Papa Song and Fairy Firefly happily playing a video game in the living room. The game they were playing was a shooter released in 2017. The gameplay was somewhat similar to the old Counter-Strike. As for the game's setting, the developers opted for a vast, sci-fi world, turning the game into a sci-fi shooter. Given the low budget they had to work with, the developers didn't think that the game would attract many players. But against all expectations, the unremarkable game managed to get a huge player base. Even Papa Song would play it for a while when he had nothing to do. During winter vacation, Papa Song created a second account and had Song Shuhang play with him to sweep clean a zone to obtain some gun parts. At this time, Fairy Firefly was using Song Shuhang's second account and massacring other players in PvP mode. It was such a massacre that rivers of blood flowed. Since it was just a second account, it didn't have powerful weapons. But with Fairy Firefly's fearsome gaming skills, the enemies were still butchered and forced to retreat in defeat again and again. Fairy Firefly could easily see people brushing past the cracks between walls and objects, quickly shooting them. It was like playing with cheats. As he entered the room, Song Shuhang heard Papa Song roaring with laughter. Waha! Miss Luing, I didn't expect you to be so good. It's not much, Fairy Firefly said modestly. After seeing the scene, Song Shuhang thought of something that happened around 3 years ago. At the time, he was in high school, playing a game with his roommates. Inside the game, they chanced upon an incredibly powerful enemy. The rank of the enemy was low, and even their equipment wasn't that strong. But when it came to killing players, it was almost as if the opposite party was cheating. They would pop out of nowhere and disappear without leaving any traces behind. Whenever they were shooting, even from afar, it felt as though the bullets could trail the target, they didn't miss a single shot. Song Shuhang's team of 4 was mercilessly crushed by a single person even though they could communicate and share information while inside the dorm. Afterward, one of the roommates believed that the opposite party was cheating and reported them to the game admin. However, the game admin said that the state of the other player's game was perfectly normal and that they hadn't used any cheats. For the next few days, Song Shuhang's roommates were quite angry. After all, no matter how one looked at it, it seemed that the other party was indeed cheating. Now that Song Shuhang thought about it, did he and his 3 roommates play against a bored cultivator that day? If the other player was really a cultivator, they were indeed cheating. However, they weren't cheating in game but in real life, using an undetectable and uncounterable cheat. Little friend Shuhang, you are finally back. Fairy Firefly raised her head and shot a glance at Song Shuhang, saying, I've waited for a long time, and I even had lunch here. I'm sorry for making Miss Luing wait for so long. As soon as the cruise ship reached the shore, I went to a friend's place to retrieve something, Song Shuhang replied. Just as he was speaking, Song Shuhang entered the house and placed the 2 water tanks with the seahorse dragons on the ground. In the rear, Li Yingzhu was already rubbing her eyes with one hand while holding Song Shuhang's clothes with the other. It felt as though she was going to fall asleep at any time. Her conditions were influenced by her disease, and it was very easy for her to get sleepy. Also in the rear, Guogua entered the house and saw Fairy Firefly and Papa Song in the living room. Senior Luing, Uncle Song, hello. Guogua greeted the 2 of them with a serious expression on his face. Hello, little master. Papa Song nodded, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Soon after, his fingers started to frantically beat on the keyboard. At this time, he was facing a life and death crisis in-game. Hello, little Guogua. To which family does that girl behind you belong? Fairy Firefly couldn't help but be surprised when she looked at Li Yingzhu. The body of the little girl was surging with true qi. Moreover, it looked like innate true qi. In that case, was this girl a cultivator of the 4th stage realm? She didn't even seem to be 50 years old, and her strength had already reached such a realm. Of course, Fairy Firefly didn't make her judgment by looking at Li Yingzhu's outward appearance. Cultivators had their own ways to determine the real age of a person. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion and said, she is the daughter of a deceased senior. I'm in charge of taking care of her for a little while. Fairy Firefly nodded and didn't question further. She madly clicked on the mouse and asked, right, Shuhang? I came here to tell you that the 1,000 packets of spirit rice you ordered have arrived. At this time, they are stored inside my empty multi-storied building. Whenever you have the time, you should go over and bring some back. Oh, I'll give you the key as well. You still remember the address, right? Fairy Firefly gently moved and threw the key toward Song Shuhang. So it was about the spirit rice, and I'm not immediately going to space. Song Shuhang's heart finally calmed down. He had completely forgotten that the spirit rice would be delivered to Fairy Firefly's empty multi-storied building here in Wenzhou City. As for the address of the building, he obviously remembered it. After all, it was the same address they gave to the merchant when they bought the goods back then. After taking the key, Song Shuhang saw that it was almost time to dine. Such being the case, he could just go over and bring 2 packets of spirit rice back for dinner. Wait a moment. Papa Song raised his head and asked, "How many packets did you say?" Fairy Firefly replied without raising her head, 1,000 packets. Cold sweat suddenly appeared on Song Shuhang's forehead. 1,000 packets of rice? Papa Song looked at Song Shuhang. What kind of joke was this? His family only needed 1 packet of rice per month. Did Song Shuhang buy enough rice to feed them for 1,000 months? It was so much that they could eat it for a lifetime. But the most important thing was, from where did Song Shuhang get the money? Even if every packet of rice was worth 100 renminbi, it was still a total of 10,000 renminbi. Was Shuhang scammed? Is it possible to return it? Papa Song asked, somewhat worried. Fairy Firefly replied in Song Shuhang's stead, "It's impossible to return it. The goods have been delivered, and the bill was likewise paid. It's not possible to return it now." Papa Song clenched his teeth and ultimately sighed. Forget it, one could only grow up after experiencing all kinds of matters. Although Song Shuhang was scammed, it could be considered as a lesson for the future. How much money did this scam cost you? Honestly tell your father, Papa Song said. Moreover, since you bought so many packets of rice, did you borrow money from someone? How much do you lack? I'll make up the remaining part. You absolutely can't borrow money from loan sharks and the likes. You don't even have to think about that, understood? After hearing these words, Song Shuhang's heart warmed. Pa, don't worry. I wasn't scammed, Song Shuhang said. He was able to get only 1,000 packets of spirit rice because the merchant was lenient and gave him a preferential treatment due to Venerable White. Song Shuhang also added, moreover, I didn't borrow money from anyone. After all, I didn't use money to buy it. I used how can I explain it, yes. A precious stone. A precious stone? Papa Song quietly rubbed his fingers. A murderous look flashed through his eyes. Exchanging a precious stone for 1,000 packets of rice, there were indeed stones precious enough to have such a value. But was he supposed to believe that Song Shuhang just casually happened to find one such a stone? Fairy Firefly also said at this time, it's not incorrect to consider it a precious stone. He used a precious stone of the 4th stage to buy those 1,000 packets of rice. There was no money involved. Really? Papa Song turned around and looked at Fairy Firefly. Sometimes, people would behave in rather amusing ways. If a story was repeated enough times, it would become the truth, and if there was a witness to back you up, your credibility would increase by several times. Yes, it's the truth, Song Shuhang replied. Moreover, that rice is very good. Miss Luing, how about going over and bringing some packets back to prepare dinner? Sure. But let me once again kill this guy first, Fairy Firefly said. Pew, 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 the sound of gunfire was transmitted from the screen of the computer. Done. I've killed him 10 times in total. Fairy Firefly stood up and exited the game. Let's go pick up the spirit rice together. As for that enemy player that suffered one defeat after another, he was probably silently grieving. Song Shuhang turned toward the kitchen and said, Ma, there are 2 pet seahorses inside the water tanks. Don't slice them up to prepare one of your dishes. Anyway, Miss Luing and I are going out to pick up a packet of rice. We'll be back soon. Come back soon and pay attention to your safety. Mama Song's voice came from the kitchen. Song Shuhang decided to leave Guogua and Li Yinzhu behind. Li Yinzhu was already exhausted and lay prone on the sofa, sleeping. On the other hand, Guogua was curiously looking around Song Shuhang's house. As they started the vehicle and headed toward Fairy Firefly's multi-storied building, the latter suddenly said, "Right, little friend Shuhang. I've prepared an advanced spacesuit for you as well as a few things that can come in handy in space. Have you already decided when are you planning to go up there? I've taken a look at your schedule, and there should be more than 1 month left before university starts, right?" As expected, the topic of conversation shifted to this subject at last. "In these days, I guess. Let me stay at home and rest for 2 days, I can set out for the journey after that," Song Shuhang replied. "Sure. Give me a call when you want to set out." "I'll reply as soon as called," Fairy Firefly said. But after saying this much, Fairy Firefly remembered that she had an important matter to take care of 3 days later. Fairy Firefly had an important personal matter to take care of 3 days later. In other words, although she said to Song Shuhang, "Sure. Give me a call when you want to set out. I'll reply as soon as called," she would pew him to space 3 days later. Fairy Firefly was quite embarrassed about what was happening. Hopefully, Song Shuhang will be able to enjoy the warmth of his family and prepare within these 2 days so that I can smoothly send him to heaven, Fairy Firefly thought to herself. The next day, July 26, 2019. Friday, cloudy weather that was clearing up. Scholar Mountain of Books. Today's Dao name was a Dao name that Song Shuhang liked, Scholar Mountain of Books. The flavor of yesterday's spirit rice was truly great. Papa Song and Mama Song immediately took a liking to it. Thereupon, Papa Song didn't bring up that matter about Song Shuhang buying a whole 1,000 packets in one go anymore. The only problem was that the amount he bought was indeed too high. After all, 1,000 packets were enough to feed Song Shuhang's family for more than 80 years. Therefore, Song Shuhang brought 30 packets of spirit rice back to his house early in the morning. Afterward, Mama Song and Papa Song went to visit some friends and relatives they were on good terms with and gifted them the spirit rice. Wenzhou City, near Baijing Street, mountain yachting. There was a mountain highway very good for racing on mountain yachting. Moreover, the mountain forest was scarcely inhabited, and the spiritual energy was much higher than in the urban area. It was a rather good place to practice. After washing his face and having breakfast, Song Shuhang brought Li Yinzhu, Guogua, and Yu Jiaojiao along and rushed to the mountain forest. At this time, Song Shuhang had a clean crew cut. Yesterday, before returning home, he got rid of his hair that had reached his shoulders. Otherwise, Papa Song and Mama Song would get a scare after seeing that his hair had grown until his shoulders from the 3 or 4 centimeter long hair he had 2 weeks ago. They'd wonder if he took hormones or something. Yu Jiaojiao didn't train in martial arts skills lately and passed most of her time consolidating her realm. Therefore, she was currently doing breathing exercises, breathing in and out the spiritual energy of the world. Guogua practiced the basic Buddhist fist technique, the true self-meditation scripture, and the immovable body of the Buddha. Song Shuhang had borrowed young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU and pushed these 3 techniques to the master level. Therefore, he could guide Guogua while he was practicing. If we take into consideration that Guogua didn't lack medicinal pills and that the Enlightenment Stone was right there, the small monk had been advancing very quickly lately. Within a short period of time, he had already broken through the 3rd aperture, the nose aperture. After breaking through the last 2 apertures, the ear and mouth apertures, he would finally be able to jump through the Dragon Gate. Li Yinzhu was practicing a set of sword techniques. Song Shuhang was familiar with it. It was the same set of sword techniques that Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven passed on to Li Tiansu in the Dreamland, allowing him to reach the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm. As long as one had the sword in hand and had the skills, they would not need to worry about not reaching the 5th stage. The scene of Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven passing down the technique within Li Tiansu's dreamland was rather vague, and Song Shuhang felt as though he had been seeing everything through a layer of mist, unable to distinguish things clearly. Now, just as he looked at Li Yinzhu's moves and actions, Song Shuhang felt as though his vision was blurred. He could follow as long as the moves and actions were executed separately, but he couldn't understand anything when they were united. His comprehension was really trash tier when it came to sword techniques. And yet, whenever I see a saber technique, I can understand most of it after seeing it only once. Song Shuhang faintly sighed. Song Shuhang was clear that he wouldn't have the opportunity to become a cool and dashing white-robed swordsman for the rest of his life unless he had some kind of fortuitous encounter. But he wouldn't give up. If there was an opportunity to learn a sword technique, even one that relied on brute force, it would be enough for him. After the practice, Song Shuhang led Guoguo with one hand and Li Yinzhu with the other, traversing the winding mountain road and slowly reaching the foot of the mountain. The green mountain, blue rivers, and the chirping of bugs and birds really improved one's mood. On their way back, they passed by a snack store. Song Shuhang bought ice cream for Guoguo, a hot drink for Li Yinzhu, and a small cake for Yu Jiaojiao, as well as a few other snacks that they ate while heading back. Song Shuhang finally had a moment of leisure in his busy life. A lot of things happened after he left the mysterious island, and something new would pop out every day. Unknowingly, both Song Shuhang's mind and body had become exhausted. Now, he finally had some free time and was able to relax both in body and mind. On the path of cultivation, one had to find a proper equilibrium between work and rest. For example, many senior cultivators had a small herbal garden even though their planting skills were awful. Whenever they had free time, they would plant raw medicinal ingredients, producing countless withered spirit plants and spirit medicines. Managing a small herbal garden, raising spirit beasts and so on, occupations that seemed to be just a waste of time, were the method these cultivators came up with to balance work and rest. On another side, a man was walking his dog at the foot of Mountain Yoding. It was Professor Smith, a serious-looking British old man whose hobbies were traveling and raising dogs. He once raised an adorable pet dog, but the ungrateful bastard went mad and suddenly decided to bite him. Thereupon, Professor Smith decided to deliver it to a hot pot restaurant. Afterward, he decided to raise a German Shepherd. However, this powerful dog was unexpectedly defeated by a cute Pekingese. Whatever. Today, the mood was pretty good, and it was better not to mention these past sad events that Professor Smith experienced. Since summer vacation was rather long, Professor Smith visited several different scenic spots of China. But yesterday, he had to rush to Wenzhou City. A friend of the professor, who happened to be a director, wanted to find a good spot on Wenzhou City's mountain Yoding to shoot a movie. Thereupon, since Professor Smith was free and had nothing to do, he made a long trip and came here to meet his old friend. Moreover, he might give his old friend a hand with the translation stuff. The crew of his old friend would arrive in Wenzhou City within 2 or 3 days. Therefore, Professor Smith was currently staying inside a hotel, waiting for his friend to arrive. Today, he got up early and took his dog along for a stroll. While he was at it, he decided to head toward Mountain Yoding and take a look at the scenery before his friend arrived. At this time, Professor Smith was strolling around with his new favorite darling pet. It was a well-trained mixed-blood pit bull. Pure-blooded pit bulls were too violent, and it was better to train them since they were young. And even then, one might need the help of a specialized coach to train them. It was definitely something that the old professor couldn't deal with. As for that German Shepherd, Professor Smith decided to return it the very same day it lost against the Pekingese. Mountain Yoding is a really good place. Professor Smith pulled along his mixed-blood pit bull and headed toward Mountain Yoding for a stroll. Although it was a mixed blood, the pit bull was still very muscular and powerful looking. Professor Smith was very satisfied with this new purchase of his. Just as he was walking, Professor Smith saw a young man and two kids ahead coming in his direction. The young man had a crew cut and was leading a serious-looking bald child, who was eating ice cream, with the left hand, and a white-haired little girl drinking a steaming hot beverage with the right one. The long silvery hair of the little girl had the color of mercury. Did that little girl dye her hair? Professor Smith thought to himself. At the same time, Professor Smith found the short-haired youngster pretty familiar. He had a gentle-looking face, and the professor felt that he had seen him somewhere. "Good morning, Professor Smith. I didn't expect to meet you in such a place." Shuhang saw the British old man from afar and greeted him with a smile. He felt somewhat guilty about what happened to this serious-looking old man. After all, he was the reason Professor Smith took an arrow in the knee. Ugh, that wasn't it. He was the reason the professor had his leg bitten. "Good morning, I remember you. You are that student with the Pekingese, Shuhang song," Professor Smith said with a smile. No wonder this youngster looked so familiar. "Aha, Professor Smith still remembers me." Shuhang made a hollow laugh and shot a glance at the new darling pet of the professor as he said, "Professor, did you change your pet?" Professor Smith said earnestly, "That German shepherd wasn't even able to defeat a small Pekingese. I returned it." Shuhang. "Professor, your German shepherd wasn't at fault. You have to believe me when I say that even the scariest and most violent dog in the world wouldn't be able to defeat that small Pekingese." At this time, Professor Smith asked, "Shuhang Song, do you live here in Wenzhou?" Shuhang nodded and said, "Yes." "Professor, are you here to sightsee?" "Yes, something of the sort. My friend is a director, and he was thinking of coming here to shoot the scene of a movie on Wenzhou City's mountain yachting. I'm waiting for his arrival," Professor Smith replied. "A director?" Shuhang immediately thought of the unknown movie that he had requested Venerable White to participate in. The theme of the movie was unknown, the plot was also unknown, and everything else was also unknown. The only thing they were sure of was that Venerable White, Shuhang, and Yu Jiaojiao would be in the cast. As for the stage props, there were surely going to be many car certificates and perhaps many luxury cars. At this time, Yu Jiaojiao had reduced her size and was standing on Shuhang's shoulder while invisible. Her eyes immediately lit up as soon as she heard the word director. Yu Jiaojiao had already made some progress in regards to the matter related to the author of the script. Therefore, she was very interested in this director. Just as Shuhang and the professor were chatting, Li Yingzhu stretched out her small hand and took out a chicken wing from Shuhang's pocket, starting to eat it. Perhaps because it got excited due to the smell of the roasted chicken wing, the new darling pet of the professor suddenly started barking. It was barking very loudly. Moreover, it was aggressively moving its body around as though it wanted to pounce on Li Yingzhu. "Big Crystal, sit!" Professor Smith shouted, somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps because he had been raising it for a small amount of time, not only did the pit bull not listen to the order of its master, it even started to bark more loudly. "Woof, woof, woof!" The pit bull showed its sharp teeth while barking, making threatening gestures. Li Yingzhu raised her head and curiously looked at the big dog with her silvery eyes. Afterward, she silently lowered her head, continuing to indifferently eat the chicken wing. It was Professor Smith's first time seeing such a calm and collected little girl. But on the other side, because the big dog suddenly barked, Guogua got a scare and carelessly gobbled down a huge chunk of the ice cream he was eating. Guogua's heart was in pain. While eating the ice cream, he was treating it like a treasured object, slowly licking it and enjoying its flavor. But when the dog barked, he choked on it and swallowed more than half. After swallowing down that pig piece of ice cream, Guogua's enjoyment instantly diminished by 5 percentage points. At this time, Guogua's small face had become even more serious. Guogua took a step forward and directly looked the pit bull in the eyes, saying, "Shut your mouth, stupid dog. If you dare to bark again, this lowly monk will show you what an angry Buddha looks like." It was unfortunate that the dog couldn't understand human language. Thereupon, it started to bark even more loudly. Woof 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 woof. The expression on its dog face also became fiercer. Professor Smith hurriedly tried to drag the dog away by pulling its chain. He was afraid that the idiotic thing would bite and hurt the children. At the same time, he also prepared to tell Song Shuhang to take the children and get away. But the professor had yet to speak when he saw the small monk take a deep breath and roar toward the pit bull, "Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof." The pit bull didn't show any weakness. Guogua coldly shouted, "Woof. Woof woof. Woof woof woof." While shouting, he stuffed the whole ice cream into his mouth. He was about to get serious. The pit bull also got very serious as it shouted, "Woof woof woof woof." If not for the fact that its master, that weak-looking British man, had such an incredible strength, it would have already pounced on this small monk and bit him. Killing intent flashed through Guogua's eyes. Then, he used the innate skill of his eye aperture and roared, "Woof." The pit bull wanted to retaliate with another roar. But right at that time, it saw a fearsome scene. The scene was very brutal. 100 multicolored big cats were surrounding it. If those cats were ordinary ones, the pit bull wouldn't be afraid even if they were 200 or more. However, the bodies of those cats were somewhat big. They were 2 meters long and continuously meowing. Their build was not any different from that of a tiger. Were those things even cats? Moreover, something that resembled a cauldron was placed in the front. The cauldron was filled with fragrant spices, and there was a pit bull inside that was identical to itself. It had been stripped of its skin and thrown inside. It was a diabolical dog meat hot pot. At this time, the huge cats pounced upward like tigers. After all, they were literally the same as tigers, even in size. The scene was extremely scary. The pit bull felt that it couldn't unsee what it had seen. As soon as it saw that skinned pit bull identical to itself thrown into the hot pot, its body started to shake. What was this place? Was it hell? Professor Smith saw that the incredibly aggressive pit bull that was baring its fangs and teeth earlier suddenly stiffened. Woo-woo! The ferocious dog cried out strangely, just as though someone had kicked it in the nuts. Its body shrunk and it lay on the ground on its stomach, trembling. What? What's happening? Did I miss something just now? Professor Smith was unable to understand what was going on. Why did his ferocious dog suddenly turn into a scaredy cat? Or perhaps insanely barking at a ferocious dog upon seeing it, just like this little monk did, was the secret to subdue it. Should I give it a try the next time I meet a ferocious dog? Well, maybe it's not such a good idea. If my imposing manner is not strong enough and I fail to overwhelm the dog, getting bitten in the process, it would be quite unfortunate. Professor Smith, I'm sorry. This little kid was very rude. Ahaha, anyway, you can keep strolling around, Professor. I have to bring these 2 kids home, Song Shuhang said, somewhat embarrassed. Afterward, he thought of something else and added, "Right, Professor. If you have free time, can you bring me along and let me take a look at how a movie crew shoots scenes?" After all, he was also planning to shoot a movie. Therefore, he wanted to gain some understanding in regards to movie shooting and the likes, getting a general idea about it. Sure. I'll give my old friend a call in advance. When he starts shooting on mountain yachting, you can directly come here and take a look, Professor Smith said with a smile. However, be careful not to disturb the crew. No problem. Thank you, Professor. Song Shuhang said gratefully. Afterward, the 2 parted ways. Song Shuhang left with Li Yingzhu and Guogua. However, Professor Smith's plan to take a stroll around came to an end. His ferocious mixed-blood pit bull was still lying on the ground, trembling. Song Shuhang and the others had already gone very far, but the mixed-blood pit bull was still trembling just as before. Professor Smith held his chin and said, "Even ferocious dogs are unreliable nowadays. As expected, I should have bought a mighty Pekingese. Not only are those dogs very cute, their fighting capacity is also excellent. That's it. As soon as I go back, I'll buy a lovely small Pekingese afterward." Professor Smith pulled the leash and forcefully dragged away his shivering mixed-blood pit bull. Now then, when he was bitten by his dog the last time, a female student delivered him a strange medicine. What surprised Professor Smith was that he happily took the medicine this female student gave him and didn't even bother checking if there was something wrong with it. Anyway, he didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt that his body had become especially strong since he had taken that medicine. When he bought the German Shepherd back then, the professor felt that his strength had already increased by quite a lot. It was also one of the main reasons he decided to buy a dog with such a strong build. At this time, he was also able to easily drag away the pit bull. However, he also noticed that he didn't see that female student ever again after that. Forget it, I'm overthinking. Anyway, I should contact the pet store and have them reserve a powerful Pekingese for me, Professor Smith muttered to himself. July 26, Song Shuhang passed the whole day with the two kids, bringing them all around the city for a stroll. In the afternoon, he accompanied Mama Song and went to the houses of several friends and relatives to gift them the spirit rice. When it was finally evening, Song Shuhang felt that sudden bursts of weariness were rushing to his head. Although he had been free for most of the day, he still felt quite tired. He had found strolling around for the whole day quite tiring. Tomorrow, I should bring Guogua and Li Yingzhu to a bookstore and squat there for the whole afternoon, freeloading books. I'm sure that won't make me feel tired. Song Shuhang thought to himself. Late at night, Song Shuhang's whole family was sleeping. His home was spacious enough, and both Guogua and Li Yingzhu were sleeping in separate rooms. Only Yu Jiaojiao was in the same room as Song Shuhang. After all, he couldn't prepare a room for her. During the night, Song Shuhang had another dream. However, he didn't enter the dreamland this time. Although his innate skill to dream about others had frequently activated on its own lately, it wasn't something that happened every day. Song Shuhang dreamt about food. Since he was dead tired today, he ate 2 full bowls of rice at dinner, eating to his fill. But around midnight, Song Shuhang's powerful digestive skills activated and turned everything he ate into energy. There was nothing he could do about it. The whale swallowing technique was just this cool after reaching the master level. The whale swallowing technique was a technique that greatly strengthened one's teeth and digestive capabilities. The person that developed this technique could be surely considered a genius in the world of cultivators. It was a technique that could allow the user to absorb even something like spirit beast crystals without leaving anything behind, let alone spirit rice or the food ordinary people ate. Not long after Song Shuhang lay on the bed, the strengthening effects of the whale swallowing technique on his stomach were brought into full play. I'm hungry. This thought was continuously reverberating inside Song Shuhang's mind. Sometimes, people would dream about things they strongly yearned for in real life, and their wishes would be fulfilled within the dream. For example, if someone was sleeping and needed to pee, it was very likely that they would dream about themselves using the toilet. The scary thing was that if one was dreaming about themselves peeing in the dream, they couldn't easily stop once they had started. They would feel as though they were going to pee forever. As if that wasn't enough, the more they were peeing, the more the urge got stronger. This dream where people were continuously peeing was also the main reason many kids wet the bed. Using the same logic, if one dreamt about food and delicacies, it was likely because they were hungry in real life. All sorts of delicious dishes would appear in the dream: fish meat, pork, stew, etc. In short, all types of food that one could, and could not, think of would appear in there. And just like one couldn't stop peeing, the person inside the dream couldn't eat to their fill no matter how much they tried. No matter how many delicacies there were, they just weren't enough. The more one was eating, the more they were feeling hungry. Shuhang was in a similar situation at this time. Roasted sheep, tender beefsteak, a whole pot of spirit rice, shelled fresh shrimp the size of a fist, hundreds of different types of Chinese delicacies, all kinds of ingredients. There was even food that had appeared only in legends and myths. Although he was eating with all his might, he just wasn't sated. On the contrary, he was getting hungrier and hungrier, and felt as though his gastric juice was about to melt his stomach. It's quite painful, regardless of what it is. I want to eat it, even something like ordinary brown bread is fine. Just as this thought flashed through Shuhang's mind, he discovered that there was indeed something in his mouth. It seemed that he unconsciously picked something edible with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth. It was something very hard, and his teeth hurt a bit while he was chewing it. However, it didn't matter. Even if that thing was harder, it wouldn't be a problem as long as he had the whale swallowing technique. He could bite it to pieces and easily digest it. The whale swallowing technique activated. I'll bite it to pieces. No matter what it is, does it think it can escape after entering my mouth? Stupid thing, get crushed into pieces under the strength of my steel teeth. Crack, the object was crushed to pieces. It tastes like sheep meat. This taste is pretty good, Shuhang thought. Gulp, next, that hard thing that tasted like sheep meat was swallowed down and directly went into his belly. It was quite good. As soon as he swallowed it down, felt his stomach overflowing with energy and being sated. He wasn't hungry anymore. That dream about the sumptuous banquet also disappeared without traces. What a blessing! Sometimes, even a piece of brown bread was a blessing for a starving man. At times, it was very easy to make humans happy. But for some reason, after he swallowed down that object that tasted like sheep meat, Shuhang felt as though there was something wrong with his body. He felt as if his dantian had swelled to the limit. Not good, it was still swelling. Afterward, this feeling was transmitted from his dantian to his whole body. Felt as though his whole body was about to explode. There is something wrong. Shuhang suddenly thought of a fearsome possibility. July 27th, Saturday. Light rain. On the windowsill, Yu Jiaojiao was already sleeping. Due to the rainy weather, the air was especially moist, allowing her to sleep very soundly. Today's Dao name was Path-Seeking Scholar. Right at this time, Shuhang fiercely woke up from his dream. He quickly shot a glance at this left hand and saw that he was holding his size-reducing purse. All of Shuhang's magical treasures and talismans were stored inside his size-reducing purse. Therefore, Shuhang always kept it close at hand even while he was sleeping. With that, if something unexpected were to happen, he could immediately take his treasured saber-broken tyrant out of the purse, as well as talismans and medicinal pills, to promptly enter into battle mode. At this time, he was tightly holding the size-reducing purse with one hand, while the other was full with several glistening things. They were spirit beast crystals. Shuhang remembered that he ate something that tasted like sheep meat in the dream earlier. Was that something, the sheep-type spirit beast crystal? If that was true, the situation was very bad. Shuhang quickly sat cross-legged and silently operated the 33 divine beasts technique, making his consciousness sink into his sea of qi dantian. Just as he expected, there was now the projection of a sheep circling around the embryonic form of his innate true qi together with the shark. Moreover, an extra spirit beast vein had appeared above the embryonic form of his innate true qi. Once there were a total of 33 spirit beast veins, the pseudo-innate true qi would finally elevate to a new level. Usually, having an extra projection or spirit beast vein was a good thing. But here came the problem. 4 days ago, on July 23 to be precise, Song Shuhang used the whale-swallowing technique to eat a shark-type spirit beast crystal. But due to the spirit beast crystal being of the third stage rank, Song Shuhang's Sea of Qi Dantian and Dragon Tail Dantian almost exploded. At the same time, his mental energy also sharply increased due to the whale-swallowing technique. As a result, his physical body was unable to properly keep up with the rest. During the last 4 days, Song Shuhang had diligently practiced, but he was still unable to digest the shark-type spirit beast crystal, and now, there was even the extra energy from the sheep-type spirit beast crystal to cause trouble. The sheep-type spirit beast crystal was also a spirit beast crystal of the third stage rank that he obtained during the Cultivator's street market. In other words, his body was currently in a very dangerous situation. Whenever he was operating his true qi, he felt as though he was full to the brim, with the meridians and dantian in his body were ready to explode at any moment. The place between his eyebrows was the same. He felt as if his mental energy was about to materialize and tear his head open. Song Shuhang tried to operate his mental energy to display a small technique like the mental detection skill. However, he felt as though several needles had pricked his brain. It was very painful. He had literally eaten until the point of bursting. This state was life-threatening, and even medicine that could help with digestion was of no use to the current Song Shuhang. This is a serious problem. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. At this time, his weak constitution had become a burden that was slowing down his growth. If his constitution could keep up with the rest, Song Shuhang could quickly increase his realm just by eating spirit beast crystals. But if it couldn't, his whole body would explode. Song Shuhang immediately swiped on his phone and opened the instant messaging app, getting into the 9 Provinces #1 group and changing his username to Path-Seeking Scholar. Path-Seeking Scholar, good morning, seniors. May I ask if there is a method to quickly increase the strength of one's body? The first one to reply was obviously Northern River's loose cultivator, little friend Shuhang. On the road of cultivation, one has to advance by step by step. After exercising a lot, the strength of your body would naturally increase. You shouldn't think of taking shortcuts all day long, it's harmful towards your practice. Path-Seeking Scholar, soft_feather_tears_stream_down_face, it was an emote from Soft Feather's own expression package that she had uploaded in the space group. Therefore, aside from Senior White's expression package, there was also a Senior Song's expression package, and a Soft Feather's expression package. Moreover, there was also that collection of expressions of the fellow Taoist of the 9 Provinces #1 group that Venerable White had uploaded in the group. However, the pictures of that compilation were still unedited. As soon as Soft Feather had free time, she would prepare an expression package for each person as per agreement. Path-Seeking Scholar, Senior Northern River, there is something you don't know. I've been practicing a special cultivation technique recently, the whale-swallowing technique. After practicing the technique for a few days, the amount of mental energy and true qi inside my body increased too quickly. At this time, my Sea of Qi Dantian and Dragon Tail Dantian are full to the point of bursting. Even my mental energy has far surpassed the limit my body can handle. On the other hand, my constitution seems to be unable to keep up with the rest. Due to his body being unable to keep up with the rest, Song Shuhang didn't dare to break through the third Dantian, the Dragon Claw Dantian. After all, his mental energy would surely increase again if he were to break through. And if his constitution couldn't keep up, Song Shuhang would turn into beautiful and bright fireworks. Northern River's loose cultivator. His mental energy and true qi increased too quickly, and his body is about to explode for that reason? Is this the same plot of those teen novels from several years ago where the main character climbs upon a mountain and digs out several 10,000-years-old potatoes and eats them to power up? Ordinary cultivators didn't have to worry about something of the sort happening. Generally speaking, the constitution of a cultivator far surpassed their mental energy or true qi. Our little friend Song Shuhang was worrying about a very good thing. However, Northern River's loose cultivator still hastily listed several methods to strengthen one's constitution. There are several methods to solve this situation. Each of them has pros and cons. Number 1, you can look for a fellow Taoist specialized in sealing techniques and have them seal your mental energy and true qi. Then, taking advantage of this period of time where your mental energy and true qi are sealed, you can practice body-strengthening cultivation techniques with all your might and strengthen your constitution. Once you have reached your objective, you can untie the seal. However, this method is very dangerous. With your mental energy and true qi sealed, you won't be able to do anything if something unexpected happens. Shuhang silently nodded. This method basically consisted in binding one's hands and feet. He didn't like it too much. Northern River's loose cultivator continued. Number 2, you can look for a secret realm that has the ability to suppress mental energy and true qi and practice there. In some secret realms, it's very difficult to operate one's true qi, and mental energy is likewise suppressed. On the contrary, the strengthening effects on one's body are boosted. The disadvantage of this method is that the suppression is very strong, and the following backlash might be too big. For example, your mental energy, which was suppressed within the secret realm, might suddenly increase once you get out. Shuhang forced a smile. If he were to suffer such a backlash, his body might explode directly. Senior Northern River, are there other methods? Of course there are. Do you remember when Senior Jingang got online a few days ago? Senior Jingang has the formula of the demodragon medicine in his hands. With that formula, it's possible to greatly increase the strength of the body of a cultivator. It's effective even on a 6th stage true monarch. Therefore, even if you drink only a small amount of the medicine, the strength of your body will increase by several times. Northern River's loose cultivator said. It was surely the best method to solve the situation. He needed but to drink a small amount of medicine and all the problems would go away. Shuhang forced a smile and said, however, one needs to find a demodragon first, right? It had been several years since someone had seen one. Yes, that's it, Northern River's loose cultivator replied. Shuhang heaved a sigh. Amongst these 3 methods, the first one seemed like the easiest one to execute. Since Fairy Firefly was in still Wenzhou City, he could ask her to put several seals on his body. However, the best one was of course the one related to the demodragon medicine. Just drinking a mouthful of the medicine would solve everything. Was it possible that he would have no choice but to bind his hands and feet? He really didn't like this method. Just as Shuhang thought about Fairy Firefly, she immediately appeared in the 9 provinces number 1 group. Fairy Firefly, I just had a good idea, fellow Taoist path-seeking scholar. Shuhang said, Fairy Firefly, do tell. Aren't you going into space anyway? After I send you to space, you can take off your spacesuit and practice a body-strengthening cultivation technique close to the moon. In that area, there are several special energies, rays, and mysterious substances that are very beneficial towards the constitution of cultivators. Your body would be strengthened at an incredibly fast pace, Fairy Firefly replied. Shuhang said, taking off my spacesuit and practicing a body-strengthening cultivation technique? Fairy Firefly. I'm only a cultivator of the 2nd stage. Without the spacesuit, I would die within seconds. And that's the moment your emerald green kasaya would come in handy. Once you wear it, you can practice in the proximity of the moon without problems. The effects would be truly great, you have to believe me. Fairy Firefly assured. At this time, Northern River's loose cultivator also added, what Fairy Firefly said isn't without reason. There are many strange energies in space, and a lot of them have yet to be completely analyzed by us cultivators. For example, monster cultivators like to borrow the moonlight to practice. For instance, there are mysterious forms of energy and substances within the light of the moon that can strengthen the bodies of cultivators and monster cultivators. In the last several hundred years, along with new space explorations, several monster cultivators flew to the moon and practiced there from time to time. The reason for this is that the effects there are better than the ones they would obtain on Earth. Afterward, he also said, therefore, you might as well give this method a try, little friend Shuhang. Of course, you have to constantly pay attention to the state of your body. If you feel that there is something strange, you must immediately stop using this method to practice. Is it really that effective? Fairy Firefly struck while the iron was hot. It's better to make haste. Fellow Taoist path-seeking scholar, I'll send you to space today. There is no rush. I was planning to head to Mountain Yuding tomorrow and take a look at how the crew and the director were planning to shoot the movie, Song Shuhang replied. His body wouldn't have any problem within the next few days. It doesn't matter. I can leave a clone on Mountain Yuding and have it capture the whole scene of the crew shooting the movie. Then, I'll directly transmit the data to your phone in space. After you're done with your practice there, you can take a look at the scene of the crew shooting the movie, Fairy Firefly quickly replied. Song Shuhang. Why do I feel that Fairy Firefly really wants to send me into space today? However, Guogua is still here at my place. I have to wait for Senior Brother Three Realms to come over and pick him up, Song Shuhang said. He had just returned to Wenzhou City, and there were still many things he had to take care of. As soon as he finished writing the message, the sound of a notification was transmitted from the instant messaging app. An account that went with the ID of Young Monk Three Realms sent him a message, Little friend Shuhang, are you currently in Wenzhou City? I'll arrive in Wenzhou City in 1 hour. I'm coming to pick little Guogua up and bring him back. Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang replied to Senior Brother Three Realms, yes, I'm in Wenzhou City. Senior Brother, you can come over at any time. I'll see you in 1 hour. Senior Brother Three Realms wrote hurriedly. Song Shuhang held his chin and pondered, was it possible that God had decided to deliver him to space on this very day so that he could play with the stars a little earlier? Thereupon, he wrote in the 9 provinces number 1 group, in that case, let me prepare first. I need to convince my parents first. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Little friend Shuhang is about to set out? Right in time. Once you're in space, I'll look for you. Song Shuhang said, is it to explore the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue? Yes. I assure you that it will be a very exciting experience. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue also added, moreover, there is a rather interesting low-level magical treasure that I obtained after drawing lots the last time. Since there is no one that has any use for it, I can give it to you as a gift for our first meeting. A magical treasure obtained from drawing lots? Is there really such an event in the world of cultivators? It sounds rather interesting, but where do they hold these raffles? I should go to one of those raffles after shaking hands with Venerable White 1 hour later, 5 a.m. Senior Brother Three Realms arrived at Song Shuhang's place right on time. At this time, the small monk Guogua was still sleeping. Since everyone in the house was sleeping, Song Shuhang quietly allowed Senior Brother Three Realms to come in. Senior Brother Three Realms, good morning. It's pretty late, it's 5 a.m. already. Senior Brother Three Realms had an exhausted expression on his face as he said, this time around, I helped my teacher complete a very difficult task. While I was out, I decided to pick little Guogua as well and bring him back, right? Guogua should have given Junior Brother Shuhang quite a bit of trouble, right? Aha, it's fine, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Aside from when he teamed up with Daodu and caused him some trouble, Guogua was well behaved and quite lovely. Senior Brother Three Realms gently pushed open the door of Guogua's room and picked him up, placing him on the flying sword. His actions were very gentle, and Guogua didn't realize anything. He was still sleeping soundly. In that case, little Guogua and I will take our leave. Oh, right. My teacher told me to give you this. In the next moment, Senior Brother Three Realms threw a small wooden token with a bald-headed Buddhist warrior carved on it to Song Shuhang. "What is this?" Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. "It's the Jingang token of authority. It will allow you to enter the Jingang Immortal Cave." Junior Brother Shuhang, you should know that the basic Buddhist fist technique is a cultivation technique that Senior Medicine Master and my teacher obtained while they were exploring the Jingang temple together, right? Back then, my teacher got his hands on the cultivation techniques of the Jingang temple, as well as the Jingang Immortal Cave that the expert of the temple left behind. That's not all, there is also a heart-tempering ancient well inside the Jingang Immortal Cave, as well as information about the understandings that that expert of the Jingang temple had in regards to the basic Buddhist fist technique. My teacher said that there is an advanced version of the basic Buddhist fist technique concealed in the Immortal Cave as well, the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique. It's a very powerful fist technique with 8 styles in total, and it goes from the 2nd stage to the 5th stage rank. Senior Brother Three Realms also added, this Jingang token of authority is the key to enter the Immortal Cave. However, even with the token, you still need to pay 6 spirit stones of the 4th stage as a fee. An advanced cultivation technique was concealed within the Jingang Immortal Cave, and like those 4 pictures inside the Chu family, one could inherit it if they could comprehend the content. In other words, one can enter the Jingang Immortal Cave as long as they have this Jingang token of authority and 6 spirit stones of the 4th stage. Song Shuhang was now clear. "Yes, that's it," Senior Brother Three Realms said with a smile. "However, Senior Brother, I don't have any spirit stones with me at this time, and I even owe Venerable White several stones of the 4th stage." Song Shuhang forced a smile. "Don't worry. Which cultivator doesn't lack spirit stones?" "Ahaha," Senior Brother Three Realms said with a smile. "Anyway, it's still too early for you to enter the Jingang Immortal Cave. We'll talk about it once you've gathered 6 spirit stones of the 4th stage. After all, there is no restriction time-wise. As long as you have the token of authority and the necessary spirit stones, you can enter at any time." After saying this much, Senior Brother Three Realms waved his hand and soared into the sky, carrying the still sleeping Guoguo away. Around 6 a.m. As the members of Song Shuhang's family woke up one after another guest came to visit him. It was Chu family's Chu Chu. Chu Chu and the other disciple of the Chu family arrived in Wenzhou City last night. But since it was already dark by the time they arrived, they decided to rent a room next to Song Shuhang's house. Afterward, they arranged a few formations and whatnot, getting ready to properly protect Li Yinzhu. After the sun had risen, Chu Chu headed toward Song Shuhang's house to meet him. The other disciple of the Chu family hid in the dark. It was an intelligent female disciple that had a lot of experience when it came to handling such matters. It was someone that the ancestor of the Chu family selected carefully. The ancestor ordered her to become Chu Chu's shadow and protect Song Shuhang and Li Yinzhu. Just as Song Shuhang opened the door for Chu Chu, Mama Song's voice was transmitted from behind. "Shuhang, where did the little monk go? How come I don't see him around?" Mama Song came out of Guoguo's room while still wearing pajamas. Immediately after, she saw Chu Chu who was standing at the doorstep of her house. It was another beautiful girl with very long black hair. Even the short skirt she was wearing was black, just like her black silk stockings and black high heels. Everything she was wearing was black. However, her short-sleeved shirt exposed some of her skin which was as white as snow. Had her Shuhang become popular with girls after he had finally opened his eyes? Pretty girls were visiting Shuhang one after another. Mama Song was dazzled. Song Shuhang turned around and said, "Ma, Guoguo's elder brother came here around 5 a.m. and picked him up. Since you guys were still sleeping, I didn't disturb you. Is that so? Anyway, who is that miss?" Then, Mama Song said warmly, "Shuhang, don't stand there on the doorstep like an idiot, you're being impolite." quickly asked the lady to come in. Song Shuhang turned around and smiled at Chu Chu, somewhat embarrassed. "Aunt, hello. My name is Chu Chu, and I'm Shuhang's friend," Chu Chu said very politely. Although he ended up being busy until noon, Song Shuhang finally managed to settle all the various matters at home. Then, he mustered his courage and got ready to tell Mama Song that he was going on another trip with his friend. He believed that Mama Song would surely object to him leaving home again. After all, when he went on a trip earlier, the plane crashed. His parents were really worried. But he didn't expect that Mama Song and Papa Song would agree to his proposal without any complaint. Moreover, Papa Song even secretly gave him 3,000 renminbi to spend on the trip. Song Shuhang looked at Li Yinzhu, who was closely following him, and Chu Chu, who was also closely following him. Mother and father didn't misunderstand, right? Song Shuhang stuffed whatever he could think of into his size-reducing purse. Tablet, phone, laptop, portable console, as well as medicinal pills, talismans, the silver dragon puppet, and so on. Afterward, he headed toward the place where he had agreed to meet Fairy Firefly. Fairy Firefly had been waiting there for a long time already. When she saw him come over, she said happily, "Little friend Shuhang, I've prepared something for you. It's a reinforced space capsule. You can rest in there during your 1-month trip to space. There is also a pretty good spacesuit manufactured with advanced technology inside." After saying this much, she pointed her finger toward a square-shaped box on one side. "Fairy Firefly, why do I find the box pretty similar to the body of a car?" Song Shuhang said. Except for the wheels, which were missing, its shape was the same as that of a compressed car. You guess it right. It's a modified car. Inside, there are enough fasting pills to last for a month, as well as a few other interesting small gadgets that I hope will come in handy while you're in space, Fairy Firefly said. "Anyway, it's late already. Quickly enter the capsule." Song Shuhang said hurriedly, "Fairy Firefly, can I bring some people with me?" Yu Jiaojiao also happened to want to go to the moon. She was a monster cultivator, and practicing close to the moon was very beneficial to her. Li Yinzhu didn't want to leave Song Shuhang's side. As long as she opened her eyes and Song Shuhang wasn't within a range of 10 meters, she would start panicking. Li Yinzhu and Song Shuhang had to stay together. On the other hand, Chu Chu was in charge of looking after Li Yinzhu, and they couldn't leave her behind all alone. It shouldn't be a problem to send several people together. After all, Venerable White didn't limit the number of people that could go to space. "As far as I'm concerned, you can bring as many people as you want with you. However, the amount of fasting pills is enough for one person only," Fairy Firefly said. "It's not a problem. I have a lot of fasting pills with me," Chu Chu said at this time. She had enough fasting pills for both her and Li Yinzhu. "In that case, there is no problem. Guys, enter the capsule now." "I'll activate the technique," Fairy Firefly said. Chu Chu and Li Yinzhu entered the space capsule. Then, it was Song Shuhang's turn. As soon as Song Shuhang approached the space capsule, his face stiffened. Fairy Firefly had prepared the space capsule for him alone. Therefore, the space inside wasn't too much. After Chu Chu hugged Li Yinzhu and entered the space capsule, they occupied almost 60% of the space inside. Fitting Song Shuhang wasn't really a problem. But if he were to force his way in, the resulting scene might be subject to censorship. Therefore, Song Shuhang turned his head around and said to Fairy Firefly, "Fairy Firefly, don't you have a bigger space capsule?" "Nope, I only have this," Fairy Firefly replied. It was something she had prepared at the last minute. What can be done in this case? If you really don't want to enter the capsule, wear your spacesuit. I'll send both you and the space capsule into space together. Don't worry, I'll make sure that you end up there together and don't separate. Your security won't be a problem either. I've arranged a defensive formation around the spacesuit and the space capsule. Even if you were to crash into a meteorite, nothing would happen to you, Fairy Firefly assured. I have yet to set out and you're already raising a death flag. 3 minutes later, Song Shuhang grabbed 2 chains and chained himself to the space capsule. Fairy Firefly said, "Are you ready?" "Senior, how are we supposed to reach space?" Song Shuhang asked. "Relax, it's a very safe method. Look at this powerful move of mine." Fairy Firefly activated a seal and a burst of power spread from her body. "You'll change into rockets and fly upward with the power of repulsion. Feel the joy of flying into space." Pew! The space capsule quickly shot toward the sky. To be precise, it was affected by a powerful repulsive strength and mercilessly banished from Mother Earth. As a consequence, the space capsule was shot upward and got higher and higher. The joy of flying into space? Inside the spacesuit, Song Shuhang had tears streaming down his face. Flying into space is everything but a joyful event. At this time, he felt as though he was falling into an endless abyss. While endlessly falling, he was subject to a tremendous zero-gravity feeling. The level of his acrophobia had also increased. A level 9 acrophobia wasn't a dream anymore. In the meantime, next to Song Shuhang's house, inside Taoist priest Cloudy Mist's home. "I've waited for a long time, but now, the day has finally come." Taoist priest Cloudy Mist was looking at his image reflected in the mirror while trying to squeeze out the most brilliant smile he could. "Yesterday, I determined that fellow Song Shuhang had indeed returned home. Today, I'll pay him a visit and freeload for good the Enlightenment Stone." Taoist priest Cloudy Mist held 2 small gift boxes in his hands and swaggered toward Song Shuhang's house. Mama Song welcomed Taoist priest Cloudy Mist and had him go to the living room. When she saw that he was holding 2 gift boxes in his hands, somewhat upset, she said, "Ah. Mr. Yunwu, how come you brought over some gifts again?" "Really? I already told you a long time ago that we were now neighbors and that there was no need for such formalities. Moreover, you are Song Shuhang's friend as well. Hee, it's just a small token of kindness, nothing more. Miss Song, you don't have to be so formal either." Taoist priest Cloudy Mist slowly drank a mouthful of spirit green tea and let out a sigh. Soon after, he asked the key question, "Miss Song, is Shuhang at home?" After entering the house, he didn't sense Song Shuhang's aura or the Enlightenment Stone. Where had that boy run to? "Ah, it's really unlucky, but Song Shuhang went on a date with a girl," Mama Song said with a smile. When the matter about her son dating was brought up, she felt she could keep discussing it forever. Blah blah blah. Mama Song and Taoist priest Cloudy Mist chatted for almost an hour. Taoist priest Cloudy Mist bitterly swallowed the tea, and an agonized expression appeared in his eyes. F***ck. Shuhang, this bastard, just came back but he already left for a 1-month-long trip with a girl. What the hell? Do you think I won't flip the table? Each time he comes back, he immediately goes away. And each time he leaves home, it's for a 1-month trip. Literally worse than menstruations. Taoist priest Cloudy Mist didn't even know how he had returned to his room. At this time, there was only one thought in his mind, beep, 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 beep. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang was still flying upward. A formation was engraved on one side of the spacesuit. During the journey, the formation changed into a defensive layer that wrapped and protected him while he was traveling through the atmosphere. Yu Jiaojiao was currently hiding inside his safety helmet. But right at this time, Song Shuhang's phone suddenly rang. Therefore, he had to squeeze it into his safety helmet with much difficulty. After taking a look at the screen, he discovered that it was Fairy Firefly calling. Wasn't Fairy Firefly operating the magical technique that delivered them to space? Why did she suddenly call him? Is it possible that there were problems with the magical technique? Song Shuhang was worried and quickly picked up the phone. Fairy Firefly's voice was transmitted from the other side. Hello, Shuhang. You are about to pass through the atmosphere, and the phone will lose signal for the time being. Get ready for the impact. Sure, Fairy Firefly, Song Shuhang said weakly. Are you enjoying flying into space? Fairy Firefly also asked. Song Shuhang. This made him recall that ridiculous TV program called Are You Happy? Anyway, no. I'm not happy at all. Ahahaha, have fun. Let us see each other 1 month later, little friend Shuhang, Fairy Firefly said as she hung the phone. Soon after, Song Shuhang and the rudimentary space capsule finally barged into space. They, too, didn't know how long they had flown. This time, Song Shuhang and the others were directly heading toward the position of the moon. Since he was bored, Song Shuhang suddenly asked, Jiao Jiao, are there cultivators on the moon? It was a good thing that he'd brought several people with him on this trip. At least there was someone he could talk to. In the past, there were the bases of several cultivation schools on the moon, as well as the strongholds of several monster cultivators. However, they moved away one after another during the last 100 years, Yu Jiaojiao replied. Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity, why did they move away? First, ordinary people have advanced to the point of becoming capable of exploring space. Their satellites and spaceships can already reach the moon and the other planets of the solar system. Second, the natural resources on the moon have almost been completely extracted. Therefore, cultivators moved away one after another. Only a few secret strongholds belonging to monster cultivators are left. With that, monster cultivators that come to the moon to practice have a place where they can reside during their journey, Yu Jiaojiao replied. In other words, it's possible that we might meet cultivators and monster cultivators when we reach the moon, right? Song Shuhang asked. Yu Jiaojiao replied, I fear it won't be that easy. After all, the moon is very big. Each year, only a few thousand cultivators and monster cultivators would go to the moon to practice. Moreover, these several thousand people would go there over the span of 12 months. Therefore, the chance of meeting someone on the surface of the moon isn't that high. It's a good thing that we won't meet other cultivators, Song Shuhang said. His current strength was too low, and if he were to meet another cultivator and get into a fight them, it would be quite disadvantageous for him. After pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang turned his body around and looked at the space capsule. On the edge of the door of the capsule, Li Yingzhu's small face was glued to the glass, and her big, silvery eyes were gazing at Song Shuhang without blinking. It almost felt as though Song Shuhang was more interesting than the starry sky in her eyes. On the other hand, Chu Chu's view of the world had crumbled. Is it so easy to go into space? This thought was continuously reverberating inside her mind. Who could have thought it would be so easy? But after pondering for a moment, she thought of another problem. How was she supposed to breathe? She didn't know the turtle breathing technique and hadn't reached the 4th stage innate realm either. And even if she were to learn the turtle breathing technique and practice to a very high level, she would still need to breath several times within a month. Chu Chu realized that she hadn't prepared properly while rushing into space. I won't die, right? Song Shuhang and the space capsule kept flying and flying. Then, an object suddenly flashed past their eyes at a very high speed. It looked like a sword light, and its speed was extremely fast. Moreover, it wasn't following a fixed trajectory but was flying about haphazardly. The sword light was carrying something alongside it. It was a barely visible burgundy object. This sword light gave Song Shuhang a very familiar feeling. F***CK, isn't that one of Senior White's disposable flying swords? Song Shuhang called out. However, what was that burgundy object that he was having trouble seeing? Just as Song Shuhang was deep thoughts, several figures also sped past them, following after the sword light at full speed. Each of the figures was using their own special powers and skills. Someone was riding a flying sword. Someone was riding a rosy cloud. Someone was driving an immortal boat. Someone was wearing strange shoes and running in the middle of space. They were using all sorts of different methods, but each and every one of them was incredibly fast. Amongst these figures were cultivators, monster cultivators, and even some cultivators that had the appearance of half humans and half monsters. Their cultivation level was at least of the 4th stage, if not above. If they wanted to survive in space for a long period of time without breathing or worrying about the damage space could cause to their bodies, they needed a cultivation of the 5th realm or above. Unexpectedly, so many cultivators were madly running after a sword light. What was that thing on the sword light? What could possibly attract the attention of so many cultivators and monster cultivators, pushing them to chase it with all their might? Shuhang pondered for a moment and tried to recall to mind which objects had Senior White sent to space lately. There was a fridge, a TV, an electric rice cooker, and all sorts of electronic products commonly found in houses. But were these things really worth the time of these cultivators? Or perhaps they looked at the incredible power of the sword light, as well as to the terrifying sword chi it was emitting, and thought that the object it was carrying was also a precious treasure? Is that the reason they started to madly chase after it? If they were to get their hands on the sword light with much difficulty just to discover that the treasure they were looking for was a broken fridge, wouldn't the mind of these cultivators collapse? For some reason, Shuhang noticed that he was really looking forward to seeing such a scene. I should stop. It's bad to have such wicked thoughts. It's a gourd. Just as Shuhang was in deep thoughts, Li Yingzhu's voice was transmitted beside his ear. She used the secret sound transmission. Shuhang was already a cultivator of the 2nd stage. Therefore, he could also learn the secret sound transmission skill. However, he didn't have the chance up until now, and there was no one to teach him either. Shuhang asked, a gourd? A burgundy gourd? Shuhang felt that he had seen such a thing before. If one were to mention a burgundy gourd, the first thing that would come to their mind would be the 7 Calabash brothers, right? No, that's not it. What else there was aside from the 7 Calabash brothers? That golden-red gourd from Journey to the West? The same one that the monster held while saying to Sun Wukong, "Monkey, I'll call your name, do you dare to reply one?" Just as he was thinking, Li Yingzhu's voice echoed once more in his ears. There is someone ahead. Shuhang immediately returned to his senses and looked ahead. 2 figures were quickly approaching the space capsule from far off. The 2 figures were wearing black Taoist robes and had the word limitless embroidered on their clothes. The 2 men stopped in front of Shuhang and coldly looked at him. A cultivator of the 2nd stage? Does he want to die? He is only at this level and he unexpectedly dared to rush into space. This guy seems tired of living. The man on the left said coldly, "Are you also here to steal the soul-devouring demonic gourd?" The secret sound transmission was very useful in space. The soul-devouring demonic gourd? Shuhang furrowed his brows and said, "Are you talking about that thing on the sword light?" "I didn't come here for that." Shuhang couldn't use the secret sound transmission. Luckily, the opposite party was able to read his lips and understand what he said. "Humph, it's better this way. That thing isn't something a cultivator of the 2nd stage like yourself should think of. Be a good boy and get out of here," the man on the left said coldly. After saying this much, he turned his body around and prepared to chase after the sword light. But right at this time, the eyes of the man standing on the right lit up. He carefully looked at Shuhang and said, "I'm not mistaken, it's really him." The man on the left blurted out. "It's stressed by a mountain of books. That small cultivator that caused senior brother young Master Hai to suffer a loss. I didn't expect to meet him in such a place." An excited expression appeared on the face of the man on the right. The matter about young Master Hai and Su Clan's 7 clashing had created a great disturbance, and a lot of people in the Limitless Demon sect knew about it. Young Master Hai also didn't try to hide it. Therefore, the people in the sect had openly discussed it. If we consider that these two in black robes were close followers of young Master Hai's faction, they were even more informed about stressed by a mountain of books and his looks. If we can catch this guy and hand him over to senior brother young Master Hai. The man on the right secretly accumulated his innate true chi and locked Song Shuhang. When he saw the eyes of the opposite party change, Song Shuhang knew that the situation had taken a wrong turn. Li Yinzhu's voice was also transmitted at this time. Disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect, 4th Stage Realm. As expected, it's them, Song Shuhang said. No matter where he went, he would always bump into these guys. The two men in front of them were cultivators of the 4th stage. After sensing their aura, Yu Jiaojiao determined that they were cultivators that had just entered the 4th stage realm. The strength of Song Shuhang's party wasn't inferior to the other side. Yu Jiaojiao was a monster cultivator of the 4th stage, and there was another cultivator of the 4th stage inside the space capsule, Li Yinzhu. If we consider that Song Shuhang had various talismans and magical treasures, as well as other objects, with him, his side had a higher chance of coming on top if the two groups were to clash. But given the ability and rich background of the Limitless Demon Sect, perhaps these two cultivators of the 4th stage were only the vanguard, and there were other powerful cultivators of their sect rushing over here. They couldn't be careless. Moreover, their party had just entered space and had yet to adapt to the environment. Therefore, they might be at a disadvantage if they started to fight immediately. Such being the case, should they go for a tactical retreat first? They could quietly follow these guys soon after and see if they had other companions. They could also spy on their attacking methods and obtain detailed information about their fighting capacity and so on. After all, if you knew yourself and the enemy, you would always be victorious. If they had the opportunity, it was a pretty good idea to make a surprise attack as well. Song Shuhang grabbed his size-reducing purse and prepared to take the silver dragon puppet out. He was planning to use the puppet to get away from here and avoid clashing with these guys head-on. But right at this time, Yu Jiaojiao's excited voice was transmitted beside his ear. Shuhang, open the safety helmet and let me out. I'll give them a lesson. Yu Jiaojiao hadn't had any opportunity to fight after advancing to the 4th stage realm. Therefore, she had been itching to get into action for a while. Moreover, she had the bloodline of a flood dragon and managed to jump through the dragon gate with much difficulty, gaining the ability to assume a half-human and half-fish form. Her fighting capacity was quite a bit higher than ordinary cultivators of the 4th stage. At this time, she felt as though she could fight 3 ordinary cultivators of the 4th stage all alone. At the same time, Li Yinzhu's voice was also transmitted beside Song Shuhang's ear. Careful, the enemy attacked. A pitch-black flying sword quietly appeared next to Song Shuhang's back, launching its attack in the same instant Li Yinzhu said those words. The pitch-black flying sword was concealed very well, and only in the instant it launched its attack did the sword chi explode. I'll be in charge of the defense, Yu Jiaojiao said. Just as she said these words, she had already arranged 2 layers of defense on Song Shuhang's body. Ryup. The flying sword stabbed Song Shuhang's back. The corner of the mouth of that disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect standing on the right rose and turned into a smile. It was a success. His pitch-black flying sword was a special sword specialized in assassinations. There were several types of magical runes engraved on it that added properties such as armor-piercing, anti-evasion, sharpening, and so on. An ordinary defensive technique was unable to ward off the attacks of his black sword. Therefore, he was confident that the sword would destroy the 2 layers of defense on Song Shuhang's body. But in the next moment, the smile on the face of the disciple stiffened. Just as the pitch-black flying sword stealthily approached Song Shuhang and stabbed him, it was stopped by an invisible barrier before it could even reach the 2 layers of defense protecting Shuhang. No matter how much it tried, it was unable to break through the invisible barrier. This invisible barrier wasn't something that Yu Jiaojiao had arranged. It was a field of powerful repulsive strength, and the pitch-black flying sword was blocked by it. The flying sword emitted a long cry, and the blade of the sword unexpectedly started to bend. Its fairy firefly's repulsive strength, are these the lingering effects of the mysterious technique she used earlier? Song Shuhang immediately understood what was happening. Earlier, Fairy Firefly used a mysterious technique that generated a powerful repulsive strength. The repulsive strength was powerful enough to directly deliver them into space from the surface of the Earth, making them arrive in the proximity of the Moon. Therefore, one could well imagine how terrifying the strength generated by her mysterious technique was. Even if only the residues of the mysterious technique were now left on the body of Song Shuhang and the others, they were more than enough to ward off the attack of the pitch-black flying sword. It wasn't all, the remaining power even rebounded the sword. The pitch-black was forcefully turned around and repelled by the repulsive strength. In the end, it flew away and pierced a meteorite a kilometer away. Even its master wouldn't be able to retrieve it within a short period of time. It's a good opportunity. Shuhang, quickly open the safety helmet. I'm going out. Look how I beat these guys. Yu Jiaojiao shouted. Unfortunately, Yu Jiaojiao didn't have the opportunity to enter into action once again. It was because someone else decided to meddle. In the instant the pitch-black flying sword was repelled, 15 figures rushed over from a distant place. Each of the figures had bulging muscles and was more than 2 meters tall. Just by standing there, these tall and strong men were capable of making the onlookers feel a lot of pressure. They positioned themselves between Song Shuhang and the disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect. Afterward, they swiftly shot a glance at Song Shuhang's group, but their vision finally fell on the bodies of the 2 disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect. There is no mistake. It's them, they are disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect, a man wearing a leather armor said in a grave tone after shooting a glance at the Limitless word embroidered on the black Taoist robes of the other party. Just as the voice of the stout man wearing the leather armor faded, the other 14 men clenched their fists and surrounded the 2 disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect. It felt as though a group of brown bears had surrounded 2 pitiful lambs. The 2 disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect were dumbfounded. They were unable to understand what was happening. In the next moment, the 15 men quickly took out banners and flags from their clothes, putting them together and unfurling them. Returning money that is owed is the right thing to do. Life is hard and full of hardships. Return us our hard-earned money, Limitless Demon Sect. Ren Baodong of the Limitless Demon Sect owes us 50,000 spirit stones of the 4th stage. Return us our hard-earned money. Return us our hard-earned money. Give us a way to survive. Return us our hard-earned money. We're equal, fair, lawful, patriotic, professional, honest, friendly, democratic, civilized, and gentle. We only want our hard-earned money. At the same time, there was also the magnified version of a contract. It was a contract of the world of cultivators. From the looks of it, a disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect hired these 15 men for a total of 50,000 spirit stones of the 4th stage. He hired them to chase and intercept that sword light madly dashing about in space and the treasure above. The time limit was 7 days. Whether or not the treasure was retrieved, the disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect was supposed to pay them the spirit stones after 7 days. Within these 7 days, the 15 stout man had to intercept and stop the sword light at least 5 times, giving that disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect called Ren Baodong an opportunity to seize the treasure on the sword light. The 15 stout men were professionals. Therefore, they gave that disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect a total of 9 opportunities to seize the treasure within those 7 days. But in the end, that disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect was still unable to subdue the treasure. The fault lay with him and not with them. Unfortunately, he wasn't too lucky. As the deadline of the contract approached, the disciple of the limitless demon sect quietly disappeared. It seemed that he had no intention of paying that fee of 50,000 spirit stones of the fourth stage. It was one of those bad cases where their employer ran without paying the money. However, the 15 men didn't take it to heart. After all, they were also specialized in demanding payment. After getting a gist of what was happening, the two disciples of the limitless demon sect furrowed their brows and said, "Ren Bao Dong? Sorry, but we don't know anyone with that name." The limitless demon sect was a huge sect and had tens of thousands of disciples, as well as numerous branches. Therefore, it was impossible for them to know each disciple of the sect. The stout man wearing the leather armor sneered, "Hee, I don't care if you know him or not. Quietly hand over those 50,000 spirit stones of the fourth stage. Otherwise, don't blame us 15 brothers for being rude." The disciple of the limitless demon sect standing on the right said coldly, "That's impossible. Why should we give you the spirit stones that Ren Bao Dong owes you? It's the one that owes the money that should return it. If you want those spirit stones back, go look for Ren Bao Dong. You can forget about getting any spirit stone from me." The face of the man wearing the leather armor darkened as he said, "Hee, so, you don't intend to pay us? You don't want to return us the spirit stones? If you owe money, it's only natural to return it. If you don't, how can you even be considered a man?" another stout man said as he clenched his fists. "Since they have soft and fair skin, in the worst case, we can tie them up and sell them to that sect of female cultivators, the Moonlight Jade Maiden Alliance. We should be able to sell them for several tens of thousands of spirit stones of the fourth stage. We might even make a small profit. Wasn't someone from the White Robe Demon sect looking for male cultivators with fair and tender skin the last time? Perhaps we can sell these two disciples of the limitless demon sect for a high price there." The 15 stout men started to make all sorts of comments. That disciple of the limitless demon sect on the right was thoroughly enraged. He was a proud disciple of the limitless demon sect, who had ever dared to shame him like this? "You are courting death," the disciple of the limitless demon sect roared as he activated a seal. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and launched a lightning technique. The ray of lightning changed into a sharp spear that was making crackling noises. Its power was incredible, and it directly shot toward that man wearing the leather standing in the front. Bah! The man wearing the leather armor snorted and clenched his right hand. Afterward, the muscles on his body started to move up and down as though they were alive. Soon after, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the sharp spear directly, crushing it to pieces with the strength of his hand. A bodily cultivator. Just like Dharma King creation, this stout man wearing the leather armor had decided to walk the path of a bodily cultivator. As a consequence, his physical body was extremely powerful. Although he was only a cultivator of the fourth stage, his body was already stronger than a cultivator's of the fifth stage realm. After breaking the sharp spear to pieces with his bare hands, the stout man wearing the leather armor disappeared and reappeared in front of that disciple of the limitless demon sect on the right, punching him in the abdomen. The disciple of the limitless demon sect immediately arranged a defensive barrier. However, the strength of the punch of the stout man penetrated the barrier, hitting the body of the opposite party. Although the barrier wasn't broken, the disciple of the limitless demon sect squatted down and assumed a fetal position, foam coming out of his mouth. He seemed to be in great pain. Not only does this guy that not want to return the money, he even dares to curse and attack others. I really hate death-courting garbage like you. The stout man wearing the leather armor took his fist back with a cold expression on his face. After seeing that his companion was instantly KO'd, the other disciple of the limitless demon sect calmed down. The corner of his eye twitched as he tried his best to calm himself down. Wait a moment, gentlemen. The one that owes you those spirit stones is Ren Bao Dong. Therefore, you should look for him. What is the point of looking for us? The stout man wearing the leather armor clenched his pot-sized fist and said, Why do you think it's useless? You are both disciples of the limitless demon sect. You are from the same faction as that Renbao Dong. If we can't find Renbao Dong, we'll obviously look for you guys. Anyway, enough with this nonsense, return us the spirit stones. One of the nearby stout men added, according to the agreement, there is the interest rate as well. Wait, no. It's the penalty for breaching the contract. The payment is 50,000 spirit stones of the 4th stage, as well as additional 500 spirit stones for each day the fee is not paid. It's been 4 days already, so it's 52,000 spirit stones of the 4th stage now. You damned loan sharks, the disciple of the limitless demon sect standing on the left said as he clenched his teeth. Bah, if I were a loan shark, I would charge you 10%, if not 50%, as a daily penalty for breaching the contract, the stout man wearing the leather armor said disdainfully. My brothers and I are famous figures in the world of cultivators. We are professionals, and a group demanding our pay in a legit way. Don't lump us together with those amateurish loan sharks. Even when it comes to demanding the payment, we are professional, the man wearing the leather armor said complacently. Song Shuhang, Yu Jiaojiao, Li Yinzhu, and Chu Chu looked at this magnificent scene of demanding one's payment that was taking place right in front of them. How could one say it? Well, this world was truly unpredictable. No one knew what might happen in the next moment. Perhaps one was in heaven a second earlier, and they would end up in a hell a second after, just like the 2 disciples of the limitless demon sect who were the ones doing the hunting a moment ago but turned into prey a moment later. However, it was precisely the impossibility to predict the future and the myriad possibilities lying ahead that made life so beautiful and colorful. This is life. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion. The only thing he lacked now was a good cup of tea to sip on. Yu Jiaojiao said regretfully, it was quite unfortunate. They snatched away our prey. Actually, I think that it was a pretty good thing. I get the feeling that we would have been involved with this scene too if you had made your move earlier, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Moreover, they didn't know if the 2 disciples of the limitless demon sect had helpers or not. Yu Jiaojiao rolled her eyes and said, since there is nothing else to do, let's be on our way. We are pretty close to the moon already. Agreed +1, Li Yinzhu said. Agreed +2, Chu Chu also said via secret sound transmission. Agreed +3. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand while wearing that cumbersome spacesuit and waved it. There was a driving force formation engraved on the spacesuit that allowed Song Shuhang to freely move in space. Since Song Shuhang couldn't ride a flying sword, he would only be able to casually float in space without this driving force formation. Using his silver dragon puppet would consume spirit stones, and the current Song Shuhang was completely broke. Therefore, he could use the puppet only at critical times. Just as Song Shuhang operated the formation and prepared to leave, that man wearing the leather armor turned his head around and waved his hand at him, saying, Kid, which sect do you belong to? I'm not from the limitless demon sect, Song Shuhang said hurriedly and waved his hands. He didn't want them to go after his spirit stones as well. He was a poor wretch without any stone at this time. He had to hope that the opposite party could read his lips. Moreover, he had to learn the secret sound transmission skill as soon as possible. It was too troublesome to communicate with others without that. The man wearing the leather armor brightly smiled and said, That's a given. It only took me a glance to determine that you weren't a person of the limitless demon sect. Like I said, we are professionals when it comes to demanding payment. Song Shuhang said, I'm a loose cultivator. I don't belong to any sect. A loose cultivator? Good luck, little brother. After hearing that Song Shuhang was a loose cultivator, the tone of the man wearing the leather armor became much kinder, and he even called him little brother. After all, everyone knew that the life of a loose cultivator was very difficult. After saying this much, he stretched out his hand and gave Song Shuhang a metal card. Song Shuhang reached out and grabbed the card. After a quick look, he discovered that there was a metallic flower carved on it, as well a golden ox head below. Huang Guanhua, leader of the Heavy Metal Squad. Code name, Taurus. We are a squad specialized in bodyguarding, escorting, treasure hunting, demanding the payment of debts, and so on. We are the most professional experts on the scene. Telephone number, WeChat ID, email, is this a business card? Little brother, if you need something, remember to contact us. We are professionals, in every sense of the word. The man wearing the leather armor gave the thumbs up with a complacent look on his face. Aha, sure. Song Shuhang forced a smile. Soon after, he operated the driving force formation on the spacesuit and quickly fluttered toward the moon. As they were leaving, they could still hear the screams of the two disciples of the Limitless Demon sect. Of course, it was nothing more than an auditory hallucination, because their screams couldn't possibly travel through vacuum. A squad specialized in demanding payment. Song Shuhang put the business card away. Perhaps if the remuneration was good and the pay was on time, he could happily cooperate with this squad of muscular men. Those were some scary professionals, Yu Jiaojiao summarized. Song Shuhang nodded in agreement and asked, Jiaojiao, did you leave a mark on that pitch-black flying sword in the end? Don't worry, it was a success, Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile. The mark I left is well hidden, and I can guarantee that the opposite party won't find it. Song Shuhang was relieved. Those 15 muscular men didn't seem like those demonic cultivators that completely disregarded the lives of humans. From the looks of it, they would release the two disciples of the Limitless Demon sect as long as they got their spirit stones back. If that was the case, those two disciples of the Limitless Demon sect would surely look for something, or someone, to let out their pent-up anger. Song Shuhang felt that he was a pretty good outlet to release their anger. If the two disciples of the Limitless Demon sect were to successfully shake off the 15 stout men, there was an 80% probability, if not higher, that they would look for Song Shuhang. Therefore, he had to prepare against them. Thus, he told Yu Jiaojiao to leave a mark on the flying sword so that it could act as a signal. If the two disciples of the Limitless Demon sect were to chase after Song Shuhang's group, they would be able to detect them and prepare for the battle. 20 minutes later. Song Shuhang relied on the driving force formation engraved on the spacesuit and slowly headed toward the moon together with the space capsule. Just as he was fluttering, Song Shuhang thought of something. He was thinking of that burgundy gourd. That was Venerable White's disposable flying sword, and there was a burgundy gourd above it. Wait a moment, it can't be that thing, right? Song Shuhang recalled a certain event. Perhaps the burgundy gourd was related to it. The matter Song Shuhang thought of happened on July 6. That day, Tubo invited him over to his grandfather's home. After destroying the resentful ghosts left behind by Altar Master's small local organization with senior brother Three Realms' help, Song Shuhang suffered a surprise attack from branch leader Jing Mo and another guy called Daoist Half-Gourd. At the time, Song Shuhang relied on the lethal weapon Venerable White left to him, the Flying Sword Launcher 013 edition, and used it to launch a disposable Flying Sword 004 edition, killing that guy called Daoist Half-Gourd in the process. After stabbing Daoist Half-Gourd's body, the disposable Flying Sword 004 edition shot toward the sky, rushing into space and disappearing without leaving traces. If he remembered correctly, Daoist Half-Gourd's gourd, which had the power to suck people inside it, was also burgundy. What a coincidence! Heck, is this possible that gourd is precisely the soul-devouring demonic gourd? Can there really be such a coincidence? From what Song Shuhang remembered, Daoist Half-Gourd's gourd was only a treasure of the 4th stage rank. On the other hand, this soul-devouring demonic gourd was even able to attract the attention of 5th stage spiritual emperors, causing them to madly chase after the sword light. Is it just a coincidence, Or did Daoist half-Gourd's gourd undergo a mutation while it was in space? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. From the looks of it, there was a 50% chance, or higher, that the soul-devouring demonic gourd was precisely Daoist half-Gourd's burgundy gourd. Is it possible that there is some fate between this gourd and me? However, I'm not lacking magical treasures right now. Aside from its cool ability to suck people inside it, that burgundy gourd didn't have what good use. According to a certain saying, fate had the power to bring people that were thousands of miles apart together. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, Li Yingzhu's lovely voice was transmitted beside his ear. Careful, there is a sword light in the front coming over here. Song Shuhang opened his eyes and glanced forward. Sure enough, a flying sword that had Venerable White's aura on it was quickly rushing toward his position. The faintly visible burgundy gourd was glowing. Sheet, is it really coming toward me? However, it was heading toward him at the wrong time. It wasn't that Song Shuhang didn't like magical treasures. Even if the rank of the treasure was lower, who wouldn't want it if it was directly delivered to one's doorstep? Let alone this burgundy gourd that even cultivators of the 5th stage were madly chasing. However, the problem was precisely that group of cultivators that was closely following the burgundy gourd. There was a huge number of people behind the gourd making threatening gestures and yelling. It felt as though they were going to destroy everything blocking their path. When some of them saw Song Shuhang standing in front of the burgundy gourd, killing intent flashed through their eyes. If the burgundy gourd were to fall into Song Shuhang's hands, these cultivators of the 4th and 5th stage would surely skin him alive. Actually, even if the burgundy gourd were to just fly above his head, it would be still over for Song Shuhang. That was because he would be trampled to death. Although several people in the group were using flying swords or other treasures that allowed flight, there were still a lot of strong men using magical shoes and madly dashing about in space with their legs. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to get trampled. It was something that could definitely kill people. And if one were to get trampled by this group of cultivators, the mortality rate would increase of at least 300 times. Therefore, Song Shuhang had to avoid the burgundy gourd at all costs. Song Shuhang knew his limits quite well. If he wanted to come out of this alive, he absolutely couldn't touch the burgundy gourd unless a 7th stage venerable was here to back him up. Therefore, Song Shuhang operated the driving force formation on the spacesuit with all his might and got away from the burgundy gourd, moving to one side. After seeing that Song Shuhang was moving to one side and wasn't planning to fight for the soul-devouring demonic gourd, those cultivators of the 4th and 5th stage that were closely chasing after the gourd heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, one of the cultivators in the group, an old man, suddenly jumped up and activated a magical disc. Ah! Guys, get ready and quickly seize the gourd. Now, look at my powerful seal, the Mount Tai Seal, the old man roared. In the group, 7 cultivators immediately accelerated and surpassed the rest. They were the companions of the old man. The old man brandished the magical disc and a sealing ray shot out of it. Just as the old man was using the sealing technique to hold the sword light back, his 7 companions would seize the opportunity to snatch away the gourd and quickly leave the area. The sealing ray was extremely fast and chased after the sword light at high speed. Old bastard, don't even think about it. That gourd is mine. I'll kill whoever tries to snatch it. A little spiritual emperor with only 3 dragon patterns dares to be this arrogant? Then, under the vision of the group of cultivators. It was unknown what happened to the sealing ray, but it suddenly curved and flew past the soul-devouring demonic gourd, heading toward Song Shuhang who was on one side, trapping him inside the seal. Mount Tai's pressure weighed down on his head. Heavy, heavy, heavy. I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. It was literally a mountain of pressure, just as though Mount Tai itself was pressing down on him. But why did the Mount Tai seal end up sealing his body? After all, the old man should still be a powerhouse of the 4th or 5th stage. No matter how blind he was, it should be impossible for him to hit the wrong target with the sealing technique, right? Was it intentional then? Yeah, that must be it. Of course, the old man didn't do it on purpose. Since the speed of the sword light was too fast, he used a technique to lock its aura, executing the Mount Tai Seal immediately after. But what he locked onto earlier was obviously the aura of the sword light. He also didn't know why the ray of the seal had suddenly curved and hit Song Shuhang's body. The old man was likewise dumbfounded and had no idea what was happening. Song Shuhang was unaware that the old man had used an aura-locking technique. Otherwise, he could have more or less guessed the reason the ray hit him. The sword light carrying around the gourd was one of Venerable White's disposable flying swords and thus had his aura. On the other hand, Song Shuhang also had with him the 10,000-mile flying escape technique Senior White gave him, which also happened to have his aura. Therefore, after the old man used the aura-locking technique and launched the Mount Tai Seal, there was a 50-50 chance that it would hit either Song Shuhang or the sword light. Both Song Shuhang and sword light were considered as potential targets of the sealing technique. Perhaps because Song Shuhang's original Dao name was also stressed by a mountain of books, the Mount Tai Seal's favorable impression of him increased by 1 point and thus decided to head toward him. Under the pressure of Mount Tai itself, Song Shuhang's bones started making crackling noises, and he felt as though his whole body was being flattened. Damn it, the Mount Tai Seal that I took so much time to prepare. The old man almost exploded with anger and roared, if not for that brat appearing out of nowhere, I would have already sealed the gourd on the sword light. Bastard! Just as the Mount Tai Seal fell on Song Shuhang's body, the plan of the old man and his companions failed. His companions sprinted forward for nothing, and their relationship was also exposed. The several nearby cultivators started to secretly take precautions against them. The old man and his companions tried to gain an unfair advantage only to end up worse off. The sword light was still carrying the soul-devouring demonic gourd forward, its speed as fast as before. The large group of cultivators kept chasing after it in a frenzy. The old man and his several companions gritted their teeth and decided to keep chasing after the flying sword as well. As for that kid that was sealed by the Mount Tai Seal by mistake, the old man had no intention of wasting time to save him. The fact that he didn't go over to give Song Shuhang a few kicks was merciful enough. At this time, the most important thing was to keep chasing after the sword light and the soul-devouring demonic gourd. Who had the time to waste on seals and whatnot? Just in this fashion, the group of powerful cultivators swiftly passed by Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang's body bore the huge pressure of the Mount Tai Seal and was pushed downward. Of course, the concept of direction was non-existent in space. It was just Song Shuhang's mind feeling as though he was being pushed downward. Song Shuhang used all his strength and asked, "Jiao Jiao, can you untie this seal? It's a seal of the 5th stage rank." "It would take me several days to untie it," Yu Jiao Jiao replied. "By the time I'm done untying the seal, it would probably lose its power and disappear on its own." The only purpose of the Mount Tai Seal was to slow down the speed of the flying sword transporting the soul-devouring demonic gourd. It wasn't anything like those seals that could last for hundreds or thousands of years. There was no need to break it since one only had to wait for around 3 or 4 days for the spiritual energy inside to deplete and the seal to disappear. In other words, there is no difference whether the seal is destroyed or not. Song Shuhang forced a smile. Time flew by. It had been already more than 3 hours since the Mount Tai Seal had sealed Song Shuhang. At first, Song Shuhang was planning to practice in the proximity of the moon and temper his body to strengthen his constitution. But now, he was unable to do anything. Due to the pressure of the Mount Tai Seal, he couldn't even move a finger. His body was pressed flat, and his bones were on the verge of breaking. While sealed, Song Shuhang subconsciously thought of operating the 33 Divine Beasts technique and use his true qi to resist the pressure generated by the seal. But just as he tried to operate his true qi, the true qi inside his sea of qi dantian and dragon tail dantian started to surge up, and a stabbing pain was transmitted from his dantian. When he ate the sheep-type spirit beast crystal during his dream back then, the true qi inside his dantian had increased to the point of bursting. He had two options now. He could either wait for several months and allow his body to slowly adapt and absorb the true qi that came from the spirit beast crystal, or strengthen his constitution, allowing his body to accommodate the extra quantity of true qi. But his true qi wasn't the only problem, there was also the mental energy located between his eyebrows. In the instant he operated his true qi, he felt a stabbing pain in his head as well. Therefore, Shuhang immediately stopped operating the 33 Divine Beasts technique. But if he couldn't defend against the terrifying pressure of the Mount Tai Seal, his whole body would crumble under its pressure. The skin on his body had started cracking. The cracks were the same as the ones that appear on pottery. Very soon, Shuhang's whole body was covered with blood. "Open your mouth and eat this medicine." Yu Jiaojiao's voice was transmitted at this time. Yu Jiaojiao was also affected by this seal of the 5th stage rank, but she was much better off than Shuhang. She felt her body a bit heavy, but the seal wasn't strong enough to injure her. Fairy Firefly had arranged a defensive formation on the space capsule earlier. Therefore, the effects of the Mount Tai Seal were much weaker on it. Li Yinzhu was also a cultivator of the 4th stage realm. Therefore, she wasn't afraid of such a seal. On the other hand, Chu Chu was immobilized by the strength of the seal and couldn't move. But due to the protection of the space capsule, aside from feeling her body very heavy and being unable to move, she didn't need to worry about getting injured. Yu Jiaojiao placed the medicinal pill inside Shuhang's mouth. It was a pretty good wound-treating medicinal pill that could be taken orally. The pill melted in Shuhang's mouth, and the strength of the medicine spread to each corner of his body, starting to heal his wounds. Shuhang forced a smile and said, "Will I have to keep taking medicinal pills for the whole duration of the seal?" Yu Jiaojiao replied, "There seems to be no other way for now." Suffering the pressure of the Mount Tai Seal, getting injured, taking a medicinal pill, slowly recovering his wounds. This cycle kept repeating over and over again. At this time, Shuhang's mouth was full of a bitter taste. After all, a good medicine always tasted bitter. Even if these medicinal pills belonged to the world of cultivators, they still had a very bitter taste. "I feel that there is no difference between a salted fish and me at this time," Shuhang said. He needed to work out a bit. At this time, he couldn't move a finger and was thus unable to use the basic Buddhist fist technique. He couldn't use the true self-meditation scripture and 33 divine beasts technique either because he would explode if he were to do so. Under these circumstances, he could only use one cultivation technique. The immovable body of the Buddha. It was a supplementary body tempering technique that could strengthen the defense of one's body. While practicing this technique, he didn't need to move around like he had to with a fist technique. He could use it even while being perfectly still. Through the immovable body of the Buddha, he could absorb the energy inside his body and use it to strengthen his constitution. It was the only thing that Shuhang could do at this time. Another 3 hours later, Shuhang felt that his constitution had strengthened quite a bit. Under the pressure of the Mount Tai Seal, his body was continuously wounded and restored. If we add the tempering effects of the immovable body of the Buddha, the strength of his constitution could only rise. Perhaps he could strengthen his constitution until it could withstand his current level of true qi and mental energy while he was inside the Mount Tai Seal for these several days, saving him from this dangerous situation where his body could explode at any moment. Whenever there was great pressure, there would be great motivation as well. The larger the pressure, the larger the latent capacity that human beings could bring forth. This time, I might have profited from this misfortune, Shuhang thought to himself. Just as Shuhang was in deep thoughts, Li Yinzhu's voice was transmitted beside his ear. "Careful, there is someone coming in this direction. Shuhang immediately stopped practicing the immovable body of the Buddha and moved his eyes, looking toward a distant place. He saw a fiery red dot of light quickly approaching from a distant place. The fiery red light was extremely quick, and it arrived in front of Shuhang after a few breaths of time. It was a man with red hair and red beard. The robe he was wearing was also red, just like the hacking blade he was holding in his hands. He was red all over his body. Spiritual energy was surging on the body of the opposite party. He didn't bother hiding his cultivation. The man standing before their eyes was a respectable 5th-stage spiritual emperor. "I've finally found you," the red-haired man said with a smile. Then, he stretched out his hand and pressed on the Mount Tai Seal that was covering Shuhang's body, shouting, "Break!" The spiritual energy surged and clashed against the Mount Tai Seal. At this time, the Mount Tai Seal had changed into the shape of a golden bell and had tightly wrapped Shuhang's body. The red-haired man was precisely eliminating this outer layer of the seal. Yu Jiaojiao asked, "Shuhang, is he a friend of yours?" "I don't know him," Shuhang replied. He was also confused. He had never met this red-haired man before. Such being the case, why had the opposite party come to this place and started removing the Mount Tai Seal on his body? Moreover, it didn't seem as though the opposite party was casually passing by, it seemed that this man had been specifically looking for him. Shuhang had no idea as to what this red-haired man had in mind. Since he didn't know if the opposite party was a friend or foe, it was better to take some precautions against him. Shuhang slowly moved his hand toward his size-reducing purse. Yu Jiaojiao also started to secretly prepare a defensive technique, quietly accumulating her strength and waiting to enter into action. A minute later. Crack! The Mount Tai Seal was brutally smashed to pieces. Shuhang immediately felt his body become light. It was truly a wonderful feeling. Unfortunately, there was currently no time to enjoy it. Shuhang quickly stretched out his hand and put it inside the size-reducing purse, grabbing the silver dragon puppet. Yu Jiaojiao also carefully looked at the red-haired man. "Hee, you're rather attentive," the red-haired man said with a smile. Then, he stretched his hand toward Shuhang and made a grabbing motion, saying, "But what's the point? Do you really think you can escape from me?" Just as the red-haired man stretched his hand out and made that grabbing motion, a big red-colored hand appeared in the void, completely covering Shuhang's body. It was obviously one of the techniques of the red-haired man. "Vast sea, protect me and turn the mighty waves into my defense," Yu Jiaojiao shouted, and her small claws danced in the air. Soon after, a light blue shield appeared before Shuhang's body, blocking the incoming red-colored hand. Just as the big hand and the shield bumped into each other, the light blue shield started crumbling. "It's the right time, let's quickly run away," Yu Jiaojiao shouted. The opposite party was a 5th-stage spiritual emperor, and they didn't have any chance of succeeding if they were to fight him head-on. Shuhang quickly took out the silver dragon puppet and activated it. Afterward, he tightly held onto the space capsule and jumped on the back of the dragon. "Get away from here as quickly as possible." Shuhang operated the silver dragon puppet. The eyes of the silver dragon lit up. Next, it changed into a silver light, quickly disappearing to a distant place. "A puppet capable of flight," the red-haired man said with a smile. Flying puppets had a pretty good speed while compared to cultivators of the 4th stage, but they were far from enough to deal with a cultivator of the 5th stage. The red-haired spiritual emperor grabbed the red-colored hacking blade and rode it, chasing after Shuhang. The way he was riding the flying sword was rather unusual. He didn't step on it like other cultivators. Instead, he grabbed the red-colored hacking blade with his hands and allowed it to pull him along. The hacking blade whizzed forward, and the red-haired spiritual emperor holding onto it also shot forward like an arrow. The peculiar position he used to ride the flying sword was something he had come up with after some research. It was the position that allowed him to bring out his full speed. It was the most aerodynamic pose according to the fluid dynamics branch of physics. While he was chasing after Song Shuhang, the corner of the red-haired spiritual emperor's mouth rose as he muttered, "I wasn't mistaken about it, his body has the same aura as that sword light." This red-haired spiritual emperor was one of the cultivators chasing after the soul-devouring demonic Gourd earlier. When the old man used the Mount Tai Seal back then, the red-haired spiritual emperor realized through his keen senses that the aura on Song Shuhang's body was somewhat similar to the one present on the sword light. In that case, was there some relationship between the sword light and this boy? Perhaps it wasn't just a coincidence that the sword light made a circle while flying and headed toward that boy. Maybe that boy has some treasure with him that is related to the sword light. That might be the reason the sword light carrying the soul-devouring demonic Gourd approached him on its own. The red-haired spiritual emperor guessed. Perhaps the key to the soul-devouring demonic Gourd was precisely on the body of that youth. Thereupon, the red-haired spiritual emperor quietly separated from the group of cultivators chasing after the sword light. After taking a roundabout route, he arrived in front of Song Shuhang and decided to destroy the Mount Tai Seal weighing down on his body. His objective was that treasure in Song Shuhang's possession related to the sword light. That guy is chasing after us, and the speed of the silver dragon puppet isn't fast enough to shake him off. He will quickly catch up to us. Song Shuhang said after glancing backward. Yu Jiaojiao said, "Do you still have something up your sleeve?" Song Shuhang forced a smile and said, "I have a few talismans, but they are all of the 4th stage rank." Talismans of the 4th stage weren't of much use against a 5th stage spiritual emperor. Yu Jiaojiao said, "In that case, should we surrender?" Ahaha. The laughter of the red-haired spiritual emperor was transmitted from behind. The distance between the two parties had sharply reduced. Soon after, the red-haired spiritual emperor bent his finger and flicked it, shooting out 2 streams of sword chi. Yu Jiaojiao quickly executed a magical technique and created a shield. Since the moment she had gotten on the back of the silver dragon puppet, she had been secretly accumulating her strength to execute this defensive magical technique. The shield she created was able to block one of the 2 streams of sword chi. The other stream still headed toward Song Shuhang, ready to chop him up. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and grabbed the treasured saber broken tyrant. Inverted Scale Saber Technique, Dragon Scale Style. When the saber technique was unleashed, the saber chi turned into a true dragon that surrounded Song Shuhang's group, protecting them. At the same time, Song Shuhang spat blood from his mouth. He needed to use his true chi to operate the inverted scale saber technique, and his current situation was so bad that his body could explode at any time. For this reason, he suffered a backlash as soon as he used the saber technique. Ryup. The dragon scale style and the sword chi of the red-haired spiritual emperor clashed against each other. The dragon scale style was shattered to pieces with one blow of the sword chi. The difference in strength between the two parties was too much. It wasn't something that a mere saber technique could make up. After smashing the dragon scale style, the strength of the sword chi of the red-haired spiritual emperor didn't diminish in the least as it headed toward Song Shuhang's body. But right at this time, the dazzling ray of light of a defensive formation was emitted from Song Shuhang's spacesuit. In the next moment, a burst of repulsive strength spread from the spacesuit. After hitting Song Shuhang's spacesuit, the sword chi was unexpectedly rebounded. These were the effects of the defense fairy firefly arranged on the spacesuit earlier. The main purpose of the defense was to protect Song Shuhang in case he bumped into meteorites or something similar while flying toward space. At the crucial moment, the repulsive strength helped Song Shuhang block the sword chi. "I didn't need to use an armor talisman," Song Shuhang muttered. Ring, 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 but right at this time, Song Shuhang's phone rang. Yu Jiaojiao said, "Shuhang, someone is calling you." I don't have the time to answer the phone at this moment. Song Shuhang operated the silver dragon puppet with all his strength and fled for his life. At the same time, he used the corner of the eye to glance back at the red-haired spiritual emperor. The chance they had to shake off the opposite party was less than 10%. It was uncertain what would happen next. That kid has several treasures. The corner of the red-haired spiritual emperor's rose. The strength of the sword chi he used earlier was only of the 4th stage. He wasn't planning to kill Song Shuhang. His objective was to capture him alive. However, he hadn't expected that his 2 streams of sword chi of the 4th stage rank would be both blocked. Under normal circumstances, he would have played with such an interesting kid a bit more. But now, I don't really have the time to play with you. The red-haired spiritual emperor operated the hacking blade once again, increasing the speed of the flying sword by 3 times. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Song Shuhang's silver puppet dragon. "You can't escape from me, kid," the red-haired spiritual emperor said in a grave tone. Then, he made another grabbing motion with his hand. To deal with Song Shuhang and the 4th stage innate Yujiaojiao, the red-haired spiritual emperor didn't even need to use magical techniques, his hand alone was enough. This time, Song Shuhang had no means to block the big hand of the opposite party. The silver dragon puppet and the space capsule were both seized by it. Song Shuhang and the others had been captured. Actually, it was Song Shuhang's first time being captured by an enemy. It was a new and refreshing feeling. "Hehe, I told that you had no chance of escaping." The red-haired spiritual emperor grinned after capturing Song Shuhang. Then, he stretched his hand out and activated a spherical barrier-type magical treasure, confining Song Shuhang within it. The insides of the spherical barrier-type magical treasure were filled with air. Therefore, the sound of the phone ringing was transmitted from Song Shuhang's body. "Ring, ring, ring." Song Shuhang calmed down and asked, "Senior, why did you capture me?" Since he had been captured already, he might as well ask why the opposite party had done so. After all, it was impossible that he had decided to capture him just because he found him unpleasant or something of the sort, right? Actually, Song Shuhang wasn't worried about his life or safety. Venerable White's 10,000-mile flying escape technique was a very strong life-saving trump card. The red-haired spiritual emperor strangely smiled and said, "Hehe, I need something that is on your body." Ring, ring, ring. The ring of the phone interrupted the words of the red-haired spiritual emperor. The red-haired spiritual emperor continued after the pause, "I need something that is on your body. That thing is, ring, ring, ring." The red-haired spiritual emperor. "Senior, can I answer the phone first?" Song Shuhang said as he took out his phone. After looking at the screen, he discovered that it was a call from Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. It was actually Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Before Song Shuhang set out, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said that he would contact him and bring him to explore the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue after he had arrived in space. Therefore, he gave Song Shuhang his number so that they could stay in touch. Song Shuhang hadn't expected to receive his call so quickly. "Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, hello." Song Shuhang answered the phone. Shuhang thought that the red-haired spiritual emperor would make him hang up. He didn't expect that the opposite party would actually let him answer the phone. The calm voice of a man was transmitted from the other end of the phone. "Little friend Shuhang, are you in space already?" "Senior, yes. Fairy Firefly sent me to space today," Song Shuhang replied. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Where are you now? Have you reached the moon already? If you are there already here, look for me. My coordinates are XXXX. About that. I fear I won't be able to meet you, Senior." "I was captured," Song Shuhang replied. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. "Who captured you?" Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue asked. I don't know him, but he's a 5th stage spiritual emperor. He has red hair, red beard, and a red Taoist robe, Song Shuhang said. I have never heard of such a spiritual emperor, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. Little friend Shuhang, put the phone on speakerphone mode and let me have a chat with him. Sure, senior. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the red-haired spiritual emperor, putting the phone on speakerphone. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue voice was transmitted from the phone. Fellow Taoist, my name is 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. I wanted to ask you something. How has this little friend offended you? Song Shuhang was the first one to reply. I haven't ever seen him before, how can I have offended him? The red-haired spiritual emperor pondered for a moment and said, this kid has indeed not offended me. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, such being the case, can you give me face and let this little friend go? If you do that, I'll turn a blind eye to everything that happened. PFFF, the red-haired spiritual emperor laughed and said, who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? The red-haired spiritual emperor pondered for a while but couldn't think of any famous person in the world of cultivators that went by the name of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. A guy he had never heard of was unexpectedly putting on airs in front of him. He even said that he would turn a blind eye to everything that happened. Just hearing these words was enough to put someone in a bad mood. Moreover, even if the opposite party was an old senior of the world of cultivators, the red-haired spiritual emperor wasn't afraid of him. After all, he only had to snatch the soul-devouring demonic gourd and flee. The space was so big, what were the chances of not finding a good place to hide? At the time, he would hide in a safe place for 100 or so years and wait until his cultivation had advanced to the 6th stage true monarch realm. Afterward, he could finally move unhindered in the world. Song Shuhang said with a smile, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, the opposite party said that your face isn't worth much and asked why he should give you any. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue coughed and said, you didn't recognize me? The red-haired spiritual emperor ignored Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and said to Song Shuhang, kid, hang up the phone. Song Shuhang said, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, I have to hang up, goodbye. Afterward, he obediently switched the phone off. Then, he raised his head and looked at the red-haired spiritual emperor once more. At this time, there was a hint of compassion in Song Shuhang's eyes. This guy had offended Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Kid, I don't care about your background. Obediently hand over that treasure, the red-haired spiritual emperor said in a grave tone. Although he wasn't afraid of that senior the opposite party talked to on the phone, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble if possible. That senior said he was currently on the moon. He was pretty close to their position and might come over very quickly. He didn't have much time. What treasure? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. He had several treasures with him. How could he know which treasure the other party wanted? Don't play dumb. If you want to leave this place alive, immediately hand over that treasure that can attract the soul-devouring demonic gourd and the sword light, the red-haired spiritual emperor said coldly. He wasn't really a bloodthirsty person. If Song Shuhang cooperated, he would at most seriously injure him and let him go. Just as the red-haired spiritual emperor was interrogating Song Shuhang, in the depths of the space, the sword light of a disposable flying sword rushed in Song Shuhang's direction as though it had been attracted by something. The red-haired spiritual emperor was waiting for Song Shuhang to hand over the treasure just to seriously injure him afterward. At the time, the seriously injured Song Shuhang would become a drag for the seemingly respected, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, giving the red-haired spiritual emperor the opportunity to flee. The treasure on my body capable of attracting the soul-devouring demonic gourd? Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and said honestly, would you believe me if I were to say that I don't have such a treasure with me? What Song Shuhang said was the truth, but sometimes, no one would believe it. "Kid, my patience is limited." The red-haired spiritual emperor stroked the hacking blade and said coldly, "I'll give you another opportunity. But if you still refuse to hand over the treasure, don't blame me for being heartless." A person had 4 limbs, therefore, he could give Song Shuhang a total of 4 opportunities to reply. Actually, perhaps he could give him 5 opportunities since he was a man. Song Shuhang furrowed his brows and pondered. If there was something on his body that was related to the disposable flying sword, it was probably Venerable White's 10,000-mile flying escape technique, since they were manufactured from the same person. Should I give the small wooden box with the 10,000-mile flying escape technique inside to the opposite party? Venerable White's exploration team had temporarily come out of the ancient ruins and was recuperating from the injuries. If the red-haired spiritual emperor activated the 10,000-mile flying escape technique just to fly to Venerable White's side, it would be quite an interesting turn of events, wouldn't it? But it wasn't a good thing to do. After all, the 10,000-mile flying escape technique was Song Shuhang's trump card to maintain his life, as well as the only way he had to leave space and return home. If he were to hand it over, he would have a lot of trouble returning home 1 month later. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, the red-haired spiritual emperor suddenly froze. Soon after, he looked outside the spherical barrier-type magical treasure with an excited expression on his face. The red-haired spiritual emperor had also entered the spherical magical treasure in order to interrogate Song Shuhang. And it was precisely because he was inside the magical treasure that he was able to hear Song Shuhang's phone ringing, as well as Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's voice when the speakerphone was on. As for Yu Jiaojiao, she was able to hear the ring phone because she was inside the safety helmet of the spacesuit. At this time, the red-haired spiritual emperor noticed that there was a sword light flying at high speed outside the magical treasure. The sword light was the same sword light that was carrying the soul-devouring demonic gourd earlier. The aura was the same, there was no mistake about it. He had been searching high and low for something just to find it when least he expected it. The red-haired spiritual emperor laughed wildly and said, "Even the heavens are helping me." The brat said that he didn't have any treasure that could attract the sword light, but now, the sword light had come over on its own. In the end, the treasure would finally fall into his hands. Since the soul-devouring demonic gourd was delivering itself at his doorstep, he would gladly accept it. On the other hand, where did that group of cultivators that was chasing after the soul-devouring demonic gourd go? Was the sword light able to cast them off? It's not the time to think about this trivial matters. The most important thing to do right now is to intercept the sword light. The silhouette of the red-haired spiritual emperor flashed and appeared outside the magical treasure. At the same time, the golden core inside his body shone. It was a golden core with 4 dragon patterns, an average one amongst the ones cultivators could have. The energy of the golden core gathered and turned into 4 mysterious lights of different colors that materialized above the head of the red-haired spiritual emperor. The number of these colored mysterious lights was the same as the number of the dragon patterns on his golden core. The mysterious lights above the heads of golden core cultivators weren't there only for show. Each colored light could increase the strength of the magical techniques and attacks of the owner by 10%. As a consequence, 4 mysterious lights could increase the strength of the attacks of the red-haired spiritual emperor by 40%. The red-haired spiritual emperor prepared to get into action. No wonder all the immortals in legends had mysterious lights above their heads. Is this the reason? Song Shuhang muttered to himself while inside the magical treasure. At the same time, he also shot a glance at the approaching sword light. Was the disposable flying sword really attracted to him, and did it come here for that reason? If that was really the case, the disposable flying sword might be the key to get out of this situation. Outside the barrier, the red-haired spiritual emperor formed a seal with his hands. His eyes were carefully looking at the approaching sword light. At the same time, he was calculating in his mind the distance between them. In the instant the sword light entered within a range of 1 kilometer, the eyes of the red-haired spiritual emperor lit up. Now is the time. He opened his mouth and spat 4 rings of fire toward the sword light in rapid succession. The 4 rings of fire had sealing properties. Just like the old man from before, the red-haired spiritual emperor wanted to seal the flying sword to reduce its speed. Afterward, he would quietly retrieve the treasure above. The rings of fire covered the sword light without fail. After it was sealed, the speed of the sword light decreased by 10 or so times and the light it was emitting also became dimmer, faintly revealing the shape of the treasure it was carrying. However, that treasure wasn't really looking like a gourd. But the red-haired spiritual emperor didn't think too much about it. It's a success. The red-haired spiritual emperor was delighted. His body moved and quickly shot toward the position of the sword light. But right at this moment, a stream of sword chi exploded from the sword light. The 4 rings of fire blocking the flying sword were immediately smashed to pieces. The red-haired spiritual emperor quickly stopped, and his heart trembled. The 4 rings of fire were the strongest sealing technique at his disposal. Unexpectedly, they weren't able to hold back the flying sword for even a second before getting torn to pieces. What was the rank of the attack unleashed by the sword light? However, the treasure was right before his eyes, and he couldn't give it up. I really want to see how many streams of sword chi can this sword light release, the red-haired spiritual emperor said with clenched teeth. The 4 mysterious lights above his head shone once more. Then, he formed another seal with his hands and used the fire ring sealing technique again. This time, he activated a diamond ring as well, using it in conjunction with the fire ring sealing technique. The diamond ring and the fire ring sealing technique flew out together. The disposable flying sword was randomly flying in space, without anyone controlling it. Therefore, the seals of the red-haired spiritual emperor were able to easily block it once more. The 4 rings of fire blocked the sword light. The diamond ring also tightly restrained it. Under the effects of the 2 seals, the speed of the sword light sharply fell. The red-haired spiritual emperor immediately seized the opportunity and dashed in the direction of the sword light. He only had to wait for the diamond and fire rings to take effect and retrieve the soul-devouring demonic gourd while the sword light was sealed. The spiritual energy on the diamond and fire rings surged, starting the sealing process. The sword light quickly dimmed. Aha! The soul-devouring demonic gourd is finally mine. The red-haired spiritual emperor stretched his hand out, preparing to seize the treasure on the sword light. But right at this time, he discovered that there was something wrong. Earlier, he was unable to see clearly the object above the sword light due to the dazzling light it was emitting. He could only see the indistinct shape of the treasure. But after the sword light was sealed, he saw the treasure above clearly. It wasn't the soul-devouring demonic gourd but was instead one of those 1.5-ton air conditioners for domestic use. Was I tricked? Why is there an air conditioner on the sword light? Where is the soul-devouring demonic gourd? Just what is happening? Damn it, is it possible that it's a different sword light? No wonder no one was chasing after the sword light. There is actually more than one sword light roaming in space, damn it. The red-haired spiritual emperor understood what had happened. But why is there an air conditioner on the sword light? Isn't this the same as making fun of others? Who was so bored to send an air conditioner for domestic use into space? Was it a gift for aliens or something? Wait a moment, the air conditioner seems charred black. This goddamn conditioner is even broken. F***ck, F***ck. Additionally, the red-haired spiritual emperor finally saw the true body of the sword light. It was a very ordinary wooden sword, the type that had been carved without too much thought. But how could a mere wooden sword be so powerful and break his seals so easily? Just how strong was the cultivator that manufactured it that the wooden sword ended up producing such results? Just as the red-haired spiritual emperor was lost in thoughts, the body of the wooden sword lit up once again. In the next moment, the rings of fire binding its body started to crumble. Not good. The red-haired spiritual emperor had a bad premonition. He formed a seal with his hands and prepared to take the diamond seal and get away. But the sword chi was more terrifying than what he thought. 0.0001 seconds after the rings of fire were broken, his diamond ring magical treasure was likewise smashed to pieces by the sword chi. As you can well imagine, the heart of the red-haired spiritual emperor was in extreme pain. He had just lost a very valuable sealing-type magical treasure. Not only he was unable to get the gourd, but he even lost the diamond ring, suffering a great loss. However, it wasn't the time to cry over spilled milk. The sword chi exploded, and the sword intent that burst forth was terrifying. At this time, his body happened to be within the range of the sword chi. Damn it! Aya, the red-haired spiritual emperor roared again and again, and the four-colored mysterious lights above his head also shone continuously. He instantaneously created dozens of defensive barriers to protect himself and tried to get away as soon as possible. But even so, the attack of the wooden sword still left 3 deep wounds that reached the bones in his body. Blood flowed out and changed into drops that hovered in the void. After the wooden sword released the sword chi, its body changed into a sword light once more. Under the gloomy stare of the red-haired spiritual emperor, the wooden sword leisurely headed in Song Shuhang's direction. "It's really coming toward me," Song Shuhang muttered to himself. After disassembling and carelessly ruining the air conditioner, Venerable White must have decided to dispose of it by sending it to space with the disposable flying sword 004 edition. As the flying sword rushed forward, it bumped into the barrier-type magical treasure surrounding Song Shuhang. Ryup. The precious spherical barrier-type magical treasure of the red-haired spiritual emperor was also smashed to pieces. Afterward, the disposable flying sword stopped and calmly hovered next to Song Shuhang's body. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and tried to grab the disposable flying sword. The sword chi on the wooden sword wasn't trying to injure him. The mysterious flying sword Senior White manufactured could even recognize people. But Song Shuhang didn't have the time to think about these trivial matters. He grabbed the space capsule and turned over his body, jumping on the disposable flying sword. What better opportunity to run than this? Go! Song Shuhang pointed toward a distant place and shouted. Brat, stop immediately. The roar of the red-haired spiritual emperor was transmitted from the rear. He had already lost 2 valuable magical treasures, and now, this brat wanted to ride the strange wooden sword and run away. He had to seize that treasure on Song Shuhang's body capable of attracting these sword lights at all costs. The red-haired spiritual emperor roared and started chasing after Song Shuhang. Go, go, go! Song Shuhang shouted. But there was a problem. It seemed that the disposable flying sword 004 edition had no intention of moving now that it had stopped. It felt as though arriving next to Song Shuhang's body was its final objective. Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang turned his head around and shot a glance at the red-haired spiritual emperor that was quickly coming over. What a tragedy! What a tragedy! Song Shuhang didn't expect that the flying sword would suddenly stop moving. He hadn't contemplated this possibility at all. Song Shuhang was helplessly looking at the approaching red-haired spiritual emperor. He was sure that the guy would definitely cut off his 4 limbs to vent his anger. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand toward the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. Was it already time to use his life-saving trump card? However, he was a little unwilling to do so. After all, he had just arrived in space with the intent to strengthen his constitution and explore that grave together with Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. But right at this time, Song Shuhang had a sudden idea. Wait a moment, perhaps I can use something else. Song Shuhang took 2 boxes out of the size-reducing purse. One was the box of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. It would automatically open a month later and bring Song Shuhang back home. But if he was in danger, Song Shuhang could pour his true qi into it and activate it, running to Venerable White's side ahead of time. The other box had a push button on it and was also one of Venerable White's products. It was the so-called Flying Sword Launcher 013 edition. It was a self-defense treasure that Venerable White gave to Song Shuhang when the latter went to Tubo's grandfather's home as a guest at the start of summer vacation. Song Shuhang could launch disposable flying swords through this gadget. With the help of this thing, Song Shuhang was able to kill Daoist half-Gourd back then and send both him and the Gourd to space. Song Shuhang's plan was to use the flying sword launcher to launch the disposable flying sword 004 edition beneath his feet. If he could successfully launch the disposable flying sword, even a 5th-stage spiritual emperor would be injured. At the same time, Song Shuhang was also tightly holding the box with the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. If he were to fail, he would activate it without second thought. Song Shuhang kicked the air conditioner off the flying sword. Under the adrenaline rush, he was extremely quick even though he was wearing that cumbersome spacesuit. He held the box with the 10,000-mile flying escape technique under his armpit and used his hands to hastily load the disposable flying sword 004 edition into the flying sword launcher. Afterward, he operated the true qi in his dantian and poured it into the flying sword launcher while resisting the stabbing pain. The flying sword launcher resonated with Song Shuhang. Soon after, a scope appeared in his eyes. Everything was proceeding flawlessly. Song Shuhang had already used this gadget once. Therefore, he was pretty skilled when it came to operating it. Song Shuhang aimed with the scope at the red-haired spiritual emperor, target locked. The preparations had been completed. Far off, the red-haired spiritual emperor felt a sense of crisis, and his body immediately stiffened. Eat my move. Song Shuhang didn't hesitate and immediately pressed the button on the flying sword launcher 013 edition. At the same time, he tightly grabbed the box with the 10,000-mile flying escape technique with his other hand, ready to flee at any time. Whiz! The disposable flying sword 004 edition was successfully launched. After all, the two objects were part of one set. All of Venerable White's products were high-quality goods. The sword light shone, its speed extremely fast. The sword qi on the wooden sword was compressed and turned into a tiny ray of light. After its volume was reduced, its lethality increased by several times. Back then, Daoist half-Gourd didn't even have the time to dodge the sword light before getting impaled and dying. However, the red-haired spiritual emperor wasn't Daoist half-Gourd. The eyes of the red-haired spiritual emperor carefully looked at the sword light. At the same time, the 4 mysterious lights on his head suddenly increased in size. Damn it, this brat was really connected to the sword lights. However, he can only dream of stopping me with that sword light. The red-haired spiritual emperor grabbed the hacking blade. Then, he stretched his right hand out and muttered an incantation. In the next moment, 6 magical formations overlapped right in front of him. Fire King Saber Formation. The red-haired spiritual emperor shoved the blade inside the 6 overlapping formations, making the strength of the formations pour into the blade. Then, he held the hacking blade high and slashed out. A fiery red blade light shone in the void. The blade light was like a volcanic eruption, and the blazing aura it was emitting almost set the surroundings on fire. In the next moment, the disposable flying sword 004 edition, which had turned into a sword light, and the blade light bumped into each other. There was no sound, but there was a blinding explosion of light. The unceasing explosion completely wrapped the body of the red-haired spiritual emperor. In the end, the small sword light of the disposable flying sword destroyed the huge volcano-like blade light of the red-haired spiritual emperor. The strength of the sword light didn't diminish and pierced through the radiance of the explosion, slashing toward the red-haired spiritual emperor. The power of the sword light was absolutely shocking. The disposable flying sword 004 edition had been roaming in space for a very long time. Moreover, it also consumed a lot of spiritual energy when it released those 2 streams of sword chi earlier. But even then, it still had the power to defeat a 5th stage spiritual emperor. Did he die? Song Shuhang asked in a low voice. No idea. But we should take advantage of the opportunity and quickly get away from here, Yu Jiaojiao replied. Song Shuhang grabbed the space capsule and operated the silver dragon puppet, ready to run away. But right at this time, a figure stepped out of the explosion of light. Brat, I'll kill you. The roar of the red-haired spiritual emperor directly echoed in Song Shuhang's mind. As expected, it wasn't so easy to kill a 5th stage spiritual emperor. At this time, the red-haired spiritual emperor was in a rather pitiful state. His whole body was covered with wounds, without a single uninjured place. The Taoist robe he was wearing was also torn to pieces and turned into burning rags. Even his life-bound treasured blade was broken into 2 pieces. The losses he had suffered were very serious. All his magical treasures and talismans had been either destroyed or consumed in the process. He was left with nothing and had to rebuild everything anew. Actually, the red-haired spiritual emperor was rather lucky that the disposable flying sword 004 edition had been roaming in space for a while and had consumed most of its energy. If Song Shuhang launched a brand new disposable flying sword, he would have surely died with his cultivation of the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm with 4 dragon patterns. Brat, I'll cut you into pieces, the red-haired spiritual emperor roared as he gritted his teeth. He didn't need an answer from Song Shuhang anymore. It was quite obvious that the small box that launched the wooden sword was the treasure that could control the sword lights. As long as he could kill Song Shuhang and obtain the small box from him, he would get his hands on the soul-devouring demonic gourd. Only by getting his hands on the soul-devouring demonic gourd could he somewhat make up for all the losses he had suffered. The body of the red-haired spiritual emperor moved at high speed and quickly arrived in front of Song Shuhang, chopping at him with his blade. I didn't think that I would have to use the 10,000-mile flying escape technique so soon. Song Shuhang said as he held the wooden box in his right hand. He finished pouring the true qi inside the box earlier and could now escape at any time with a mere thought. Stop. But right at this time, another voice echoed. This voice also directly echoed in Song Shuhang's mind. The voice was like the roar of a lion and made Song Shuhang's mind buzz. The 10,000-mile flying escape technique was interrupted. Next, a fist-sized object quickly came over from a distant place. Just as the angry red-haired spiritual emperor was about to chop Song Shuhang in 2 pieces, the fist-sized object jumped and interposed itself between the 2. Stop immediately, the fist-sized object said once more. Its voice directly echoed inside the minds of Song Shuhang and the red-haired spiritual emperor. Moreover, it felt as though the voice had strong mind-controlling properties. The wrathful attack of the red-haired spiritual emperor was likewise influenced by the voice, and the blade was unexpectedly forced to stop. The red-haired spiritual emperor clenched his teeth and said, "A magical technique capable of attacking the mind." The voice could attack the mind. Magical attacks of this type were rather strange, and it was virtually impossible to defend against them. At this time, Song Shuhang finally saw the creature that had interposed itself between him and the red-haired spiritual emperor. It was a lifelike jade white lion of the size of a fist. The jade white lion said in human language, "Little friend Shuhang, you weren't injured, right?" "I'm fine, thanks," Song Shuhang said and nodded. This jade white lion should be senior 7th cultivator of true virtue's pet or magical treasure, right? The jade white lion also nodded and turned its body around, facing the red-haired spiritual emperor. The red-haired spiritual emperor gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you?" His voice directly echoed in Song Shuhang's mind. "I'm the same 7th cultivator of true virtue you talked to on the phone earlier." The jade white lion wagged its head in complacency and continued, I'll say it again, give me face and leave now. If you do so, I'll turn a blind eye to everything that happened. After all, little friend Shuhang and I will explore a grave in a few days. Therefore, it's better not to kill people and avoid getting dyed in blood if possible. The expression of the red-haired spiritual emperor was gloomy. He grabbed his broken saber tightly and gritted his teeth. Still here and not running away with all your might, the jade white lion said while licking its claws. The face of the red-haired spiritual emperor turned red. From the fluctuations of spiritual energy he could sense from the body of the jade white lion, he determined that it was a creature of the fourth stage realm at most. But what was the deal with it being so arrogant? Was it a bluff? Running your sister, the red-haired spiritual emperor roared, seemingly out of control. He waved his broken blade, and the spiritual energy inside his body surged as he slashed forward. The blade light exploded and covered both the jade white lion and Song Shuhang. Just as the red-haired spiritual emperor waved his broken blade, the flaming tattoo on his back quietly separated from his body and changed into a small mass of fire that hid behind a nearby meteorite. Cultivators would die unless they had many skills, and the red-haired spiritual emperor just happened to be a man with many skills. The jade white lion kept licking its claws and said, stupid enough to reject a face-saving offer? After saying this much, it patted down with its paw and said, summoning, the main body of seventh cultivator of true virtue. Just as the jade white lion patted down, something similar to a space gate suddenly appeared in the void. Soon after, a figure stepped out of the space gate. Do you really not intend to give me face? The figure muttered after making its appearance. Afterward, it raised its hand and used it as a weapon, gently chopping toward the red-haired spiritual emperor with it. As expected, they were playing dirty. The red-haired spiritual emperor snorted and rotated his broken blade, using it to ward off the incoming attack. Ding! The treasured blade and the palm collided. In the next moment, the palm of the figure shattered to pieces the treasured blade, just as though it was made of paper. The red-haired spiritual emperor was shocked. Even though the treasured blade was broken in two, it was still made from a very hard material and was a blade of the fifth stage rank. Wasn't it a bit too ridiculous that the opposite party could destroy it with their bare hands? Bang! After shattering the treasured blade, the palm of the figure didn't lose any of its strength and bumped into the forehead of the red-haired spiritual emperor. The gentle palm of the figure was much scarier than any blade. The red-haired spiritual emperor was sent flying by the impact, and a finger's breadth deep wound was left on his forehead, with blood crazily spurting out. His consciousness started to fade. It's bad, I've offended a powerful person. Luckily, what he left behind was a substitute. Otherwise, it would have been really over for him. The red-haired spiritual emperor said while shivering, Who are you? Ding, your friend Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue is now online. I'm the main body of Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue. The figure placed its hands behind the back and stood in the vacuum. Although it didn't do anything and just stood there, it made the onlookers feel as though all the surrounding space was continuously sinking. The figure smiled at the red-haired spiritual emperor, saying gently, Fellow Taoist, can we have a proper chat now? Chat your sister. The red-haired spiritual emperor felt that his consciousness was about to fade, just like someone that was dying. Who would start chatting on the verge of death? Song Shuhang finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, Senior Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue, you arrived so quickly. Since he had yet to learn the secret sound transmission skill, Song Shuhang could only hope that the opposite party could read his lips while in space. Luckily, it wasn't difficult for people such as cultivators, who had very good eyesight, to read lips. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue faintly smiled and said, Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence. My clone just happened to be close by, looking for someone. After I locked your position through the coordinates, I told the clone to head in your direction at the fastest speed possible. Then, I summoned my main body here with its help. The jade white lion stretched its claw toward Song Shuhang and said, "Hello, little friend Shuhang. I'm 7th cultivator of True Virtue's clone." Song Shuhang said gratefully, "Senior, you came just at the right time. Otherwise, I would have been forced to return to Earth. Little friend, you're welcome." After saying this much, Venerable 7th cultivator of True Virtue turned his head toward the red-haired spiritual emperor, saying, "Now then, how should we process this fellow Taoist? There is no need to process him. He is already dead." The jade white lion poked the body of the red-haired spiritual emperor and said, "He is thoroughly dead, both in body and soul." Venerable 7th cultivator of True Virtue shook his head and said, "4th cultivator of True Virtue, you're mistaken. This fellow Taoist isn't dead. He used a very interesting substitution technique." 4th cultivator of True Virtue. Song Shuhang couldn't help but shoot a glance at the jade white lion. Did Venerable 7th cultivator of True Virtue just call the small lion 4th cultivator of True Virtue? And there is that grave of Venerable 6th cultivator of True Virtue as well. What is the relationship between them? At this time, Venerable 7th cultivator of True Virtue took a few steps forward and arrived in front of a meteorite in the back. "Fellow Taoist, stop hiding and come out so that we can chat." Deadly silence. "Do you still refuse to give me face?" Venerable 7th cultivator of True Virtue held his chin and casually stretched out his finger. In the next moment, spiritual energy surged on his fingertip, aiming at the meteorite. Buzz, 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 aya. "Spare me. Senior, spare me." A mass of fire drilled out of the meteorite. The flames tumbled on the meteorite and changed into a fist-sized person made of fire. The appearance of this small person was the same as that red-haired spiritual emperor from before. The only difference was the size, which had been reduced by several times. There was no need to mention that the red-haired spiritual emperor was scared out of his wits at this time. "It's over. I'm really done for this time." Even my life-saving substitution technique was immediately seen through by this man. The difference in strength between the two of us is just too big. Venerable 7th cultivator of True Virtue smiled and said, "Hee, the flame substituting technique. I didn't expect that I would be able to see this mysterious substitution technique once more 500 years later. If I hadn't experienced this technique already, perhaps you might have been able to run away from me, fellow Taoist." The jade white lion nodded its head and said, "So it was that technique. No wonder I didn't realize anything. 4th cultivator of True Virtue, your cultivation is temporarily restricted to the 4th stage realm. So it's only normal that you didn't realize it," Venerable 7th cultivator of True Virtue said in a gentle tone. His expression looked particularly kind as he spoke. "Anyway, fellow Taoist, do you want to live?" The red-haired spiritual emperor forced a smile and nodded. Of course he wanted to live. He had managed to condense a golden core with much difficulty, finally reaching his current realm after thousands of years of practice. Who would want to die after reaching this point? "In that case, let's make a transaction," Venerable 7th cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. "I want your flame substituting technique. Additionally, what do you excel at aside from that technique?" At this time, the red-haired spiritual emperor felt like a little lamb brought to the butcher. As expected, the opposite party wanted his flame substituting technique. Therefore, he forced a smile and said, "Senior, aside from that, I'm good at fire-type sealing techniques." Venerable 7th cultivator of True Virtue had yet to reply when the jade white lion said, "Sealing techniques? Those aren't really useful. Don't you have something else a bit more special? Don't even try to hoodwink me with low-quality stuff." The red-haired spiritual emperor pondered for a moment and said, "I have a blade technique that can be combined with a supplementary formation. Its power is pretty good. Aside from that, my flying blade riding technique is also quite special." The flaming red-haired spiritual emperor didn't use his mouth to communicate with the opposite party. He directly spread his mental energy, reaching the same effect as a widespread secret sound transmission. The interest of the jade white lion was piqued as it asked, "You have a special flying blade riding technique? In which way is it special?" After hearing this much, Shuhang immediately thought about the posture of the red-haired spiritual emperor while was riding his hacking blade. At that time, he grabbed the blade with both hands and allowed it to pull him along. It was quite obvious that the posture was rather strange. Others would step on their flying swords while riding them, looking very cool. But when it was the red-haired spiritual emperor riding his blade, he looked like a pitiful person chained to a car, being dragged alongside it. The only difference was that he was flying. At this time, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue casually threw out a low-level magical blade and said to the red-haired spiritual emperor, "Fellow Taoist, can you fly a bit and show me?" The red-haired spiritual emperor felt that he was being humiliated. He wasn't part of a variety show or anything of the sort. He also had some dignity to protect. However, even though dignity was important, life was even more important. Thereupon, the red-haired spiritual emperor grabbed the magical blade and obediently displayed his special flying blade riding technique for a while. After looking at his posture while riding the flying blade, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue nodded and said, "It's surely a very interesting riding technique. It's very suitable for beginners since they don't have to worry about standing on the sword and not falling. Its speed is also quite fast. It would be a pretty good riding technique for all those participating in the flying sword competition." The red-haired spiritual emperor forced a smile and said, "Thank you for the praise, senior. It's settled then. I'll take the flame substituting technique and this special flying blade riding technique." "Right, does this technique have a name?" Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue asked. "It's called blade dragging technique," the red-haired spiritual emperor replied honestly. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue nodded and said, "The name isn't that cool, but it's very fitting nonetheless. In that case, I'll accept these two cultivation techniques and spare your life. Fellow Taoist, I have to admit that you are a rather straightforward person." "Straightforward your sister. If not for the fact that your strength is way higher than mine, would have chopped you into pieces in a fraction of a second." The red-haired spiritual emperor thought to himself. The corner of the jade white lion's mouth rose as it said, "7th Cultivator of True Virtue, he just cursed you in his heart. *CK, I forgot that the jade white lion was specialized in mind techniques." The red-haired spiritual emperor roared inwardly. It's all right. It's normal for his heart to be full of hate and anger. Fellow Taoist, if you hate me, you should practice hard. Someday in the future, once you have reached a high realm, you can look for me to take revenge. My Tao name is 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, and I'm ready to welcome you at any time." Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. His smile was like that of a benevolent god. The red-haired spiritual emperor felt as though he had just eaten dog excrements. Afterward, he quickly handed over his flame substituting technique and blade dragging technique to the opposite party. He didn't dare to pull any tricks with these two cultivation techniques. The strength of the man in front of him was much higher than his. If he were to tamper with the two techniques, the opposite party would surely notice. The transaction has been completed. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue received the two cultivation techniques and gently patted the red-haired spiritual emperor, saying, "I congratulate fellow Taoist for surviving. Anyway, it's time to part ways." The red-haired spiritual emperor was speechless. "Right, I'll stay on the moon for the next several hundred years in order to break through to the 8th stage realm. Once you're done with your practice and you have free time, you can look for me to take revenge," Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. The red-haired spiritual emperor was speechless. If he is going to break through the 8th stage realm, isn't he already a frigging 7th stage venerable? The red-haired spiritual emperor felt that he had been quite lucky in the end. After all, he had managed to survive against a 7th stage venerable. But why had his eyes started to tear up? He was clearly a small clone of fire right now, and he shouldn't be capable of crying before returning to his previous form anyway. He would firmly remember the name, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, for the rest of his life. The next time, he would absolutely make sure to give Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue face. In the meantime, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue took out an immortal boat. Song Shuhang, Yu Jiaojiao, Li Yinzhu, and Chu Chu entered the immortal boat. On the other hand, the jade white lion didn't go with them. It turned its body around and disappeared in the vast starry sky. It seemed that it wanted to keep looking for the person it had been searching for earlier. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Little friend Shuhang, we'll head toward my immortal cave on the moon and rest a bit. I'll leave all the arrangements to you, Senior," Song Shuhang said. Soon after he said these words, he felt that his body was exhausted. After reaching space, he first met the attack of those disciples of the limitless demon sect. Next, he suffered the effects of the Mount Tai Seal. At last, he met the red-haired spiritual emperor. Song Shuhang's trip to space had been full of twists and turns. But even today, he somewhat managed to survive. Little friend Shuhang, these are your spoils of war. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue turned his body around and gave a cultivation technique to Song Shuhang. It was the blade dragging technique. It was that peculiar flying blade riding technique that the red-haired spiritual emperor used. Song Shuhang. You don't like it? Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. Although the posture isn't too cool, the riding speed is quite fast, and the consumption of energy is also low. According to my calculations, if little friend were to learn and use this technique at full strength after reaching the 4th stage realm, it wouldn't be too difficult to run away from a cultivator of the 5th stage. Is it so strong? Song Shuhang said subconsciously. That's why you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Now then, do you still want the blade dragging technique? Yes, I want it. Song Shuhang immediately took in his hands the flying blade riding secret technique. So what if the posture was ugly? The most important thing was to stay alive. In the worst case, he could learn a cool flying saber riding technique and use it to fly in ordinary times, and use the blade dragging technique whenever he was in danger and had to run for his life. Song Shuhang had yet to notice that he wasn't talking about learning cool flying, sword riding techniques anymore. Perhaps our fellow Taoist path-seeking scholar had subconsciously lost all hope he had in regards to swords. As for that flame substituting technique, it's a secret technique of the 5th stage rank. It's a technique that can allow the user to escape death in critical times. Its effects are pretty good. Little friend Shuhang, look for me once you reach the 5th stage realm. I'll teach you the flame substituting technique at the time. Then, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue also added, but according to the rules of the 9 provinces number 1 group, one needs to pay a certain fee to gain the reward. Therefore, I'll make you pay a fee for the flame substituting technique at the time. Thank you, Senior, Song Shuhang said. However, it was still too early to think about the 5th stage realm. Senior, how much of a fee will I need to pay at the time to learn the technique? Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said thoughtlessly, as for the price, I think that 10,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage should suffice. If we convert them into spirit stones of the 7th stage, it's only 100 spirit stones in total. It's a pretty good deal. 100 spirit stones of the 7th stage didn't seem that much. But if we were to convert them into spirit stones of the 4th stage, they would amount to 100,000. And if we convert them into spirit stones of the 3rd stage, they would amount to 1 million. Earlier, Song Shuhang saw that the seniors issued several small daily duties in the 9 provinces number 1 group's group space. The reward for these small duties was 7 or 8 spirit stones of the second stage. Of course, these spirit stones were only a supplement. The real reward consisted of cultivation techniques, medicine pills, and other things of practical use. But if he were to convert them into spirit stones of the second stage, those 100 spirit stones of the 7th stage would amount to whole 10 million stones. Shuhang felt that it would take him a lifetime to gather such a huge amount of spirit stones. Moreover, he already owed several spirit stones of the 4th stage to Venerable White. After seeing that Shuhang was in a daze, Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile, "Shuhang, it seems you're earnestly thinking how to save money now." Ahaha. Shuhang made a hollow laugh. "Jiaojiao, life is hard enough as it is." At the same time, Li Yingzhu snuck behind Shuhang and grabbed his clothes with her small hands. She was rubbing her eyes and had a sleepy expression on her face. Due to the cold disease affecting her body, she was constantly in a hibernation-like state. Sometimes, she would sleep for 3/4 of the day. After entering the Immortal boat, Chu found a place and sat down, starting to recover her strength. Earlier, the Mount Tai Seal placed a huge burden on her body. While she was sealed, she had to constantly use her strength to resist the pressure of the seal. As a consequence, she was dead tired at this time. Afterward, they met that red-haired spiritual emperor. The pressure of the 5th stage emanating from the man made Chu gasp for breath even though the space capsule separated them. Is this Mr. Shuhang's daily life? Is each day of his life so stimulating and stressful at the same time? Traveling to space and facing a 5th stage spiritual emperor was quite the thrill. The things that Chu experienced when she ventured outside were nothing compared to it. Actually, since the moment she entered the space capsule and Fairy Firefly sent them to space, Chu felt as though she was still in a dream and had yet to wake up. According to Chu's estimations, if she could stay by Shuhang's side and experience these kinds of stimulating things each day, it wouldn't be long before her realm advanced by leaps and bounds. Because one could die at any moment if they weren't to give it their all while under pressure. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue snapped his finger, and one of the puppet waiters on the Immortal boat brought Shuhang and the others some spirit green tea to relieve their fatigue. Next, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Right. Little friend Shuhang, I saw you mention in the group earlier that you wanted to strengthen your constitution. Is that correct?" "Yes, senior. Due to the whale swallowing technique and another unexpected event, the amount of mental energy and true qi in my body has far surpassed the maximum amount my constitution can withstand. Unless I immediately strengthen my constitution, my body might explode at any time," Shuhang said, somewhat depressed. He was forced to use his true qi once again during the battle with the red-haired spiritual emperor. Even now, he felt as though his dantian was filled to the point of bursting, and even his head was faintly aching due to the mental energy. Luckily, he managed to strengthen his constitution a bit while he was affected by the Mount Tai Seal. Thanks to that, he was able to hold on reluctantly. "If you want to strengthen your constitution, I can provide you a good place to practice in my immortal cave on the moon," Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. There are still 2 days left before the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue opens. Therefore, you can make the best use of your time and strengthen your body within these 2 days. You must strengthen your constitution until it's not a drag anymore before we start exploring the grave. A good place where I can strengthen my constitution? What kind of place is it? Shuhang's interest was immediately piqued. His constitution not being strong enough was one of his major worries. No matter what kind of method it was, if it could quickly strengthen it, he was willing to give it a try. Of course, modifying his body in the likes were out of the question. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Not long ago, True Monarch Yellow Mountain developed something called Gravity Regulator, together with other people. It's something similar to a centrifugal machine and can increase the gravity 3 to 10 times. I ordered one, and it's now placed inside my immortal cave. In a while, I'll move that gadget out and place it in a room on the 16th underground floor of the immortal cave. In there is a large amount of mysterious matter, as well as special energy emitted from the moon. Both of them can strengthen the constitution of cultivators. You should try to cultivate there at a gravity 2 or 3 times higher than normal. The effects should be pretty good. Training with gravity? It sounds awesome. Song Shuhang asked thoughtlessly, Senior, have you tried it to see the effects? Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue shrugged his shoulders and said, it doesn't have any effect on me. Even if the gravity was 10 times higher than normal, I wouldn't feel anything if I were to enter the room and stand there. However, I've seen in anime and novels that people can train in places with increased gravity to strengthen their constitution. I feel that there must be some truth behind it. Anyway, give it a try and see how it goes. If it's effective, I can invite here the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group so that they can bring over their disciples to train. Song Shuhang. The immortal boat wasn't advancing at a fast speed. Therefore, it landed beside the immortal cave on the moon the next day in the wee hours of the morning. July 28, Sunday. It was Sunday, and Song Shuhang's Dao name was Virtuous Cultivator. This Dao name gave Song Shuhang a strange feeling. Whenever the name was read aloud, it gave him the vibe of a good-hearted person that was ready to get friend-zoned. Therefore, Song Shuhang made up his mind and decided to remove this Dao name from the list in a few days. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's Immortal Cave had several types of barriers and formations. Gravity and oxygen were present as well. It was not different from Earth. After entering the Immortal Cave, both the spacesuit and the space capsule were placed on one side. Unknowingly, Li Yingzhu leaned against Song Shuhang and fell soundly asleep. On the other hand, Yu Jiaojiao sat in meditation as soon as she entered the range of the moon. It seemed that she wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to close up for a bit. The moonlight and the mysterious energy and matter released by the moon were very beneficial to monster cultivators. By practicing here, Yu Jiaojiao would obtain double the results. To adjust to the time on the moon, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue arranged different rooms for Song Shuhang and the others and told them to rest first. Early morning, 8 a.m. Since he was exhausted yesterday, Song Shuhang overslept a bit today. But in the next moment, a stabbing pain was transmitted from his lower abdomen. Something bumped into him and woke up him. The pain transmitting from his lower abdomen turned his stomach upside down. Who is it? Who suddenly attacked my lower abdomen this early in the morning? Song Shuhang immediately opened his eyes. Soon after, he discovered that a tender green onion with its upper part missing was cheerfully jumping around. I can feel it, this whole place is full of a special type of energy that makes me feel very comfortable. The energy is like an overflowing and endless stream. With that, I can quickly recover to my optimal condition and assume human form once again, the green onion that had now grown hands and feet said excitedly. Just as she was jumping around, she carelessly jumped on Song Shuhang's belly again, causing him to feel a stabbing pain once more. Only God knew how Lady Onion jumping around could create such a fearsome impact. Lady Onion, can't you wake me up in a less painful manner? Song Shuhang forced a smile and stretched out his hand, grabbing the enlightenment stone. Let me go, let me go. Let me absorb the energy in this place. I want to quickly assume human form again. Lady Onion shouted. Stop causing trouble. Song Shuhang squeezed Lady Onion in his pocket and said, if you keep causing trouble, I'll cut your newly growing green onion shoot. Lady Onion immediately calmed down. Just outside the room was Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's dining room. At this time, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was holding a newspaper in his hands and reading it with gusto. After seeing Song Shuhang appear, he smiled and said, Good morning, little friend Shuhang. Did you sleep well last night? Yes, senior. I slept like a log until broad daylight, Song Shuhang said. Are the others still sleeping? Yes. Except for little friend Jiao, who is training, the other two girls are still sleeping, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said. What do you want to eat for breakfast? Anything is fine, senior. At this time, I'm so hungry that I feel I can eat even a bull. Song Shuhang rubbed his stomach. Due to the blessing of the whale swallowing technique, he was starving at this time, to the point that even his stomach was sour. In that case, you might as well come over and try the cooking of my personal immortal chef. Perhaps little friend might obtain some extra benefits while enjoying the breakfast. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue stood up and opened the sealed-up dishes on the dining table, revealing the delicious food inside. Immortal Chef? Song Shuhang immediately thought of Immortal Fairy Bishue's immortal feast and said, just like Immortal Fairy Bishue? Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said, yes, something of the sort. Of course, my personal immortal chef isn't nearly as skilled as Immortal Fairy Bishue. However, the taste of the dishes is still excellent. In that case, I'll be impolite. Song Shuhang had seen the seniors in the group talk about how delicious and incredible the food at Immortal Fairy Bishue's immortal feast was several times. Now then, how would the dishes prepared by Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue's personal immortal chef taste? Song Shuhang raised his chopsticks and stretched them out toward a plate with something that resembled beefsteak inside. He was starving and felt that the big chunk of meat might help alleviate his hunger. The big chunk of beefsteak was delicious yet not greasy, and felt as though it was melting in his mouth. Moreover, he didn't know whether it was just his misconception, but when he swallowed down the beefsteak, he felt his constitution strengthen a bit. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile, did you notice the effects? Did it strengthen my constitution? Song Shuhang said. He just ate a chunk of meat, but it was unexpectedly able to strengthen his constitution. Anyway, the strengthening effect was quite low. It was only comparable to him practicing the basic Buddhist fist technique once. This is the skill of an immortal chef. Although the effects aren't comparable to those of medicine pills, the food they prepare wins in flavor, and it doesn't have side effects either. Moreover, the ingredients are much easier to find too, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said. However, my personal immortal chef isn't that skilled, and even the strengthening effect on your constitution is rather low. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion and said, I'm already very satisfied. Now, he was really looking forward to attending Immortal Fairy Bishue's immortal feast. How much of a boost would he receive after eating the food there? After Song Shuhang finished breakfast, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue placed the newspaper down and got up, saying, little friend Shuhang, shall we practice if you are done eating breakfast? We? Senior Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue, are you going to practice together with me? Song Shuhang said. Yes, let's practice together. Sure, senior. Song Shuhang got up with a jump. Is Senior Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue going to instruct me? It was literally a favorable treatment. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue carried Song Shuhang along and arrived at the 16th underground floor of the Immortal Cave. In there was a completely white room, very spacious and devoid of objects. The 16th floor of the Immortal Cave was the place with the highest concentration of mysterious energy and matter. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue asked, little friend Shuhang, you're currently unable to use true qi, right? In that case, we'll practice without using it. Which type of environment do you prefer for battle? A forest? An ancient city? A plain? The sea? I can choose the environment I prefer. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and replied, in that case, I'll choose the ancient city. Good, the ancient city it is. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue opened his arms and operated the spiritual energy inside his body. In the next moment, the white room started to change. The surrounding space started to expand without limits. A nearly 10 meters tall wall suddenly rose from the ground. Afterward, archer towers, clock towers, houses, castles, the inner city, and all kinds of ancient buildings rose from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the room on the 16th underground floor had turned into a fortified ancient city. Song Shuhang blurted out, "An illusory reality?" Only the illusory reality of a venerable could create such a scene out of nowhere. The illusory reality was a special skill that 7th stage venerables possessed. With this skill, they could create an illusory space within the real world. The things inside the illusory space weren't any different than real things. Even the injuries received there would stay behind after leaving the illusory reality, just like when Song Shuhang entered Venerable White's desert. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue faintly smiled and said, "It seems that little friend Shuhang has already experienced fellow Taoist White's illusory reality. However, we are still in the real world at this time." "If we are still in the real world, is it a real illusion, then?" Song Shuhang said in amazement. The real illusion was a skill that was the complete opposite of the illusory reality. Once it was activated, the real illusion could turn certain events that had happened in the real world into illusions. Venerable White gained a superficial knowledge of this skill and had Song Shuhang experience it for a while. That was truly a tragic memory for our little friend. That day, the goldfish version Song Shuhang was gulped down at once by Daodu. He was shredded to pieces by sharp dog teeth and melted by the gastric acid in his stomach. Just recalling this memory was enough to make Song Shuhang tremble all over. Little friend Shuhang knows about the real illusion as well? Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue looked at Song Shuhang with a curious expression on his face and explained, "However, the skill I used isn't the real illusion. That skill can only be mastered only after reaching the 8th stage profound sage realm and showing one's divinity in front of the masses. I'm still one step short from that point. The skill I used just now relied on the runes, barriers, and formations engraved in the Immortal cave and materialized some of the objects present in my illusory reality in the real world through a special, shape-imitating, magical technique. In other words, it's an object-imitating technique. Everything you see here is made of pure energy. If you go ahead and touch it with your hands, you will immediately understand." Song Shuhang curiously touched the city walls. Sure enough, he immediately felt as though he was touching pure energy. Although he could touch the walls, they felt different from real walls. What a strange magical technique, after the ancient city materialized out of nowhere. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, how are we going to practice?" He was a cultivator of the 2nd stage that couldn't even use the true chi and mental energy in his body. If Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue wanted to practice together with him, he would have to restrain his strength until it was around the 2nd stage. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Before starting the practice, I need to get an understanding of your battle prowess. Come, attack me with all your strength." It was truly the attitude of an expert. After hearing these words, Song Shuhang didn't hesitate and immediately attacked Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Now that he was unable to use his true chi and mental energy, he could only display the basic Buddhist fist technique and the pure saber moves of the inverted scale saber technique without the addition of true chi, as well as the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork. If we added the innate skill of the mouth aperture, he could reluctantly use the roaring lion's technique. However, that wouldn't have any effect on Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Song Shuhang used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork and quickly approached Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Afterward, he used the basic Buddhist fist technique and attacked him from all kinds of tricky angles. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue didn't move and stood in his original place, trying to figure out how to counter Song Shuhang's incoming attacks. In the next moment, his hands danced in the air and gently blocked Song Shuhang's attacks. In all this, his feet didn't move in the least. Not bad, your fist technique has already reached the master level, and your movements were flexible and variable, not rigid at all. The combination of the footwork with the fist technique was also very precise, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, quite satisfied. 5 breaths later, Song Shuhang had already finished displaying one round of the basic Buddhist fist technique. Then, he stopped his attacks and said, "Senior, I have other techniques too, but I can't display them, since I can't use true Qi at this time." It was truly a regrettable matter. Just as Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue got the sudden idea to train together with him, Song Shuhang could only display the basic Buddhist fist technique and nothing else. It was like gathering the dragon balls just to wish for a meal because one was hungry at the time. Song Shuhang knew that he was lacking when it came to martial skills and magical techniques. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he had been cultivating for a very short amount of time. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue nodded. From the attacks just now, he had more or less determined the level of Song Shuhang's battle prowess. In that case, it was time to advance to the second stage of the training. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue asked, "Little friend Shuhang, do you have any experience in fighting large monster beasts and cosmic demons hand-to-hand? I once encountered a blood demon and a strange, colossal cuttlefish monster. However, I didn't fight them hand-to-hand," Song Shuhang replied. "In that case, I'll specially give you an additional lesson on how to fight against large creatures. Moreover, you are a bit lacking when it comes to attacking methods. When you have the time, you should go in the group space of the 9 provinces number 1 group and take a look at the small missions issued by other fellow Taoists and obtain the related rewards like cultivation techniques and martial skills. You should complete the missions in your free time and learn several different types of attacking methods. It's never a bad thing to have many skills at one's disposal," Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. "I was already planning to do so," Song Shuhang replied. Good, now then, let's change the training method. I'll prepare several suitable targets for you to practice your skills first." After saying this much, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue raised his hands once more and said, "Set the range of height from 5 to 10 meters, the strength to the second stage realm, the available skills to the lightning flash fist, the quantity to 100, the fatal weaknesses to a random mark, done. Come forth, giant 7th Cultivators of True Virtue." Just as his voice faded, 100 colossal figures suddenly rose from the ground outside the ancient city. The giants had the same face as Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, and a body covered with muscles. Their height went from 5 to 10 meters, and just like the ancient city, they were made of pure energy. At this time, they were standing outside the city with similar poses to the Terminator when it first made its appearance. Song Shuhang stared at the giants that had suddenly risen from the ground and asked, "Senior, you are not planning to make me fight those 100 giants, right?" Even though the giants were also at the second stage realm, their build was very large. Moreover, there were hundreds of them. How was he supposed to fight them? Song Shuhang felt that he would be beaten to death. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue faintly smiled and said, "Little friend Shuhang, you have to believe in yourself. According to my calculations, these are the most suitable practicing targets for you. I prepared them based on your fighting capacity. As long as you give it your all, you don't need to fear them." "Senior, are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure of it. Anyway, little friend Shuhang, you have 2 choices now. First, hold on against the giant 7th Cultivators of True Virtue for 1 hour, protecting the inner city. Second, completely kill the giant 7th Cultivators of True Virtue. If you succeed, I'll teach you a special type of secret sound transmission skill. The type that can transmit the message to a whole group." Song Shuhang was rather direct and asked, "What if I fail?" "If you fail, well, I haven't decided what will happen if you fail." Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue pondered for a while and said, even if you fail, it's not really a problem. After all, the main objective is to give you some training. Therefore, the ancient city will return to its original state if you fail, and the giants will keep spawning indefinitely until you manage to succeed. Song Shuhang. Is this like a continuous make-up test you would keep taking until you succeed? Moreover, since little friend Song Shuhang can't use true chi right now, the giants won't use it either, and will only rely on their physical strength. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue snapped his fingers and said, "In that case, let's begin." Outside the city walls, the 100 giant 7th Cultivators of True Virtue roared and charged toward the city walls. The 10 meters tall city walls couldn't possibly stop the giants. If they were allowed to come closer, they would simply leap over it. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, it's not correct to give them a favorable treatment. Right, I'll give you another reminder. Little friend Shuhang, do you see the fist-shaped marks on the bodies of the giants? Find the marks and hit them there with all your strength. The mark is the fatal weakness of the giants, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Then, he took a deep breath and operated the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork, heading toward the city walls. He wanted to shift the battlefield to the city walls or directly outside the ancient city if possible. Just as Song Shuhang jumped onto the city walls, a 10 meters tall giant arrived in front of them and grabbed the walls with his hands, revealing half of his head. On the top of the head of the giant was a mark. That's good. Song Shuhang jumped high up and took the treasured saber-broken tyrant in his hands, slashing toward the giant in the next instant. Right, I forgot to tell you something. Little friend Shuhang, I'm about to increase the gravity by 3 times. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue voice was transmitted once more. Senior, don't backstab me like this. Song Shuhang had a very bad premonition. Just as he was thinking, he felt his body sink. Due to the gravity suddenly increasing while he was midair, Song Shuhang lost his balance. The 10 meters tall giant seized the opportunity and swung his palm toward Song Shuhang, trying to crush him like a mosquito. The bodies of the giants were made of pure energy and were thus unaffected by the gravity change. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue stood in the air with both hands behind the back, looking at Song Shuhang battling against the giants. Next to him was the Jade White Lion, 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, who had just returned. The two of them were standing side by side. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, I can't seem to find anything special about little friend Shuhang. He doesn't have a special, cultivation-related constitution, and he has missed the best period for cultivators to build their foundation. His battle experience is also very normal. There doesn't seem to be anything eye-catching about him. And yet, he has advanced to the 2nd stage realm in only 2 months. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a faint smile. Is it luck then? The Jade White Lion 4th Cultivator of True Virtue said subconsciously. Song Shuhang didn't have any special innate talent when it came to cultivation and missed the best period to practice. But even with such a huge disadvantage, he was able to advance so quickly. In that case, he must have had some incredible luck, right? Moreover, there was someone like Venerable White in the 9 provinces #1 group who was known for his heaven-defying luck. Therefore, 4th Cultivator of True Virtue immediately thought about luck as soon as 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said those words. Perhaps. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. He hadn't been online too much recently, but he was able to see from the chat logs of the 9 provinces #1 group that Song Shuhang was able to obtain the acknowledgement of most the fellow Taoists in the group. Such an achievement couldn't be attributed to luck alone. After an investment, one would expect a return. Now that the fellow Taoists of the group had acknowledged Song Shuhang, he needed to train hard and return their trust. Moreover, even fellow Taoist White seems to care a lot about this little friend, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue also added. Venerable White's luck had already reached abnormal levels. It was rather amusing that he, too, was unconsciously paying so much attention to Song Shuhang. In the meantime, after getting tossed around for a while, Song Shuhang was finally able to adapt to the gravity 3 times higher than normal, slowly getting the gist of how he had to fight against the giants. The giant's venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue materialized had a large build and an incredible strength. However, their intelligence was relatively low. After adapting to the gravity, Song Shuhang brought into full play the advantage the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk gave him. In the end, he was able to kill a 5 meters tall giant with the help of the treasured saber-broken tyrant. The first one is down, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. While battling, the strength of his constitution was continuously rising. After all, the tempering one would receive with daily practice couldn't be compared to the tempering they would receive while in the midst of battle. Moreover, the room was full of mysterious energy and matter. It was indeed the best place to temper one's body and strengthen the constitution. Additionally, Song Shuhang discovered the Easter egg venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue left behind. The giants would occasionally display the lightning flash fist while attacking. It's likely a fist technique of the 2nd stage. Judging from the name, it seems a cultivation technique of the same rank as the Flaming Saber. The giants couldn't use true chi either. Therefore, they would only display the pure fist stance, without the lightning damage, while executing the fist technique. Thanks to that, Song Shuhang had the opportunity to learn the stance of the lightning flash fist. Of course, comprehending the stance alone was of no use. One needed to coordinate with the chant of the fist technique to make it work. Such being the case, did Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue hide the chant of the lightning flash fist somewhere close? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue smiled and said, "It seems that little friend Shuhang discovered my setup." Then, he turned around and said to 4th cultivator of true virtue, "Did you find that person?" For the past few days, the Jade White Lion 4th cultivator of true virtue had been looking for a certain person in the proximity of the moon. It was an entity that had the ability to make itself invisible, and one absolutely couldn't mention its name before finding it. Otherwise, if it were to hear someone calling its name within a certain range, it would instantly flee thousands of miles apart, disappearing without a trace. 4th cultivator of true virtue rolled its eyes and said, "How can it be so easy to find that person? Unless it is willing to be discovered, almost no one can find it. However, I found some clues. You should be aware that several cultivators of the 4th and 5th stage have been chasing after that magical treasure called soul-devouring demonic gourd these days, right?" Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue nodded and said, "Is it related to the gourd?" There was a little bit of that person's aura on the gourd. In other words, it's very likely that there was a close contact between that person and the soul-devouring demonic gourd recently, 4th cultivator of true virtue said as it licked its claws. "What's the origin of that soul-devouring demonic gourd?" Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue asked. "Maybe you should ask little friend Shuhang." Yesterday, that red-haired spiritual emperor looked for little friend Shuhang precisely due to the soul-devouring demonic gourd. The Jade White Lion stretched out its claw and pointed toward Song Shuhang. Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue crossed his hands behind the back and laughed. Therefore, finding that person is also related to little friend Shuhang? Sure enough, little friend Shuhang was a rather interesting fellow. Just as Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue and the Jade White Lion 4th cultivator of true virtue were discussing, something changed in the battlefield below. Little friend Shuhang was defeated. He made a small mistake and was surrounded by the giants. Then, several fists exploded at the same time, burying Song Shuhang in the ground. At the critical moment, a golden shield appeared in front of Song Shuhang, blocking the remaining attacks. The golden shield was something Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue left on Song Shuhang's body just in case. The moment the golden shield made its appearance, it meant that Song Shuhang had died once. Song Shuhang had a depressed expression on his face. After 10 minutes of rest, he entered the makeup test mode. The ruined parts of the ancient city were restored to their previous state, and the giants that Song Shuhang had killed also came back to life. The 100 giants were now positioned outside the ancient city once again. The makeup test had now begun. If he were to fail, he would end up in the endless loop of the makeup test mode at the same time, in the proximity of the moon. Just as Song Shuhang was fighting against the giants, many things happened in the space surrounding the moon. For example, the cultivators that were chasing after the soul-devouring demonic Gourd discovered that there wasn't only one sword light in space. Just as they were chasing after it, the sword light with the soul-devouring demonic Gourd suddenly divided in two. The cultivators were dumbfounded and didn't know which one of the two they should chase. But that wasn't all. There was news of other cultivators seeing powerful sword lights roaming in the surrounding space from time to time. Early this morning, a group of cultivators joined hands and was lucky enough to intercept one of the sword lights. But when they jointly sealed the sword chi on the flying sword and prepared to happily divide the loot, they were dumbfounded. What the F***ck is this? The object on the sword light wasn't a magical treasure or the soul-devouring demonic Gourd. It was a flat-screen television with the eye-catching, made in China, writing on it. We worked ourselves to death and even wasted precious sealing talismans just get a flat-screen television. As if that wasn't enough, the television is even broken. One of the cultivators of the fourth stage of the group was on the verge of tears. He had used a number of sealing talismans that was worth 16 spirit stones of the fifth stage to catch the sword light. Now, he wouldn't even be able to get back the capital he initially expended. In the instant this group of cultivators saw the broken television, they immediately felt as though a mouthful of old blood was now stuck in their throats, making them feel very ill. At last, their vision expectantly shifted to the sword light. The sword light was incredibly powerful. Perhaps it was a very precious, and they could make up their losses by selling the flying sword? But in the next moment, the group of cultivators finally spat out with tremendous force the blood stuck in their throats. The body of the sword light was made of wood, and it seemed to be casually manufactured. It was such a huge rip-off that they found the pain difficult to bear. Just like a domino effect, after the first sword light was captured, several other sword lights followed suit and were captured one after another by the cultivators that had now joined hands. After, these groups of cultivators started to expectantly search for treasures above the sword lights. Ding! Congratulations, you just obtained a broken microwave oven. Spurt, the second team of cultivators that had joined hands spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding! Congratulations, you just obtained a blown-up fridge and humidifier. Spurt, the third team of cultivators that had joined hands spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding! Congratulations, you just obtained a broken television, a blown-up air conditioner, some pieces of a fridge, and an induction cooker. Spurt, the fourth team of cultivators that had joined hands spat out a mouthful of blood. Perhaps the people on Earth would be able to see a very rare blood moon today. Time flew by. Noon, 3 p.m. In a place on the moon where cultivators gathered. A large group of cultivators with lifeless eyes had gathered here. The expressions on their faces looked extremely aggrieved. Other people have returned. Judging from their expressions, they also seem like fellow Taoists that have successfully intercepted one of those sword lights. What do you think they obtained? I heard that one of the groups of cultivators that returned obtained a television and a fridge. Some of the younger cultivators were unable to resign themselves and started to study the television. They firmly believe that there is a treasure concealed inside the TV. It's not only the younger generation. I've heard that many other fellow Taoists also brought back air conditioners, fridges, and microwave ovens they found to examine them carefully. They suffered a huge loss and weren't able to obtain anything in return. If it were me, I would also be on the verge of going crazy. I bet they must be continuously cursing in their heart whomever did this. Just as they were discussing, another group of cultivators came over. Their eyes were likewise lifeless and their expressions aggrieved. Amidst the group, there was a cultivator with long hair that was gnashing his teeth in anger. After approaching the gathered cultivators, the cultivator with long hair cupped his hands and asked, "Fellow Taoists, do you know if there is any news of a female monster dog appearing on the moon?" Little brother, did you obtain something good?" the gathered cultivators asked curiously. Was it possible that he obtained a treasure that only monster dogs could use? He. The young cultivator revealed a carefree smile and gave the thumbs up. "It's because I feel like bitching to my heart's content today." The next day. July 29th, Monday. Today's Tao name was Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman. Yesterday, Shuhang trained inside the underground room at a gravity 3 times higher than normal. In there, he was tortured by the 100 giants for a whole day, and they only stopped at the wee hours of the morning. In the meantime, Chu Chu and Li Yinzhu were also brought over by Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's servant to the scene of Shuhang fighting the 100 giants to assist. Early morning, just as Shuhang got up, he felt that he was tired both in body and mind. On the road of cultivation, one had to alternate between work and rest. Therefore, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue advised Shuhang to go out for a stroll. It was very difficult to visit the moon normally, and it just so happened that there was a place where cultivators gathered next to Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's Immortal cave. There was even a small street market there. Therefore, Shuhang brought Li Yinzhu, Chu Chu, and Yu Jiaojiao together with him and headed toward that place with the help of Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's Immortal boat, curious as to what he would find there. Of course, he would only take a look around. A poor wretch like Shuhang couldn't afford to buy anything. After getting out of the Immortal boat, Shuhang's group arrived at the entrance of the place. In the next moment, he saw a huge pile of home appliances just next to the entrance. Microwave ovens, fridges, televisions, induction cookers. Is it just my misconception? Can someone tell me why do I find this fridge, television, microwave oven, and so on so familiar? I'm probably overthinking it. After all, things such as fridges are mass-produced, and it's not that uncommon to see the same model somewhere else, Shuhang thought to himself. After reaching this conclusion, Shuhang carried Li Yinzhu and the others along and entered the street market, taking the opportunity to stroll around and relax. Just as he was strolling through the market, Shuhang heard the conversations between the stall vendors. They were mostly discussing what happened yesterday. According to the contents of the discussion, several cultivators joined hands and tried to intercept the sword lights flying in the proximity of the moon and retrieve the treasures on them. Afterward, several cultivators indeed managed to intercept the sword lights successfully. Normally speaking, it should be a joyous event and something worthy of celebration. But all the cultivators that had managed to catch the sword lights successfully suffered losses and gained nothing, because the only things they found on the sword lights were broken house appliances. According to the rumors, a young cultivator with long hair was unable to withstand the blow and went looking for a female monster dog for some action, and several other cultivators that had suffered losses cried themselves to sleep. Needless to say, the house appliances piled up next to the entrance were the spoils of war of the cultivators that joined hands yesterday to intercept the sword lights. After hearing this much, Shuhang broke into a cold sweat that didn't show signs of stopping. No wonder he found those house appliances so familiar, because those were the house appliances that Venerable White sent to space. What a coincidence! But hadn't these flying swords flown toward the depths of space? Why did they come back? Are the runes of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique so strong? To the point that they pulled closer the disposable flying swords even though they were so far away? It was unknown why the flying swords came back, but Song Shuhang felt very sorry for all the people here. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, a well-informed cultivator shouted aloud in the street market, "Latest news, latest news." The team led by loose cultivator Qian Yen and composed of loose cultivator Xiong Gui, Yen Wuhuan, and the monster capable of assuming human form, Mo Ran, managed to intercept the sword light with the soul-devouring demonic gourd. At this time, loose cultivator Qian Yan's team is carrying the soul-devouring demonic gourd and the sword light back. Someone had finally managed to obtain the soul-devouring demonic gourd. All the members of the team led by loose cultivator Qian Yan were quite powerful. They were famous fifth-stage spiritual emperors that were quite well known in this place where cultivators gathered. Each of them had a golden core with 5 dragon patterns or above. But judging from the news, even the members of the small team were unable to completely subdue the soul-devouring demonic gourd. It seemed they had no choice but to carry it back together with the sword light. Damn it, we were one step behind. Loose cultivator Qian Yen has the devil's luck. I refuse to accept it. Why did we only get a fridge when we joined hands yesterday? That's too unfair. Loose cultivator Qian Yen and the others are bringing the soul-devouring demonic gourd back with the sword light. Does it mean that they aren't planning to subdue it, but to sell it instead? Who knows, but the mad chase after soul-devouring demonic gourd has finally come to an end. Now, no one would have to suffer due to those broken house appliances. Has it really come to an end? I don't think things are so simple. Another cultivator laughed and said, "How many people suffered losses while trying to get their hands on the soul-devouring demonic gourd earlier?" Moreover, the fifth-stage spiritual emperors of several powerful influences already regard the soul-devouring demonic gourd as something that belongs to them. Do you really think that they will give up so easily? As long as loose cultivator Qian Yan's team didn't manage to subdue the soul-devouring demonic gourd, this matter wouldn't come to an end. Only God knew how many people were secretly staring at Qian Yan's team. Perhaps someone would try to snatch the gourd from them before they made it back. Someone finally managed to get their hands on the gourd. Song Shuhang faintly smiled. He didn't really care if someone else obtained it. After all, it wasn't something that belonged to him in the first place. Moreover, he wasn't strong enough to participate in the battle for the soul-devouring demonic gourd. Actually, it was a good thing for Song Shuhang that someone managed to get their hands on the gourd. With that, there won't be any red-haired spiritual emperor, black-haired spiritual emperor, or triple X-haired spiritual emperor trying to capture him after discovering the relationship between the sword lights and the 10,000-mile flying escape technique and forcing him to hand over his treasures and so on. It was such a headache. In the end, one could be upright only if they didn't have selfish desires. Song Shuhang brought Li Yingzhu and the others along and strolled through the street market. It wasn't a cultivator's street market for nothing. It had all kinds of rare treasures and lacked next to nothing. For example, the pill of youthfulness that even money couldn't buy in the mortal world was sold here in batches. A whole bottle with 30 pills within for a spirit stone of the second stage. Song Shuhang saw some spirit rice sold retail too. Unexpectedly, the price of one packet was 2 spirit stones of the first stage, double what he paid the last time. Moreover, the packets of spirit rice were one size smaller. These guys were truly unscrupulous profiteers. Additionally, there were all kinds of spirit beasts, medicine pills, and spirit plants. Song Shuhang took a liking to a shop selling magical robes. In there were elegant scholarly robes, handsome Taoist robes, and even modern windbreakers. They were really cool. Song Shuhang really wanted to buy them. Unfortunately, he was short of money at this time. For one moment, he even had the urge to take out the emerald green kasaya and exchange it for a Taoist robe. But in the end, he managed to resist this urge. In the end, the emerald green kasaya was a high-quality product. Its defensive properties were much better than the mass-produced magical clothes in the shop. Song Shuhang was a reasonable person. He wouldn't disregard his life and safety in favor of something stylish. Aside from the shops that sold magical robes and flying swords, several other shops that sold cultivation techniques also piqued Song Shuhang's interest. The Flaming Saber, Earth Spirit Staff, Fire Controlling Art, Basic Foundation Establishment Sword Technique, and other cultivation techniques were sold in the shops. The selling price was different for each of them. They were all ordinary cultivation techniques, and lots of them were incomplete. After they were sold, the cultivation techniques belonged to the buyer, and they could pass them down to the disciple they liked the most. After looking around for a while, Song Shuhang faintly sighed. The cultivation techniques were quite pricey. Even the cheapest foundation establishment cultivation technique was sold for a spirit stone of the 3rd stage or higher price. The cultivation techniques were so expensive because each volume was transcribed using a special method, with a special brush, ink, and paper. Moreover, most of the volumes had a low-level illusory technique engraved on them that allowed them to create an illusory space where the technique was passed down. However, not all the volumes of cultivation techniques here present were well written like the basic Buddhist fist technique, which was using a combination of text and pictures to create the illusory space where the technique was passed down. Most of the volumes here present had a rough illusory technique engraved on them, and the number of times one could use them were limited. Wait until I have money. I'll come back. All poor wretches with no money had the same train of thought. As Song Shuhang and the others strolled in the street market, Li Yingzhu started to get sleepy. During the last 2 days, the time she spent sleeping was gradually increasing, and the cold emanating from her body was also getting stronger. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she was confined by ice once more. Song Shuhang was really powerless when it came to dealing with Li Yingzhu's disease. He could only hope to find a cure for her disease in the forbidden area, when exploring it with Venerable White. Sleepy. Li Yingzhu pulled Song Shuhang's clothes and yawned, her silvery eyes were all misty. She looked extremely cute at this time. Song Shuhang bent his body and skillfully embraced Li Yingzhu. Li Yingzhu also conveniently leaned against Song Shuhang's shoulder and closed her eyes after finding a comfortable position, quickly falling asleep. There was a special tacit understanding between the two. After embracing Li Yingzhu, Song Shuhang said to Chu Chu, "Miss Chu Chu, let's head back." Chu Chu nodded. She didn't buy many things, either. The ancestor of the Chu family gave her some spirit stones before she set out, but she was unwilling to spend them carelessly. She wanted to spend them on truly useful things and not to squander them around. The party of 3 humans plus Yu Jiaojiao entered Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's Immortal boat, preparing to head back to the Immortal Cave. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's 2 servants were driving the Immortal boat. Therefore, Song Shuhang and the others didn't have to go through the trouble. The trio sat tightly. Song Shuhang carefully held Li Yingzhu in his embrace. While she was sleeping, the cold emanating from her body got even stronger, and Song Shuhang almost felt as though he was hugging a chunk of ice. Resist for some more, resist until we explore the forbidden area. Perhaps things will turn for the better at that time, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. While hugging her, he felt as though he had taken Li Tianzu's place and that Li Yingzhu was his daughter now. In the heart aperture, the ghost spirit slightly shook, reacting to Song Shuhang's feelings. The Immortal boat took off and slowly headed toward Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's Immortal Cave. Song Shuhang said, "I must absolutely complete the challenge of the 100 giants today." Constantly battling against the giants allowed him to benefit immensely. Although he was exhausted both in mind and body after fighting against them for the whole day yesterday, his constitution had been strengthened quite a bit thanks to it. The true qi in his dantian had slowly calmed down, and he didn't feel like he was going to explode at any time anymore. It was the same with the mental energy between his eyebrows. it wasn't hurting as it did before. The immortal boat kept advancing forward. Just as the boat was advancing, the servant on the right who was currently controlling it suddenly stood up and stretched out his hand, pulling the lever on top of his head. The lever was probably the brake of the immortal boat. After the servant pulled it, the speed of the immortal boat reduced until it stopped. "Is something the matter?" Song Shuhang asked. The other servant turned his head around and said to Song Shuhang with a smile, "Taoist priest Shuhang, fairy Chu Chu, don't worry. It's just that some cultivators are fighting ahead of us. Therefore, it's better if we take a roundabout route so as to avoid getting involved in the fight." The immortal boat was a very precious magical treasure, and it would be very troublesome to repair it if it were to get damaged. Therefore, it was better to change route if cultivators were fighting in the front. Song Shuhang nodded and shot a glance outside, seeing two groups of cultivators crossing swords. The fighting scene was extremely dazzling. Flying swords were spinning and sword lights exploding, dazzling like the rising sun. One was simply unable to look straight at them. Powerful saber chi was descending like a waterfall, single-handedly destroying all the things that dared to block its path. Runes were also revolving, covering the whole battlefield. The number of runes was very high, there were probably more than 1,000 of them. The two sides were both composed of expert cultivators. At this time, a wild shout was transmitted from the battlefield. "Loose cultivator Qian Yan, know your place and obediently hand over the soul-devouring demonic gourd. Otherwise, I'll kill you and extract your soul, torturing it day and night." "Humph. Come and do it if you have the balls. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Everyone is capable of boasting. Do you really think I would be afraid of you, disciples of the limitless demon sect?" Another clear and resounding voice was transmitted from the battlefield. The soul-devouring demonic gourd had given rise to a battle for its control. Coincidentally, Song Shuhang noticed two familiar faces in the camp of the limitless demon sect. He saw the same two black-robed disciples of the limitless demon sect that he met as soon as he got into space. However, they weren't wearing their magical black robes anymore. At this time, they were wearing two white-colored short magical robes of much lower quality. Moreover, they didn't have magical swords with them either. While battling, they were using magical techniques from the distance and fists in close-range battles. They looked quite pitiful. "Even when it comes to demanding the payment, we are professional." The proud face of that man wearing a leather armor, who was the leader of those guys demanding the pay, resurfaced in Song Shuhang's mind. Did that group of muscular cultivators strip them of their magical black clothes too? At this time, the cultivators of the limitless demon sect and loose cultivator Qian Yan's team finished trash-talking and started battling once more. All kinds of cool, movie-like special effects exploded one after another. The lights of magical techniques, talismans, and sword lights completely covered the two sides. Moreover, the area their attacks covered was continuously increasing. If Song Shuhang and the others stayed there, they would surely get involved with them. Moreover, Song Shuhang was worried about something else too. According to what the cultivators in the street market said, loose cultivator Qian Yan and his team were unable to subdue the soul-devouring demonic gourd and thus brought it back together with the sword light. Since the sword light and the gourd were brought back together, wouldn't the sword light react to him if they were too close, flying toward him together with the gourd? F***ck, it's going to be really troublesome if it happens. Song Shuhang said, "We should quickly get away from this group of battling cultivators." "Sure, Taoist priest Shuhang," the two servants of Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said calmly. Afterward, they operated the immortal boat and took a roundabout route, keeping clear of the limitless demon sect and loose cultivator Qian Yan's team. Now then, Taoist priest Shuhang has a nice ring to it, but the best thing is that they aren't calling me Great Master Shuhang. Luckily, the matter Song Shuhang was worried about didn't take place. Loose cultivator Qian Yan's team wasn't famous for nothing in that gathering of cultivators. The seal they used was very strong and tightly held the sword light in place, not allowing it to break free. The immortal boat carried Song Shuhang and the others and smoothly arrived at Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's Immortal Cave. We're finally back home. Song Shuhang felt as though he had got a load off his chest. He wasn't unlucky today, and nothing bad happened to him either. It was truly a wonderful day. He picked up Li Yingzhu and headed toward Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's Immortal Cave. Careful! Taoist priest Shuhang, dodge quickly. The voices of the two servants operating the immortal boat were transmitted from the rear. Song Shuhang unconsciously moved to one side, avoiding the incoming crisis. Is today's misfortune planning to ambush me at the doorstep of home? At the same time, Song Shuhang turned his head around in puzzlement to take a look at what he should be careful about since he didn't feel any sense of crisis. As soon as he turned his head around, he saw something shooting through space and coming toward him. It was a sword light. Very dazzling and very familiar. F***ck, isn't that the radiance of one of Venerable White's disposable flying swords? Speaking of which, Song Shuhang could now identify the sword lights of cultivators with the naked eye. Is it possible that one of those sword lights roaming in space with broken home appliances came toward me? If that's the case, it's not too bad. At most, I'll take care of the space junk. However, there was another possibility that was giving Song Shuhang a headache. What if the sword light with the soul-devouring demonic gourd on it that loose cultivator Qian Yen had sealed had broken free and was now heading toward him? If loose cultivator Qian Yen and his team brought the sword light and the soul-devouring demonic gourd back together, it wasn't only because they were unable to subdue the gourd, but it was also because they were unable to separate the soul-devouring demonic gourd and the sword light in the first place. Therefore, they should be well aware of the strength of the sword light and of the fact that it could break free at any time. However, they still decided to brace themselves and bring back both the gourd and the sword light. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, Yu Jiaojiao, who was sitting on his shoulder, said, "I can faintly see the silhouette of a gourd on the sword light." Song Shuhang facepalmed. The situation he was most afraid of was about to take place. Whiz, the speed of the sword light was extremely fast as it arrived in front of Song Shuhang. But before bumping into him, the sword light suddenly braked and stopped in its tracks, starting to gently hover midair. Song Shuhang held Li Yingzhu with one hand and used the other to grab the hilt of the disposable flying sword. The sword light that hundreds of cultivators were unable to catch was now obediently allowing Song Shuhang to grab itself. Chu Chu blinked her eyes. The object that several cultivators of the 4th and 5th stage were fighting for had now automatically flown into Song Shuhang's hands. Ah! There are some people in the back coming over here, Yu Jiaojiao also added. In the space, two groups of people were using their own special methods and madly chasing after the sword light. These people were precisely loose cultivator Qian Yan's group and the guys from Limitless Demon sect that were happily fighting against each other earlier. The soul-devouring demonic gourd is ours. Stupid loose cultivators, if you dare to meddle in this matter again, we people of the Limitless Demon sect won't let you off. Limitless Demon sect, you're the ones that should be careful. Su Clan 7 has already destroyed almost 10 of your branches, and yet, you still dare to act arrogantly. If you anger us, making us join hands, our strength won't be much lower than Su Clan 7's. Trash like you unexpectedly dares to compare themselves to Su Clan 7, if you provoke us, the Limitless Demon sect will make you die without a burial site. The sword light below stopped. Who is that guy? He got his hands on both the sword light and the soul-devouring demonic gourd. Damn it, hand over the gourd. It's that guy. Two disciples of the Limitless Demon sect wearing black robes opened their eyes wide. Isn't that guy the same Taoist priest stressed by a mountain of books that made young Master Hai suffer a loss back then? But why did the sword light stop next to Taoist priest stressed by a mountain of books? Moreover, the sword light seems extremely obedient while in his hands, just as if it was Taoist priest stressed by a mountain of books, personal pet or something. Wait a moment. Yeah, that must be it. From the very beginning, it was stressed by a mountain of books plan. After all, he's a sly fellow that made even the peerless senior brother young Master Hai suffer a loss. What a sinister and scary guy. The two disciples wearing black robes clenched their teeth and said, however, if a mere cultivator of the second stage tries to make fun of so many powerful spiritual emperors, he is simply seeking death. If you play with fire, you'll get burned. The two strongest cultivators of the respective groups, loose cultivator Qian Yan and peak leader Bao Ping, twinkled a few times and shot toward Song Shuhang at the same time. Hand over the soul-devouring demonic gourd. Peak leader Bao Ping cupped his hands into the shape of a barrel and shot a ray of mist toward the gourd in Song Shuhang's hands. Damned fellow, the gourd is mine. Don't even think about stealing it. Loose cultivator Qian Yan bellowed. It was something that his team had sealed and obtained with much difficulty, and now, someone was unexpectedly trying to snatch it away under their nose. Loose cultivator Qian Yan spat a multicolored ray out of his mouth, aiming at Song Shuhang. Those guys are really bold, one of Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue's servants muttered as he glanced at the two spiritual emperors quickly descending from the sky. This place was after all Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue's Immortal Cave. Barging uninvited into someone else's Immortal Cave was a very rude behavior. If the owner of the Immortal Cave was hot-tempered and were to kill the intruders in a fit of rage, no one would blame them. At the same time, the servant stretched out his hand, and a defensive barrier appeared in the airspace of the Immortal Cave, warding off the attacks of loose cultivator Qian Yan and peak leader Bao Ping. Next, the other servant turned toward Chu Chu and Shuhang and said with a smile, Taoist priest Shuhang, please enter the Immortal Cave. Song Shuhang felt an invisible strength support his body and bring him inside Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue's Immortal Cave. The nearby Chu Chu was also picked up and brought inside the Immortal Cave after Song Shuhang. Defensive barrier, activate. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue's servant said. As soon as he said these words, stone columns rose one after another in the proximity of the entrance of the Immortal Cave. From the looks of it, they were the base of a defensive barrier. The purpose of the stone columns was to maintain the powerful defensive system of the Immortal Cave. Hee, you think you can stop me by relying on a barrier of this level? Loose cultivator Qian Yan bellowed. He didn't care about forcefully barging into the Immortal Cave of another cultivator. The soul-devouring demonic gourd belonged to him, and he absolutely had to retrieve it. But the most important thing was that the defense of the Immortal Cave was very ordinary. The rank of the defensive barrier was of the 4th stage. It was something that loose cultivator Qian Yan could destroy with one blow. In the next moment, countless needle-shaped lights exploded from his body. Each of the lights headed toward the stone columns at the entrance of the Immortal Cave without fail. Just by looking at this move, one could imagine how skilled loose cultivator Qian Yan was when it came to controlling his spiritual energy. The small needle-shaped lights unexpectedly bypassed the barrier in front of the Immortal Cave and directly headed toward the stone columns. Bang, 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 the stone columns at the entrance of the Immortal Cave exploded one after another, turning into rubble. The defense of Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's Immortal Cave turned out to be so weak? Song Shuhang was confused. After all, it was the Immortal Cave of a Venerable. Right at this time, the Jade White Lion 4th Cultivator of True Virtue appeared beside Song Shuhang and said complacently, actually, it's quite normal. After all, I'm the one that arranged these defenses, and there is a limit to how strong they can be. 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, it was you who arranged the defenses? Song Shuhang shot a glance outside the Immortal Cave and said, the defensive barrier was destroyed, and the opposite party has already barged in. Is it really not a problem? It's not a problem. We just lacked strong guys to put in the mines recently. If they are of the 5th stage or above, even better, the Jade White Lion 4th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue discovered a planet with a high-quality spirit stones mine. However, the planet is full of filthy things, and cultivators of the 5th stage and below would turn into mindless monsters if they were to stay there for too long. And you're looking for strong miners for this reason? Chu Chu muttered. 5th stage spiritual emperors were respected figures in the world of cultivators, but these people wanted to catch them and put them to work in mines. But right at this time, an ice-cold voice echoed in Song Shuhang's ears. Out of the way. Soon after, a jade white leg appeared out of nowhere and kicked away 4th Cultivator of True Virtue. The little lion was literally kicked flying. Song Shuhang followed the silhouette of the leg and finally saw the owner. It was a woman wearing a light green skirt that had come out from the depths of the Immortal cave. Her light green skirt had butterflies embroidered above and was slit until the thighs. It was both sexy and elegant. The woman had long golden hair that resembled a mass of golden threads, shining to the point of the being dazzling. Additionally, she was wearing a black eyeshade that covered most of her face. After kicking away the poor 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, the golden-haired woman elegantly sashayed toward the entrance of the Immortal cave. Who is this person? Song Shuhang asked. Is she the wife of Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue? Or perhaps his disciple? No, it still doesn't add up. Whether she is the wife or the disciple, she shouldn't really kick Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's clone, 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, like that, right? After all, it was quite the rude behavior no matter if she was the wife or the disciple. She is a despicable person. 4th Cultivator of True Virtue crawled up from the floor and licked its claws. Although it had a depressed look on its face, it didn't seem angry. From the looks of it, it was already used to this treatment. Song Shuhang. Right at this time, the golden-haired woman arrived at the entrance of the Immortal cave. A kind reminder to the trash that dared to barge into someone else's Immortal cave uninvited. I'll give you 1 second to get the hell out of here, the woman said as her tall and slender figure stopped at the entrance of the Immortal cave. Although the eyeshade she was wearing covered her eyes, all the onlookers could see the contempt in her eyes. Even the thick eyeshade was unable to block the extreme feeling of despising her persona was emitting. The taunting skills of the golden-haired woman were surely maxed out. As if that wasn't enough, she didn't even bother to take off the eyeshade while facing so many enemies. Was it possible that she practiced some kind of special eye technique, and could transform enemies into statues after taking off her eyeshade? A cultivator of the limitless demon sect bellowed, a little girl that hasn't even grown hair down there unexpectedly dares to be so arrogant, Aya. In the next moment, a golden arrow pierced the abdomen of the cultivator of the limitless demon sect, shooting him down from the sky. It was no different than the duck hunt game after the disciple of the limitless demon sect fell to the ground. Song Shuhang was finally able to see the true appearance of the arrow that pierced his abdomen. It was a golden hair that seemed to be cast of gold, belonging to the golden-haired woman. Did she shoot out her own hair and use it as a weapon? If that is indeed the case, isn't she afraid of becoming bald? Does she have a skill similar to Dharma King creation and can regrow shiny and beautiful hair at will? Gulp, in the sky, the cultivators of the limitless demon sect and the members of loose cultivator Qian Yan's team all secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That disciple of the limitless demon sect that was shot down was a 5th stage spiritual emperor. A 5th stage spiritual emperor was unexpectedly defeated with such ease. It was no different than shooting at little birds flying the sky. What realm had the strength of this golden-haired woman reached? 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 13. There are 13 5th stage spiritual emperors in total. The quantity is a bit low, but they should last for quite some time, the golden-haired woman said. Afterward, her long hair started to move around as though it had a will of its own. Quickly disperse. She is about to attack. Peak leader Bao Ping roared. The woman before their eyes was surely stronger than a 5th-stage spiritual emperor. Was she a 6th-stage true monarch? But peak leader Bao Ping's voice had yet to fade when 13 golden lights streaked across the sky. Thud, thud, thud. Just as though it was raining, 13 5th-stage spiritual emperors fell from the sky. The strongest of the batch, loose cultivator Qian Yan and peak leader Bao Ping, were also included. In the next moment, several of Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's servants dashed out of the Immortal cave, holding long chains in their hands. Afterward, they used the long chains to tie up the 14 5th spiritual emperors and drag them inside the Immortal cave. The servants seemed very skilled at kidnapping people. From the looks of it, it wasn't their first time performing such actions. The several remaining cultivators of the 4th stage in the sky were scared out of their wits. You small fries of the 4th stage are, on the other hand, of no use. Your luck is good. Now, get out my sight, the golden-haired woman said indifferently. Damn it, we disciples of the limitless demon sect will, a cultivator of the 4th stage was about to saying something but started stuttering halfway. The golden-haired woman waved her hand. In the next moment, a dust-covered sigh above the Immortal cave became visible. Residents of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. The 7 words were glistening and dazzling to the eye. The residents of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Song Shuhang could feel from the voice of the cultivator of the 4th stage that he was trembling. From the looks of it, the name, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, was rather famous amongst cultivators. But it was to be expected. If he wasn't famous, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue wouldn't have asked that red-haired spiritual emperor to give him face. The golden-haired woman said indifferently, "Get the hell out of here before I change my mind. Otherwise, I'll shoot down all of you and throw you in the spirit beast pen and feed you to the pig beasts." In the next moment, all the cultivators of the 4th stage immediately ran away from the residents of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. They didn't even dare to say stuff like, "I'll come back to take revenge," and so on. They were like little birds frightened by the mere twang of the bowstring. Humph! The golden-haired woman snorted and elegantly sashayed back to the Immortal cave. When she crossed paths with 4th Cultivator of True Virtue on the way back, she raised her jade white leg and kicked the poor thing away once more. Stupid 4th Cultivator of True Virtue. The next time, choose a better time to bring troublesome people over. Don't disturb me while I'm sleeping. I've been suffering from insomnia for more than 20 years now, and I had just managed to fall asleep with much difficulty, the golden-haired woman said coldly. After saying this much, she adjusted the eye shade and said, "I'm going back to sleep. Don't disturb me again." From the very beginning, she was wearing the eye shade so that she could improve the quality of her sleep. Tap, 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 the golden-haired woman walked away and returned to the depths of the Immortal cave, disappearing without traces. The jade white lion 4th Cultivator of True Virtue wanted to cry but had no tears. But it wasn't me who brought trouble over this time. It was obviously Song Shuhang who brought those troublesome guys here. He was just an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. After getting out of the wall with much difficulty, the jade white lion 4th Cultivator of True Virtue gently jumped and arrived next to Song Shuhang. Its vision concentrated on the disposable flying sword in Song Shuhang's hand and the soul-devouring demonic gourd above. Just yesterday it was chatting with Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue about the soul-devouring demonic gourd, and today, the gourd fell into Song Shuhang's hands. Was it just a coincidence? Or perhaps it was the choice of the soul-devouring demonic gourd? After all, the gourd had come in contact with that person. Maybe he had tampered with it in some way? According to the rumors, that person was the most mysterious merchant in the world of cultivators. One could buy all of the known treasures in the universe from him. The guy even sold several ancient treasures and raw materials that had long disappeared from the world. As long as one could pay the appropriate price, they could buy anything from him. Many big shots in the world of cultivators were looking for him. However, no one could predict when and where he would appear the next time. Even divinations and miraculous foresight were useless against him. At this time, the clue that could lead them to the merchant was on the gourd in Song Shuhang's hands. "Little friend Shuhang, are you free right now?" Fourth cultivator of true virtue asked. "Yes, senior fourth cultivator of true virtue, do you need something from me?" Song Shuhang said. "It's not me but seventh cultivator of true virtue that needs your help. He has been looking for a certain person recently, and he might need your help to find him," fourth cultivator of true virtue said with a smile. "No problem, but I'll carry Li Yinzhu to her room first," Song Shuhang replied. "Right, little friend Shuhang. If you have the opportunity, you should save a few spirit stones during this period of time," fourth cultivator of true virtue said as it licked its claws. Save a few spirit stones? The words of the Jade White Lion fourth cultivator of true virtue hit Song Shuhang's sore spot. The silver dragon puppet needed spirit stones to move, and he owed Senior White several spirit stones of the fourth stage already. Additionally, he needed spirit stones to use the Jingang token of authority and go to Great Master Profound Principle's place to learn the follow-up cultivation technique of the basic Buddhist fist technique. In the future, he would need a large number of spirit stones to learn that flame substituting technique from Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue. As if that wasn't enough, there were some circumstances in which he could use spirit stones now that he had advanced to the second stage realm. Therefore, it was indeed a good thing to save up a few spirit stones. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior fourth cultivator of true virtue, is there a method to quickly accumulate spirit stones?" The Jade White Lion pondered for a while and said, "Perhaps you can look for a nearby mine and work there? If a cultivator of the second stage mines raw ores each day, they can obtain a wage of 5 spirit stones of the third stage. Moreover, mining inside a mineral vein is good for practice. After all, the spirit stones inside the mineral vein emit a large quantity of spiritual qi." Song Shuhang asked thoughtlessly, "Does senior seventh cultivator of true virtue have a mine somewhere close?" "No, only low-level spirit stones are left in nearby mines, and it's not worth the effort for seventh cultivator of true virtue to mine them," the Jade White Lion said while licking its claws. Afterward, it used its paws to clean its face. "Are you sure you are a lion and not a cat? Anyway, it's 5 spirit stones of the third stage for 1 day of work. Should I consider this possibility?" Song Shuhang was getting eager to get into action. Although 5 spirit stones of the third stage weren't much, he recalled that the volumes of the Earth Spirit Staff, Wave Splitting Palm, and other Foundation Establishment cultivation techniques were worth only around 2 spirit stones of the third stage. In other words, if a cultivator of the second stage entered the mines and worked to death for a day, they would earn enough spirit stones to buy a foundation establishing cultivation technique. And if they gave the foundation establishing cultivation technique to an ordinary person, they would open the gates of cultivation for them. "Wait a moment, strengthening my constitution is the most important thing right now. When would I have the time to mine?" Afterward, Song Shuhang carried Li Yinzhu to her room and followed the Jade White Lion, heading toward Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue's position. In the meantime, in the place where the cultivators were gathered, the news about someone from the residence of seventh cultivator of true virtue, taking the soul-devouring demonic gourd spread quickly. At the same time, the news of loose cultivator Qian Yan, peak leader Bao Ping, and other 12 spiritual emperors barging into the residence of seventh cultivator of true virtue, and getting captured as minors also spread. Perhaps it wasn't necessarily a bad thing that they were captured and sent to the mines. Since the mines belonged to Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue, the prisoners would obtain twice the result with half the effort while practicing in there. Anyway, now that the soul-devouring demonic gourd was snatched away by someone living in the residence of seventh cultivator of true virtue, the remaining cultivators didn't want to fight for it anymore. After all, it was the immortal cave of a venerable. Unless they were eager to follow in the footsteps of loose cultivator Qian Yen and the others and end up as miners, they wouldn't dare to barge into his immortal cave uninvited. As a consequence, all the cultivators that had gathered on the moon for the soul-devouring demonic gourd returned to Earth. Once the cultivators that had come here for the treasure left, the cultivators that had set up the stalls found themselves out of business and left as well. In the mere span of half a day, the previously noisy and lively moon had turned into a deserted land with just a bunch of cultivators left. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Scholar Xian Gong, is there any fellow Taoist that has news about demodragons? At Northern River's loose cultivator. Northern River's loose cultivator, Senior Xian Gong, there has been news of several cosmic demons appearing recently, but they were either bone demons or white demons. There was no news of demodragons. Thank you, Northern River. That friends of yours really worked hard, Scholar Xian Gong wrote as he attached a depressed emoji. Then, he also wrote, in that case, does anyone know anything about the blood of demodragon? I can buy it for a high price if necessary. Right, can anyone tell me the address of the Cultivators Trade Center? I will go there and put up a mission to collect the blood of demodragon. Northern River's loose cultivator, I'll pay attention and immediately notify Senior Xian Gong if there is news of demodragons appearing. Moreover, I'll send you the website of the Cultivators Trading Center so that you can register and put the about the blood of demodragon there. Thank you so much, Scholar Xian Gong said. Soon after Scholar Xian Gong popped up, Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather also got online. Her username had now changed to Soft Feather, Moon Princess. Had Venerable Spirit Butterfly really started to come up with new daily Tao names for his daughter? Soft Feather, Moon Princess, Seniors, we are finally ready. Today, we will try to explore the ancient ruins once more. I'll surely try my best. Northern River's loose cultivator, Soft Feather, I wish you good luck. Soft Feather, Moon Princess, Senior Northern River, please call me Moon Princess. Anyway, thank you for your kind words. I'm sure we'll be lucky and obtain a lot of good things. Northern River's loose cultivator. Venerable White, Soft Feather, are you ready to set out? Everyone else is already downstairs, we are waiting for you. Yes, Venerable White. I'll immediately head downstairs, Soft Feather, Moon Princess, quickly replied. Venerable White? Right, at Fairy Firefly, did you send little friend Shuhang into space? Here I am, Senior. Fairy Firefly appeared and said, I sent Path-Seeking Scholar into space 2 days ago. I have successfully completed my mission. Fairy Firefly worked hard. I wish you the best, Fairy, Venerable White replied. Fairy Firefly had been dealing with a very important personal matter in these days. Senior White, thank you for your blessings, Fairy Firefly replied with a smile. But right at this time, virtuous Buddhist Sabersman suddenly popped up and said, which senior mentioned me? Song Shuhang had fiddled with the settings of the group and made it so that he would receive a pop-up notification if certain keywords, such as Shuhang, little friend Shuhang, stressed by a mountain of books and even 7 Tao names were mentioned. Therefore, he received a notification as soon as the keyword little friend Shuhang was mentioned in the group. After looking at the chat logs, virtuous Buddhist Sabersman said, Senior White, are you going to explore the ancient ruins again? Venerable White, the wounds the other fellow Taoists received were light and are healed already. Therefore, we will re-enter the ancient ruins today. Anyway, did you manage to adapt to space? Yes, there were no problems aside from a few twists and turns. Moreover, I'm currently inside 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's residence, strengthening my constitution, Song Shuhang replied. At the same time, Song Shuhang thought of another matter. Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman, right, Senior White? Are there any suitable methods for me to earn spirit stones aside from working in the mines? I was hoping to gather spirit stones within a short period of time. Venerable White, the quickest method to obtain spirit stones is to look for a senior and ask them. I can lend them to you if you want. Song Shuhang. The other seniors in the group also didn't seem to have any good suggestion. All the methods they knew to gather spirit stones were not suitable for Song Shuhang. For example, the techniques Medicine Master and Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman knew were secret techniques passed down in their sects and schools. On the other hand, Northern River's loose cultivator was still trying to think of a suitable method for Song Shuhang and was putting his thoughts in order. Therefore, fellow Taoist virtuous Buddhist Sabersman changed the topic of conversation. Right, Senior White. I saw the disposable flying sword you launched into space while I was there. They unexpectedly all came back.